up. So everybody, please make sure your canopies and awnings are secure for today. Just want to give everybody a courtesy heads up on that. But Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. We'll take it to lanes 5 and 6, please. Calvert Racing, no box. So lanes 5 and 6. We're nearing the end of our Mustang Madness, presented by Marlboro's Ford. Calvert Racing, no box. We'll take it to lanes 5 and 6, please. Calvert Racing, no box. So lanes 5 and 6. So we're going to finish up like with one more qualifier for all of our bracket categories, and then we are going to get into some opening ceremonies, and we are going to start going racing for real.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good? Yeah. Okay.
Ronnie Collins up there in the left lane. The Mopar shootout we're having out here right now. Dwayne Kerr.
We got our Calvert Racing no box final qualifying session going underway right now. Daniel Dolifon and V Dolifon gonna be our next two out. V in the Audi RS5. Daniel 21 Dodge Challenger Super Stocker. Let's go ahead and get Fixed Speed Open Comp 410s Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2. Fixed Speed Open Comp 410s Pro Tree. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Fixed Speed Open Comp. Fixed Speed Open Comp 410s Pro Tree. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Fixed Speed Open Comp 410s Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2. 956 at 146. For Daniel Dolifon. V having some issues with the Audi. We'll make it a little cruise down the boulevard before we send the next two. Bring up Mark Ehler and Martin Koski. Mark over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The CTSV out of Maricopa. 68 Dart. That is Martin Koski. Out of Washington, 41 green to an 039 red. Making our way on down, 1052 at 129. For the CTSV, the Dart 1053. At 126. Now bring up Jacob Evans and Dave McGinn. Evans in the Gopher. Love truck over there on the left-hand side. McGinn. Now Lake Arrowhead, California, 71 Camaro. Gopher was a little bit early on the reaction time. Dave McGinn a little bit late. Someone had too much and someone had not enough coffee. Dave McGinn 1063 at 127, 1220 at 108 for Jacob Evans. Now Mike Bolton in the 98 Pro Stock Style Mustang. We're on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Scott Horsley in his 55. A long-time runner here out of Las Vegas. Saw grandson, the Gopher, go down the left lane. We'll go down the right lane this time. 082 green on Mike Bolton. 12 reaction time. That's saying I'm ready for race day. Goes on through 1028 at 130. Scott Horsley 1165 at 111. Bring up Greg Dreher and Jerry Kulitzky. The 62 versus 67 Chevy Novas. Dreher out of Bakersfield, over there on the left-hand side. Jerry Kulitzky out of Beaver Creek, Oregon. An 0:31 reaction time for Dreher. Get him going for the day. It's 10:51 at 125. 10 flat at 133 for Jerry Cookski. Brings up James Amarias. Over there on the left-hand side, the flamed green 68 Nova out of Vail, Arizona. Jason Hamilton out of Hamilton, Montana. I wonder if he's the mayor of Hamilton. 69 Firebird with a 350 Ford under the hood. 038 red to a 132 red. Amarias was a little bit closer to the green light. Goes 987 at 133. In Hamilton, 1458 at exactly 97 miles an hour. Paul Kiesel over there on the left-hand side. Now Manteca, 1970 Nova. So I think we're like now ending our Nova portion of Calvert Racing non-electronics. New Jet Challenger over there on the right-hand side, 021 red. We'll click it off at 1519 at 93, 1251 at 107. Bring up Jimmy Olsen and Wesley Birmingham as our next to Wesley. And on the right-hand side, the Fox body with a Chevrolet license plate on the back. Jimmy Olsen in the 2020 Charger. Hey, while it is early, I just want to give a quick reminder that if you are on the return road side of the staging lane wall, if you park your vehicle there, that is not a parking area. That vehicle will be towed in. Trust me, the tow truck drivers here are wacky. Like one time I accidentally parked because, you know, I'm the intern, like nobody really knows. Like I actually work here. And so somebody took the tow truck and like put my car like up in the dirt track, and it was like wedged between like two like dirt mound ramps, and I saw like a monster truck coming its way, and so that's how I lost my first car.
You know what's funny, Gage? I said this last night. I used to work for my uncle who owned a towing company, and when our towing company guys would get called to tow a car that was parked, you know, illegally in a parking lot, a lot of times they would just move it somewhere else, like park it on the street where it was no parking as well, so it would get a ticket, or put it somewhere else in the parking lot because it was just in the wrong spot. They would often slide a car right in between two posts or something so you couldn't open the doors and actually get in it. Yeah, tow truck drivers are mean. Yeah, they're mean.
They're sadistic. Almost.
That's sadistic is a good way to put it, dude. Absolutely.
They like to toy with people.
Do what? Oh. Nate is already making fun of us up here this morning. As Steve Valdez goes 044 on the tree in that Douglas, Arizona-based Little Vega, which was cool. No, we were sitting up here talking about Gage getting his car towed and about how sadistic tow truck drivers are. So if you're parked in the fire lanes here, your stuff may end up in the dirt track. Yeah. I'm just going to let you know, you may have not thought about it at the time, but if your car ended up in the dirt track, I'm 90% sure that they all knew it was yours.
Yeah,
I think there was a little bit of hazing ritual going on there, and based on the little glint in Nate's eye over here, I think he may or may not have been in on that deal right there. Never.
But the good news is if you do tow your car here, you get to pretend it's Easter.
4 to 1 and 2.
And go hunting.
Nate says if you do get your car towed here, the lucky thing for you is it's like Easter and you get to go hunting. and I guarantee you, if you've been here for races at Easter, it won't be under the trees over here behind the tower.
let's go ahead and get fixed speed open comp 410 Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2. 410 Pro Tree open comp to lanes 1 and 2. Fixed speed open comp 510s Pro Tree to lanes 3 and 4, please. And again, please, if you are parked on the side wall of the staging lanes, you cannot park there. You cannot park by the wall at the staging lanes. That is not a parking area. It will get towed. Trust me, I know. You will be looking for that car for a long, long time. It might just end up off property somewhere. So if you are parked by the wall at the staging lanes, please get that vehicle moved as soon as possible, please. Fixed speed open comp 410s Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2. Fixed speed open comp 410s Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2. Fixed speed open comp 510s Pro Tree. 510s Pro Tree for open comp to lanes 3 and 4, please. 510s open comp to lanes 3 and 4, please. We got Caroline German. How about 014 reaction time for the Fool's Gold Firebird over there on the right-hand side? Darwin LaFord in the Camaro 040 green, 1062 at 125, 960 at 142 for Carolyn. I'll bring up David Trammell and Ian McKenzie. Ian over there on the right-hand side, the 72 Challenger. That car has been running here in Las Vegas for a long, long time. It has not seen a racetrack in about 15 years until this weekend. Ian would like to thank the Phillips brothers for helping him get this car out and ready to roll once again and see the beautiful days at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. 025 red to 032 red of David Trammell goes 1014 at 129. Ian 1065 at 119. We have Luis Ortiz and Jeff Dudgeon. Dudgeon over there on the right-hand side, the 66 Coronet, dubbed the Flying Brick. Luis Ortiz in the 85 Pontiac Grand Prix over there on the left-hand side. You don't see many 85 Grand Prix anymore. We found one at the racetrack. Who would have thought? Oh, 56 green for Luis Ortiz. Dudgeon's 121 green goes 1005 at 132, 976 at 137 for Luis. I'll bring up Michael Jackson in the El Camino. Talk about long-time drag racers here in Las Vegas. Michael Jackson rocking that El Camino for a very, very, very long time. Mike Dye over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Pontiac 65 GTO. Slammed down to the ground. Mounted the parachute on the back. Ready to rock and roll 035 for Michael Jackson. Goes 987 at 135, 1066 at 124 for Mike Dye. I'll bring up Brooks Swafford. White Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Running alongside Bryce Seabolt. Out of West Haven in the 2021 Dodge Challenger. How about the 017 reaction time for the Camaro over there on the left-hand side for Brooks Swafford? 168 green for Seabolt. A 1246, Swafford 1256 at 106. Bring up Dwayne Lyle and John Carvalho. Carvalho over there on the right hand side. First gen Camaro. Dwayne Lyle over on the left hand side. That's the 6th gen Camaro out of Lake Havasu. How about another 012 reaction time? Haven't seen any double O's. Double O's are really, really good. 01s are pretty good. 1029 at 130. 995 at 136 for Carvalho. Bring up Jake Tynes over there on the left-hand side. The drop-top Z28 from 1999. Steve Kachoyan over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Long drive to North Las Vegas. 1970 Chevelle. There we go. How about a 002 reaction time for Jake Tynes? Drive out Placentia. I just probably butchered that. 1506 at 72 mile an hour. 1192 at 110 for Steve Kachoyan. We'll bring up Rob Weston over there on the left-hand side. One of our few dragsters in the no-box category. Nolan Brand over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The 1972 model Chevy Chevelle. Final call, Fig Speed, Open Comp, 410s Pro Tree. Final call, Fig Speed, Open Comp, 410s Pro Tree in the lanes 1 and 2. Final call, Fig Speed, Open Comp, 410s to lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call, Fig Speed, 410s Open Comp, to lanes 1 and 2. Fig Speed, 510s Open Comp. We'll take it to lanes 3 and 4, please. Fig Speed, 510s Open Comp. We'll take it to lanes 3 and 4, please. Bring up Jerry White and Mike Panunzio. Panunzio over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the 1st gen Camaro out of Plain City, Utah. Jerry White over on the left-hand side out of South Jordan. 36 reaction time for Panunzio. Making his way down the racetrack down 10:53 at 126, 12:36 at 110 for Gary White. Then we'll bring up Jeff Dye. The beautiful 63 Nova out of Escondido, California. Ron E. over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. West Haven, Utah. We just got like the funky and wacky going on right now. Jeff Dye left on the 2nd Amber Bowl. Ron had an 054 reaction time, but it was like all downhill from there. That thing is like just not going when he wants to give it the juice. He is slowly making his way down the 1320.
The chat can't find it.
We're going to Caleb Shepard now. Bob Cottier as our next two. Caleb Shepard, 1984 model Ford Mustang, the 460. Bob Cottier over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The 2016 Hellcat Challenger. Oh, 35 green for Cottier. Caleb Shepard a little bit early. Just a little bit. Oh, 63 love. It was 11:19, or 11:91, excuse me, at 1:14. Bob Cottier, 11:14 at 1:24. We have Jeremy Lamb and Jason McDonald. Lamb over there on the left-hand side. That is the Volkswagen with the top down. I think it's just wicked cool. Jason McDonald, the ZL1 2018 Camaro. And that Volkswagen is just not cooperating. That thing is barely moving now. At about half track, 9:06 at 1:58 for Jason McDonald. The Volkswagen is now going to be pulling over just at the 8th mile. So we're going to help Mr. Jeremy Lamb get himself off the racetrack before we send the next two down. Again, we'll make it a final call for fixed speed open comp 5/10. Final call, fixed speed open comp 5/10 to lanes 3 and 4. Final call, fixed speed open comp 5/10 to lanes 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and start getting our Racing Junk box. RacingJunk.com box. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. RacingJunk.com box. Get you lanes 5 and 6, please. RacingJunk.com box. We'll get you lanes 5 and 6, please. RacingJunk.com box. This will be your first call to lanes for your final qualifying session. RacingJunk.com box. We'll take your lanes 5 and 6, please.
right, with the lowdown completed, we are getting back at it with our box category. It is Calvert Racing, no box category. That is Steve Demon going 797 at 172 miles an hour in the dragster down the right side of the racetrack, and Harley Hawker puts up a 13:34 right at 100 miles an hour. As we continue through our final qualifying session in the Calvert Racing no box category, again here at the Streetcar Super Nationals 20, underway with Kyle Hawker and Phil Cope. Phil has the 023 reaction time in the El Camino, running out of Henderson, Nevada. Will go 10:24 at 128 miles an hour. Kyle Hawker registers in as coming in out of St. George, Utah, 9:48, 139 miles an hour. And again, with our no box category underway, we got Candy Larson and Will Good. Good with what? That Chester Cheetah? Cheetah Chester? Whatever it is. It's Cheetos. It ain't easy being cheesy. That's what Will says in that 66 Chevelle out of Surprise, Arizona, and Candy Larson. The 66 Acadian. Basically the Canadian version of what we know as the Nova. Here in the States, 058 on the tree for Candy, 026 on the tree for Will Good. Good will trip the clocks at 10:44, 128 miles an hour. Candy will go 11 at 10 at 117 miles an hour. Is that the same Candy Larson that would run like a little Volkswagen? I believe she rolls out here every once in a while and plays along with us at several events. I think. There's now Sam Montgomery and Ryan Edwards. Ryan behind the wheel of the Nova, lining up left side. That's the 70-bodied Nova. That's 7 years difference in body style between the two cars out here on the racetrack, and I was actually just kind of chit-chatting with Chad a little bit about the variety of race cars that we get to see here at the Streetcar Super Nationals. 957, 127 miles an hour for the Chevy 63 model here, making its way down the right side of the racetrack, and Ryan Edwards goes 10:34 to $126. As now we're talking long roof. Josh Edwards rolling up in the 63 wagon. I just love that race car. When it comes down to like the coupes in the Nova, you gotta stick with the 66, 67. In my humble opinion, that is like the best body style. But if you get to the wagons, it doesn't matter. 63, 64, any of them. The wagons are just cool. John Tabak out of Maple Ridge up in British Columbia, 10:77, 123.53. The speed for John in that 365 cubic inch Chevrolet S10, and Josh Edwards in the wagon out of Chandler, Arizona, 51 on the trim, and goes 11:68 at 112 miles an hour. Is Chris Pinter and Darren Taylor. We got Darren, we got Tana. Matter of fact, I think we're going to see Tana, at least up here in the tower, when we get into our opening ceremonies time. We still got a little ways before we get to that. Again, we are finishing up our final round of qualifying and time runs as Darren Taylor hikes the front tires off the ground, sets them down gently in that 69 Firebird out of Utah, goes 8.60 seconds at 155 miles an hour. Chris, in the 66 wagon, will end up going 9:54 at 139 miles an hour. So Tina Somerton and Justin Keller. Somerton of a 72 Oldsmobile Cutlass. That one's going to hike the front tires. Does a quick little wheel stand, sets it back down after the 070 reaction time. Justin Keller out of Sun City, Arizona. The 91 bodied Mustang. 11:68, 116 miles an hour for Justin. 11:02 at 117 miles an hour for Tina. As out of the water box comes Dennis Sato, the 84-bodied Camaro from up north in Fallon, Nevada, going up against Tana Taylor, the Rigby, Idaho-based 70 Mustang. LS under the hood for the Mustang on the left side. How about an 0:14 reaction time for Tana? He's getting after it out there on the starting line in our no-box category. Again, Calvert Racing folks been on board with the what used to be PLCA, now Streetcar Super Nationals, for pretty much as long as I can remember. As long as I can remember, when we first got out here, 20 years ago. I know Calvert Racing has been a big part of this since day one, and we certainly appreciate them being here. Dennis ends up with a 10:28 down the racetrack, as now Mike Hatrith and Mike Avatable. Avatable sporting a 71 Pinto. Hatrith in the 92 Mustang. That's another name that's been out here like each and every year. Hatrith loves coming out here to run on the Streetcar Super Nationals. 10:24.0, 129 miles an hour for Hatrith. 10:05 at 130 miles an hour for Avatable. And Avatable is kind of like, man, we could take that car and go like super gas racing here at the Strip. Putting 10:05s up on the board. Jaden Hawker now and Jeff Rates. Rates the Mustang out of Peyton, Colorado. Hawker, the 71 CUDA, coming in out of Wellsville, Utah. That's the other thing we were talking about. I mean, you look at the variety of race cars that are here. Some of them you can like just pop off to the side, take a bunch of pictures of, and end up in any car magazine you can think of. They are just beautiful. Unfortunately, Jaden Hawker looks like he is having some issues down the racetrack. Left at 13 thousandths of a second early, and I'm not sure if he's going to make it up to the top end of the racetrack. Looks like he will maybe not. That is a big hill to climb. He's pulled off just to the outside of the groove, and he might not make it. The fire and safety team is at least found their way out onto the racetrack. We'll come down and meet up with Jaden as the Barracuda is slowly making its way up the hill down there in the shutdown. Can you make it? Are you going to make it? Looks like Jaden is going to be able to clear the top end of the racetrack. He is continuing to roll through, and we'll be able to move on with our next two. Jeff, on the other hand, 11:07 at 120 miles an hour down that left side of the track as Steve Canton and Isaac Hawks. Look at the thing. Out of Woodburn, Oregon. A little barn find, excuse me. Bar find is something at like 2 a.m. in the morning here in Vegas that you're ashamed of the next morning. Wait, what? He didn't say that out loud, did he? That's a bar find. That one's a barn find. That thing's cool. 20 thou red for Steve Canton as he goes 1085 at 122 miles an hour. Isaac Hawks, 002 green, and then goes 1328 at 100 miles an hour. In the 70 Challenger. Donald Horn, Rob Strong. As I believe we're getting down towards the end of our no-box category. Donald 68 Camaro, Rob 68 Firebird. Both of the General Motors product and similar. As far as the body style is concerned, with that yellow Pontiac out of Hemet, California, going to get there much quicker. As he goes 1089 at 123 miles an hour. Horn goes 1275 at 104 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up what will be our final car. Darren Go in our Calvert Racing no box category. We got Fig Speed Open Comp under the arch here at the Strip. So as Darren goes 70 on the tree and 1387 at 97 miles an hour. That will put an end to qualifying and time runs for the Calvert Racing no box category. Getting into fixed speed open comp. In open comp, they can actually decide which tree they want to use, whether they want to use the 4/10 Pro Tree, or the 4/10 Pro Tree, or a 5/10 Pro Tree. Again, a tenth of a second difference there in the trees as Markel Jackson rolls up in the over the left side. Markel, one of the local runners, actually kind of following in the family footsteps. Dad Michael's, Grandpa Michael's out there on the starting line. Well, just to the left of the starting line, we'll call it that. And Kevin Stokesbury. Stokesbury in the 71 Chevelle out of Rialto, California. Quick flash of the ambers and away we go. Again, these cars will utilize their time qualifying and then they'll take their quickest run. Knock that down a little bit, and that'll be their index throughout the event as we go into eliminations. Stokesbury puts up a 981, 111 miles an hour. For Markel, it's going to be a 1240 at 81 miles an hour, and that will bring out the next couple of cars, and the next couple of cars are going to be Ted Mount and Doug Carter. We get an open comp, they qualify based, that was a little weird. Took just a moment. We're actually going to back them up again. Qualifying based on reaction time. Quickest reaction time goes to the top of the ladder. And again, what they do is they make their way through qualifying. They take their quickest run. Whatever their quickest run is, they actually knock a tenth off of that, and that is their index throughout elimination. So, for example, our previous competitor ran 981 down the racetrack, assuming that was his quickest run of all five. Not saying it was or it wasn't, but just saying assuming. Go with me here. If it was a 981, his index would be 971. And that's the number that he would have to play with throughout eliminations. So we're going to get things reset here. I've got Mel, the mastermind of Streetcar Super Nationals. First of all, there are two things that Mel never, ever, ever gets to hear referring to him. Number one, master, and number two, he's even got a mind left at all. Because we've been doing this for 20 years. That has slowly eaten away at his sanity. And mine. But we're talking about you. We're talking about you. Secondly, he's decided to start a family and he's got multiple kids. So whatever was left, they have claimed, destroyed, and that's the way it is. So we're underway. Ted Mount, Doug Carter. I'm going to find out what really important stuff Mel has for us to say, and then we'll be right back at it. Doug Carter goes 985. Ted Mount goes 891. Next two already up to the line. And what Mel said is, this one's really easy. And you know what? It is actually really easy, except for the way they explained it. Whoa. That was strange. Mark Martinez leaving out of the right lane, left leg super late. Thomas Morris leaving out of the left lane had a 3:19 reaction time, and then we just had problems on both sides of the racetrack. So that was just weird, wacky stuff. Weird, wacky stuff. Mark's going to end up with a 16:33. Thomas is going to end up with a 15:68. And before we turn loose our next pair, and I got to tell you, from what I remembered, I haven't been here this week, but if you are sitting in the grandstands and you want to see one of, in my opinion, again, one of the most incredible street-driven trucks, just get out your phone and be ready to record what is going to happen here in the left lane. That truck is, if we were to use the term like that they use in Boston, wicked fast. In other words, it's stupid fast. The thing is amazing. Just watch. Just watch. I adore this truck. I want to go for a ride in this truck. Just one time. Just one time. Troy Lind on the other side of Nampa, Idaho, not to be outdone. In a beautiful black on red 1970 Chevelle, big block Chevrolet under the hood at 565 cubic inches. So the 99 Silverado pickup truck versus what a lot of people envision as a classic, like the ultimate classic muscle car in that 70 Chevelle. Just watch. Now Washington breaks the tires loose a little bit at this end of the racetrack, but that truck can move. Just trust me. 151 miles an hour in a 1999 Chevy Silverado. Now imagine what's going to happen when you watch that truck and he does get a hold fully of the starting line. I mean, he tried to square the tires at this end, but 151 miles an hour, 9.16 seconds to traverse 1,320 feet. That thing's amazing. Buzz Nielsen, Devin Jansen. Jansen right side in the black Chevrolet. Nielsen left side in the white Chevrolet. 4,659 miles an hour for Buzz Nielsen. 877 at 149 miles an hour for Devin Jansen. There's now Dale Jansen and Jake Tynes. Again, we're continuing to roll on through our open comp category. Jake out of the right side on the 99 drop top Z28. Jansen, the 66 Acadian. Small block powered, 406 cubic inches, and there goes Dale. Guess what, Dale? That was a perfect reaction time. Triple zeros. He was staring at it the whole way down the racetrack. You can see the numbers show up on the bottom side of the scoreboard. He knew he was perfect. He's like, yes, I am Mr. Perfection. I let go perfect. And then runs 8:59, 161 miles an hour. Jake goes 15 at 17 at 75 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Sam Montgomery. 63 Chevy. I got to tell you, that is one of the only, well, there's two things that keep me coming back to Streetcar Super Nationals for 20 years. I started working here in 2004, which was the first year they did Streetcar Super Nationals. The first thing that keeps me coming back here is the cars. Where else on earth do you get to come out and see so many awesome, cool, beautiful, spectacular, jaw-dropping race cars? It's here. The second thing that keeps me coming back here is the fact that I get to come in and work with Chad every once in a while. But it definitely ain't no that keeps me coming back here, I'm just saying. I don't know. Where'd you hide your drink? You probably moved it somewhere. You moved it somewhere. As Sam is down the racetrack, we're getting into our open comp. 5/10 Pro Tree. So if your eye is good enough to pick up the difference between a 4/10 Pro Tree and a 5/10 Pro Tree, then good for you. Mine is not. Like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years, which is essentially equates to I'm old. But to know the difference between a 4/10 and a 5/10 Pro Tree, yeah, no, wouldn't be able to see it. Red light start for Frank D'Souza. Black Nova out of the right side by 22 thousandths of a second. He then runs 11:05 at 97 miles an hour. Craig Bellavender out of Phoenix, Arizona in the 2018 Demon. Goes 9:20 at 147 miles an hour. It's Monty with friends at Jimmy Olsen. Wasn't there a Jimmy Olsen? Like a lead singer of a band or trying to remember. I mean, maybe not this Jimmy Olsen, but Marnie LaFrenz in the Thunderbird. I don't know, maybe I ask this every year, but when is the last time that you actually saw a Thunderbird on the street? I'm trying to remember when was the last time I saw a Thunderbird on the street. Brent Calvert v. Dolphin. Dolphin, he's riding in style. A 2021, the Audi. The Audi lines up right side. Brent Calvert, 2014 Mustang. Out of the left lane. 22 on the tree for Calvert. So what can the Audi do? 1120 at 123.8 miles an hour. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Brent Calvert goes 889 at 129 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Michael Porter and Paul Calvert. Calvert in the 77 Mustang 2. I dig what Paul's done with this car. Michael Porter, 64 Cyclone is like checking out. 1067, 119 miles an hour for the Cyclone. Paul Calvert goes 14 at 13 at 79 miles an hour. And again, that's another fun thing about Open Comp. Based on how they qualify, you're going to get them paired up. So you may have somebody with a 15 or 16 second index lining up against somebody that's going to have like a 9.1 second index. You're going to get the massive head start, and then it becomes a tremendous game of chicken down at the finish line when we get into eliminations. John Kendrick and Rocky Nelson. Rocky, get him Rocky. 1094 at 120 miles an hour. John Kendrick goes 1207 at 111 miles an hour. I mean, we're like live on the live stream. We are. It's YouTube live stream. On the YouTube, we can go to the Bang Shift YouTube channel. Oh, I could do that. I forgot. We're running the chat this weekend? Oh, yeah. Until real steel. I'm not sure. It's a while. I'm just looking at this schedule and this big. We got a lot of cars out here. Eric Windsor, 70 Mustang, 007 Red, 878, 135 miles an hour. Again, we are in our final qualifying session. What's happening? All right. Now we're checked into the chat features. We're ready to go. Ends up pushing through the beams, tried to get it set up on the starting line, and it inched its way out of position before it got in there. It's a little, you know what? We may have to have Chad adjust that then, because the mic volume here is right about where it needs to be. They're saying it's a little, the gain on the mic's a little hot. I do appreciate you saying that I'm hot. That's not what they said. That's what I'm interpreting it to be. Come on. Let me have my... Shane Wiggman docks in 317 in the tree. In the meantime, the 55 Chevrolet. I did. Let me help myself feel better. I got to do something. I don't know if that qualifies as self-care. But let me tell you something. We're here at Streetcar Super Nationals. Before the day is over, I will be self-medicating. A lot. Oh, Joe Vlassity. It might be. Jay Anderson in the Challenger right side. Scott Taylor in the Chevelle left side. Taylor. Reaction time. 10:50 at 125 miles an hour. Jay Anderson at a 3:42. It was 8:74 at 160 miles an hour is Wes Birmingham. And Preston Elmer. Elmer's the 2006 Dodge Charger. 392 under the hood. Birmingham at a Plain City, Utah, and his Fox-bodied Mustang. Goes 987 and 117 miles an hour. And he's Marcus Steed and Brandon Sale. Oh my goodness. Joining along on the live feed. Again, it is the Holly Artex Racing Bang Shift live feed with like Gateway Classic cars, Titanium, Redline. You know, I think if Mel gets any more sponsors, you're going to end up seeing like a window full of sponsors and like 3 inches worth of viewing capability. But no, it's great. It's great. You know, we are out of real estate. So the live feed, I'm assuming, if I'm remembering what you had, was brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment and everybody else on the screen. Oh, James Taggart, 11 on the tree and 11:53 at 114 miles an hour. Dwayne Kerr got the Shriners logo on the side of his car. Shriners, something definitely near and dear to my heart. They absolutely take fantastic care of my son. He actually headed back up to Salt Lake to Shriners in right after Thanksgiving. So Ronnie Collins and Cal Gordon. Gordon in the Mustang. I don't know, did we fix the... We didn't fix the thing yet? All right. So we should have our RacingJunk.com. Box category lanes 5 and 6. Let's get Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2, and Super Index. Super Index, let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4. Super Index to 3 and 4, Triple Index to 1 and 2, Triple Index to 1 and 2, Super Index to 3 and 4, please. All right, racers, your attention, please, as we get ready to go with our next player, Bryce and John Childron, which is kind of an over. Swing and miss on both sides. But Bryce Siebold, 307 on the tree, goes 1248. John Childron, 462 on the tree, goes 1484. Hey, racers, as we were just saying, first of all, Triple Index, let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2. Red Tide Triple Index, let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2. Super Index, let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4. And we have a racer in need. It's a racer in need. We will use please and we will use thank you as part of this conversation, but what we need to do is really help out one of our fellow racers. Todd Porter drives a little S10, is in dire need of an LS1 small bore head gasket, preferably 51 to 55 thousandths. So if you've got like a small bore head gasket for an LS1 help him out. Come on up here to the tower. I've got his number. We can put you in touch with him. Again, LS1 small bore head gasket, preferably between 51 to 55 thousandths. If you've got that, let's get our racer in need helped out. We'll get that taken care of. Steve Erickson down the left side was 004 and 857. Greg Drewer, 17 green, and goes 1091. There's Jacob Trammell and Caleb Shepard. Shepard, 84 Mustang out of St. George, Utah. Split red and black. Jacob Trammell is 79 Malibu. Hey, dude. Song lately. Give me a little boo thing. I'd play it, but we're live. No, I can't sing it to you. Actually, I would sing it so well that you would get blocked on the YouTube feed. No, I'm kidding. It would be terrible. It would be awful.
I can't carry a tune in a dump truck, so I never sing except in my car where I sing perfectly like every other human being.
Of course. Because that's what you do, right? John Tabak's back in the truck. Luis Ortiz, the 85 year.
That's a cool little car, actually. The John's announcer for Mission Dragon. 009 on the tree. He's going to be happy about that run right there.
Yeah. 11:01, 121 miles an hour, but the 009 is actually going to move him up on the qualifying sheet. Luis was 29 green, and he goes 989. I mean, looking at qualifying right now, Dale Jansen actually moved into the number 1 spot when he put up that perfect reaction time a little bit earlier on. Couple of 001s with Steve Cannon and Scott Taylor. 002, 003. 004 has been the popular number. 4 004s. Again, all that is just to decide who gets to take on who around. Jamie Cookson. The Beaver Creek that was meaty. Neil 009 Red goes 1079 at 99 miles an hour. And for those of you that are in the chat bleachers, I believe they did make an adjustment to the heat on the mic. Did we get it turned down enough? Let me know. Let me know. Alright, so we're going to our final time is going to be coming up here momentarily. Red Tide Canopy is a triple index. Red Tide Canopy is a triple index. And Super Index, you should be making your way to lanes 3 and 4, please. Please. See? Please. Thank you. Tana Taylor, 35 green and 1044. Jason McDonald, 904 at 156 miles an hour. There's John Gwynn. Thanks, Barn. I appreciate that, man. I am kind of watching as the OG names of the chat bleachers continue to stream by. You guys have been around forever. Forever. Jeff Waits, 33 green, goes 1127 at 97 miles an hour. John Gwynn out of Ontario, Canada. When you guys were kidding, there are a ton of Canadians that have made their way down here. And since we were talking about Canadians, I am talking about metric tons.
True.
You know, you wouldn't want to use, I can't even remember what it's called. Imperial? That's how it is. Imperial measurement system. Barney, you let me know when that guy shows up.
I always joke and say that the metric system is for people that failed out of fractions in 4th grade. And then people that are fans of the metric system proceed to go into this whole diatribe as to why it's superior. And I just look at them like it was a joke. Right. And I understand, but we don't live metric here.
Look, really, when it comes down to it, somebody decided way back in the day that, 12 inches equals a foot.
Right.
Now, granted, they were basing it off of somebody's foot.
Right, yes.
Right? But then when you get in the metric system, like, this is a meter. Says who? Says me.
Yeah.
That's why we call it a meter.
Yeah. I like it. I love it.
Who decided it was a meter? And then they said, okay, we'll divide it up into 1,000 little pieces, and that'll be... Okay.
Millimeter. Yes.
Okay. But somebody somewhere had to make the first decision of, here's a meter. What the hell is a meter? Yes. Yes. All right. Dave Phillips, Jerry Fisher. Fisher in the dragster. 002 on the tree. 457 as we are into our RacingJunk.com box category.
Freedom units.
Freedom.
That's awesome.
Kind of like Freedom Fries back in the day. Will Bang Shift cover the Thanksgiving race next week? No. We actually don't have a lot of coverage during the Thanksgiving race. That is like a you gotta be here type deal.
And it's it's like a family event. And when I say that, I don't mean like family friendly. This isn't. I mean like there's a whole relaxed atmosphere here with the cheerful food. It's bonfires in the pits and people doing potlucks for Thanksgiving, and it's like it's a whole different thing. That I know we're all here to race for it, but the racing is really sort of just this second part of it. Yeah,
it's a secondary aspect of the whole thing. I mean, it's the Thanksgiving race, and since we are just kind of in qualifying timelines, again, we are in RacingJump.com box category. So, whether you call it Super Pro, whatever, box, no box.
Right.
We're running electronics. Steve Valdez and James Amarias come up now. James is on the right side of his skills and his Vega. Steve's 42. The Thanksgiving race, back in the day, it was kind of a pretty serious big deal. And we do have a couple of pretty serious big deal type races, right? Like we're running what we call the high roller, low roller. You got the big gambler that, you pay $500 to get into. The low roller is, I think, $200, whatever it is. There's a couple of races, and it still pays decent money. But as Chad was saying, I think the better way to compare it now is it's almost like you decided to go camping on Thanksgiving with a whole bunch of your best friends, and then you decided to play horseshoes. Yeah, we're going to play horseshoes during the day. That's what this is. We're all going to go camping with our best friends, and then we're going to have a little drag race tournament while we're here.
And the overwhelming just sentiment about just how much fun it is.
Paisley Price gets out of the middle of the racetrack, clips a block on her way by, down there at 1,000 feet.
I thought she was going to miss it. I thought she might, but no.
No, she clobbered it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a big move left. I don't know if she was getting on the brakes or what, but, man, that 07 TNT dragster just went, and the block, exit stage left. It's now sitting right in the middle of the left lane, so we'll get that glued down.
Occasionally definitely getting used to a different car. She moved up from dragsters, moved into essentially the car her dad used to drive, and then mom used to drive, and then when she decided it was time to drive, mom and dad both got booted out. She used to drive that, and now just getting used to a new car, a little bit different feel, a little bit different look. Because there's definitely a different look on that racetrack when you're sitting behind a windshield versus not. So just getting used to it. And then it just kind of got away from her a little bit. So everything's good. They'll get down there. They'll do whatever cleanup they need to do. And wow, they're doing a little cleanup. And wow, it is kind of quiet right now. I want to thank the folks at Gateway Classic Cars. The Premier Street Car Association is the sanctioning body for the legendary Street Car Super Nationals. They announced a partnership with Gateway Classic Cars, headquartered in O'Fallon, Illinois, and the union making Gateway the official classic car dealer of the PSCA and Street Car Super Nationals. Gateway is the world's largest classic and exotic car dealership since 1999. If there's a car out there that you've had your eye on for a while, like 1967 Nova, maybe the car you had a poster of in your room when you were a kid, maybe the one you had parked in the parking lot when you were in high school and you sold it and now you're kicking yourself for ever doing that, they can help you find one. They have got a collection of over 3,000 classic and exotic cars, and the chances are the one that you are looking for is currently sitting at one of the 18 locations that they have throughout the U.S., including St. Louis, Dallas, Denver, Las Vegas, and of course, those all being the locations of the streetcar or PSCA's major events. So they just added 2. Now they got 20 locations. 20 locations.
Yes, 20 locations.
My.
And they're here on site. They have a display going on in the midway, all right, in the vendor midway, and their new showroom here in Vegas is like apparently an 11-minute walk from the tower. It's right here on property at the Speedway, and it is open today until 5 p.m. So if you guys run and you
they're moving from out on Sunset to here?
Yes. So if you are here and you are like, oh, I have 3 hours before my next run because, you know, we're early rounds, you totally can go over there and wander around the show. It's awesome. Way awesome. And other cool deal, all of their showrooms are like really awesome display, also allow events to be held there. You can get married in there. You can have special events for your car club or your business there. Dinners, anniversaries, whatever. It's cool. So think about the background of all that. And they will shuffle cars around. So if you're like the diehard Chevrolet folks, then they'll put the Chevrolets all around, into the front row for your events and stuff. So, yeah, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'll tell you, we just went to an event down in Anaheim.
Yeah.
And it was held at a private, what appeared to be, little event center.
Yeah.
Tiny little event center, maybe 2 miles away from Angel Stadium.
Okay.
Right? Had no idea that the place was even there.
Yeah.
Same thing, tucked back in the warehouse. We go walking in, and inside, they got the tables set up. They got a little stage. They had all of the cars lined up around the outside. And it just so much, I mean, the reason we were there was me. Right. We were there for a celebration of life.
Oh, okay.
Passed away for everybody to get together. But to walk in there and see, the Wallies that have been added in between the displays of the cars, just having those classic cars sitting there added so much to the atmosphere, to the nuance, to the feel of it. Helped bring an event that really wasn't all that, shall we say, celebratory. More of a, yes, this is a true celebration of life because this person loved cars and we're all surrounded by cars.
That's cool.
If you can do that here, with them,
oh yeah,
totally.
And I'll tell you, it's so neat because we were talking about it, and they said that half of the cars that they sell, and again, they're the world's largest classic and exotic car dealership. Half of the cars that they sell are bought over the phone and or the internet because they do more than 100 photos of every car.
Yeah.
And then if you saw your Dream 67 Nova and it was in St. Louis, they will do a FaceTime walk around of the car, okay, with you, and any detail. And if you're like, okay, it looks great, but can you take the trunk mat out and the spare tire out because I want to see what the well looks like from the inside and the outside, they do that live so you can watch every little bit of it. Obviously, if you want to fly in, they will come pick you up at the airport. They will bring you over to the dealership so you can check everything out, but they also will arrange shipment to get that thing to your driveway if you want. Like, it's as full service as you want it to be. It's pretty neat. So
that is cool.
Gentlemen, somebody ordered a 1967 Nova, I believe, from Gateway Classic.
See, look at that. I mentioned that I would like to see one.
And now
8 of them.
Yeah,
8 of them in stock right now.
Can we filter by red?
Okay, Nate's lovely wife is like, stop showing him things. Stop showing him things.
Chad, you're on hold here for a moment.
All right, so this one we add 70 to 100 vehicles each week into our inventory. And so that one in Chicago.
We add 70 to 100 vehicles each week throughout our network. As you guys were saying, we have 20 showrooms around the country. And that one in Chicago just hit our inventory.
So, for those of you that are in the chat bleachers and here on property, a moment ago I mentioned we got a racer in need. They need, I don't know if we found it yet, but we still need the small bore head gasket, 51 to 55 thou for an LS1 if you've got it. We now have an announcer in need. I need to get a swear jar full of about 46 grand. Yep, 46 will do it. So I need $46,000 and a ticket to Detroit.
We've got the inspection happening over here. And I want to thank both of you guys. This event has just been, I've been here all week. I came out from our St. Louis corporate office, and it has just been not only so much fun, but just watching everything happen. just all the safety crew, all the tech crews out there keeping that track moving. My hat's off to you guys, the photographers and cameraman, Les and his crew. It's nonstop. You guys got almost 500 cars running, and 540, and you guys, your basic philosophy is run until you're done. How late did y'all go last night? Yeah, so that's what, a good 14 hours of racing. I'm loving the weather that's out here. Looks like it's going to get really hot, up to 71 degrees today.
It's going to be a barn. It's going to be a torture.
Yeah. So I may hang out with you guys in the air conditioning booth up here.
Well, yeah, where are you from?
So I'm from our St. Louis corporate office. My name is Ken Dustman. I'm the director of marketing.
All right.
And one of the things that makes this event so special, 2 reasons. Number one, the 20th annual Streetcar Super Nationals. 20 years.
20.
And no signs of slowing down.
None.
Literally or figuratively.
Well, and what's even cooler about it is not only are there no signs of slowing down, over the last 2 to 3 years, there have been some changes made as far as how you can enter, some of the diapers, just minor modifications, little tweaks that were done that have taken this event and re-elevated it right up to where it was. Chad, you were saying earlier, we've got, what, 540 entries? 540 entries. Now, given the fact that we're talking about two classes, we were doing a comparison earlier, right? We're talking about, is that a record number of entries for the event? No, technically it's not a record number of entries. But back then, you could enter like 4 classes. So you may have had 300 cars on property, entering 2 or 3 classes apiece to get it up into like the 600 mark. This time, since you can only enter 2 classes, you got 540. That means there's 400 plus, 420 plus cars on property. I don't know the exact number of cars, but for you guys to get involved with it right now, this is, dude, it's going places.
So the other thing about this particular one, I know Chad's been talking about it, and you guys have been averaging, I think, at least 1,000 people a day watching the live broadcast stream on video on YouTube. We just relocated. We were farther down the strip. We're right over here at 6945 Speedway Boulevard, Suite H103. And when I was here Wednesday, I decided to enjoy the weather, and I walked over. Yeah, it was like 11 or 12 minutes just to enjoy everything, and it's really close. I went over there last night after the races. We got a showroom full of cars. I was just picking up some extra stuff for the booth that we're going to have out on the midway there. And I'm looking for a great day of weather, racing, and especially the fans.
We are looking forward to it too.
So come on down to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the 20th annual Streetcar Super Nationals. I'm going to be here all day. I know Chad's been here all day. Have you ever left?
I did. I got to go.
And Nate over here, he's going to be jockeying the mic throughout the day too, helping with the play-by-play. And I'm going to turn it back over to the professionals and go get some more coffee. I appreciate that.
Ken, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. It's been fun. Ken is doing lives as well, and those are on Gateway Classic Cars Facebook page.
That is correct.
So you guys can follow live streams through the kids and through the stage parties, which is fun. So definitely follow them. I'm looking forward to going to the Dallas location since I live there now. I'm going to go wander through there one day and drool over everything prior to the cleaning. That way, after I drool on things, it's okay. They'll clean it up. It'll be no big deal. Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah?
Let me know how the jar works out.
We'll see. We'll see. You know, depending on how much we raise in the jar, I might scroll up a little farther on the page. I could get over the red thing and maybe go with black, but
Are we going to start the GoFundMe, the Nova GoFundMe?
right? Yeah. The GoFundMe for the Nova.
I like it.
No, the cool thing, I mean, I know Gateway's been
Thank
here
you
for a long,
again,
long
Ken.
time.
Really
As a matter of
appreciate
fact, your old location on Sunset was a block and a half away from where I go to work every day.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, I might have popped in. Just to lunch. Just to, do a little window shopping. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome.
great job they do, and it means the world to have such great sponsors. You know, we've got the live stream, like Nate said, back on bangshift.com after all these years, and it's really special to all of us, and we couldn't do it without great sponsors like them, so really do appreciate it. And while we're talking about it, head on over to the Streetcar Supernationals merch trailer.
Yes.
They've got t-shirts, hats, hoodies, kids stuff, baby stuff, all kinds of neat things, and make sure you get your photo with the LVMS sign and the Welcome to Las Vegas sign. It's a photo. Me and Neil walked down there yesterday and took selfies. The camera broke, but I think I can salvage it.
Yeah, it'll probably work out. I mean, you got to do all that. And again, right now, you guys that were here, you know that it's beautiful out there right now. The weather is gorgeous. When the sun goes down, it's going to get a little chillier. You know, for our Canadian friends that are in the house, they're like, yeah, the sun goes down here and we jump into bathing suits because it's about that weather in the summertime. Right. Sweatshirt, hoodie, something like that. It's only $45 here,
Which is a pretty good deal.
It is a good price. It is a good price.
You know, I heard a funny thing, Nate, you'll laugh about this. So I was watching a TikTok video one day, and there's a guy that's from the UK who had come to the United States for the first time. And he's real big on TikTok in the UK, and just this funny dude. And he comes to the United States, and he says he's in the hotel room, and he realizes something that makes Americans different. And he said, you got to understand that in the UK, they talk about having a heat wave, right? And it's just super hot, and they're all dying because they don't have air conditioning or whatever, you know, because it's not traditionally hot there. Says then you get to the United States and realize that in the United States, Americans set their air conditioning to the temperature that Brits think is a heat wave. So they think 72 is hot, and that's what we set the AC to in our houses. That's comfortable. Right. He goes, it's unreal. And he was in Texas, and it was like 95 degrees. He thought he was going to die. And in Texas at 95, we're like, saying too bad. It's not great, but it's not too bad.
Depending on the humidity at the time.
Yes, exactly.
Depending on the humidity at the time. I mean, here's the thing, and even here in Vegas,
Yeah, it's a dry heat.
it is, but when you get to where, and you know, this really made sense to me this week, this year, when we were pushing like 120 for like 14 days.
Yeah.
2 weeks, 120 days, like Phoenix, I mean, it was like hell hot. In the house, if I set the AC, my house, AC in the summertime is usually around like 78 degrees.
Right.
I'm not down at 72. I don't need to be there. Yep. When we hit 120 outside, I actually bumped the AC in the house up to like 80, 82.
Because it otherwise felt too cold.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm just saying, it
I know that the first time I ever was in Vegas when it was like 112 or more, I was with my mom and Daphne, and we walked out of a casino. And I felt like somebody stuffed a hairdryer in my mouth.
Yeah.
Like it literally took your breath away because you went from the 75-degree interior temperature of the casino to 40 degrees hotter, or sorry, 40 degrees hotter walking out the door. It was nuts.
yeah. It is crazy. That's just the way that it goes. I had to break into the bag because I got thinking about, you know, Canadians, Brits, all that kind of stuff. Murray Hawker.
I love you, Ray.
Every time they come down here, they bring these very special Canadian treats. Just so you know, they're in the bag.
They're amazing. Cheesies.
Those are awesome.
Amazing. They're like a Cheeto, but not made with powder that you can't identify, rather but real cheese. And they're unreal because they're a clear plastic bag, but the clear plastic bag turns orange from all the goodness inside them.
And it's got better snap to it than Cheetos.
It does.
They just, anyway.
Their peanut butter is better in Canada, too. I have friends in Canada who send me peanut butter. It's amazing. Canadians, We love you guys.
Peanut butter,
Yeah, they do a craft peanut butter there. It's like sweet. It's amazing. Amazing. Yes, Matt
The
DeYoung.
young came in and he goes,
Yes.
can I do a parts call for cheeses?
Attention in the pits. We have a parts call, announcers in need, track staff in need. If anybody has cheesies and would like to donate, we would absolutely let you do that.
We don't even care if the bag's pre-opened.
No, I don't even care if you licked it. I'm in.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So again, we are in our box category. This is the racingjunk.com box category. Again, remember, go by see the folks at Gateway Classic Cars. They're going to get things, if you're looking for your dream car, like I said, I just happened to mention a make and a model, and he came up here with, what, there was 12 of them?
Yeah.
In the search result that they've already got?
Uh-huh. And he said that they add 70 to 100 cars to their inventory a week. Isn't that what he said? A week? I swear it was a week.
Could have been.
Because they're selling that many. It's awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
And if you have a classic car that you'd like to sell, they can help you do that as well. So if you are looking to sell a hot rod, street machine, classic, exotic, whatever, hit them up because they can help you sell that as well.
So we got that. Make sure that as you're walking around, as we have the yellow symbol on LA 67. 635, 107 miles an hour for Harvey. But as you're walking around, there are, again, we talked about Gateway Classic Cars is here. Mickey Thompson Tires is here. Sin City Apparel is here. Fig Speed. The Speed Shop is here. Calvert Racing is here. Vintage 1320 Jim Dunn Racing Apparel, BigBullyTurf.com. Roadrunner Grill, VP Racing Fuel, and as I mentioned before, one that is near and dear to my heart, what about Shriners?
Shriners is really cool. That's an organization, obviously, you guys have an amazing amount of experience with, and I mean, it just makes me happy to know that, but Shriners has been a big deal for decades and decades and decades and decades, and they do such good. And when you talk about a country like ours that is amazing, but at the same time our healthcare system is horrible, and everybody would agree on that. When you have organizations like Shriners who take the horrible out of that and help people in their most precious time of need, that's just an amazing organization, and I cannot say enough about them. You are 100% right, Nate.
Just the experience we've had with them so far. The junior comp car, Edie Myers, 686, 88 miles an hour at the 045 ride. I dig when the juniors bring out the junior comp cars because they are eligible to run in a full-body big car Man, that is a cool looking car as well. 41 Willis Coupe. That's just scream. I mean, it just looks fast sitting still. There's a lot of cars that look fast sitting still. That one looks fast sitting still.
It does. I love that thing. And it's funny because we were just talking about this a little bit ago. The variety of cars that are here in Las Vegas is second to none. And there are just so many really, really cool looking cars, some incredibly nice cars here. So it's hard to look at a pair and not love them both, and it's hard for something to stand out here because the quality is so good, but that Willys is amazing. I said what I said, Nate. Yep. I said what I said. Yep. Stop it.
It's a family show. Look at a pair and not love them both.
Yep, I know. I mean, because it'd be really cool.
You were absolutely 100% referring to race cars.
Yes. Yes.
Just saying.
Yes.
That's awesome, Chad.
Sometimes I watch the words leave my mouth, and my brain's like, hey, dude, maybe that part should move after we think about things.
Like, I really wish we could bring that one back. John DeYoung, speaking of folks that have been out there, that's John. Getting that breath on bike coming out the left side of the racetrack. I was actually really surprised. You know, when you start thinking about racers who get involved here, we all come from different backgrounds. Everybody does a lot of different things for a living. You know what John does for a living?
Actually, I don't know if I do.
He travels around the world and is a dairy farm consultant. Like, he's got a company that takes those things out and like shows people in these massive dairy farms how to really do everything efficiently. Like, he's all over the world. You see it. Asia, Africa, everywhere. South America, obviously, that's where Brazil is. But I mean, he's like all over the world. Efficient dairy farms.
That's awesome.
It's crazy.
Remember, happy cows make happy milk and happy cheese. I know that. I've seen it on TV.
Right. Right. California.
The smiling cows of California. I bet John was there.
Unfortunately,
I'll bet that's why.
the cows are the only thing that's smiling.
Yeah.
Everybody else is like,
Right?
but I'm just saying, man. Oh. Pretty cool. Dean Bush, Steve Demon. Now, is the last name Demon or Deman?
So I pronounced it both ways yesterday because I said either way it's awesome. Right? That's rad. Like, your last name is your nickname. Like, that's perfect.
It's Deman.
Yeah.
I love it.
If he wins, he's Demand.
Yeah.
And when he's mad, he's a demon. Right? He owns it both ways.
I love it. Dean Bush, 20 on the tree and 488. Steve goes, not 20 on the tree. And then 497 as John Tabak and Candy Larson. Wait, is this the same Candy Larson that used to run the Volkswagen? The little Golf? Yeah. Where's the Golf? Acadian. I know. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
It's a really neat car. And I do think it's the same Candy.
I hope so.
And here goes John, goes 035, not as good as his 9 last time. A little bit quicker, though, to the 8th mile on that run.
That's the cool thing about street car. Even in the box categories, you've just got so many cool cars that are out here. Cool cars, cool people, cool treats, cool snacks. Once again, final call, red tide canopies, triple index, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super index, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. I believe we are getting close. Once we get through our super index and the triple index categories, then we pretty much will be done with qualifying, done with time trials, and we will get into eliminations. Which again, you talk about just kind of the leaps and bounds that have been made as far as getting things figured out, scheduling here, getting things figured out as far as classes, categories, all of that type of stuff. The fact that now the Street Course Eliminations, we get essentially 2 days worth of eliminations. Time trials done and out of the way, and then we just get into let's start racing. It's just so much more fun. So again, you are watching along on the Bang Shift Live feed. I want to say a big thanks to the folks at Summit Racing Equipment. You can always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment. It is a proud sponsor of the Streetcar Super Nationals. Talk about Gateway, talk about that. SMC Race Cars is a full-service race shop located in Spokane, Washington. They do chassis fabrication, turbo kits, pro wiring, suspension setup, and even tune, hauling, and fuel tech. So you can check out many of the customers' cars racing here at Streetcar Super Nationals 20 that are proudly displaying the decal. SMC Race Cars can be found on Instagram at SMC_Race Cars.
In the pits, Brian Peterson, aka Holders AC Small Tire, your chip draw is in 7 minutes behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. Again, Small Tire, Brian Peterson, Holders AC Small Tire. We need you guys to report to the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer for your chip draw at 10 a.m. Big Tire, Hughes Performance, Big Tire, your chip draw will be at 10:15 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. So Small Tire, Peterson, Brian Peterson, aka Holders AC, Small Tire, your chip draw is at 10 a.m. behind the trailer. Big Tire is at 10:15 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. All right, gang. We're going to try and keep our streak going on Racers in Need today.
ring 4 times. Yeah, that's good.
If anybody's got a 4-inch O-ring for a vibrant clamp, we're talking for the cold side?
Yep.
Yeah, for a cold side on a turbo setup or whatever. If anybody's got a O-ring for a 4-inch vibrant style clamp, we need one or two. If you can come on up to the tower, we'll give you a phone number you can call, or you can drop it off here and we'll give him a call. Mark needs one, so come on down. We appreciate you guys. Racer in need, need some O-rings.
Awesome.
All right, we got a broke Cadillac. It's all right, you can drag it right behind the tower. I'll give you $35 for it. It'll be fine. Are you gonna outbid me? Okay. 60. We're at $60. I don't need a tow. I can fix that thing today. All right, we got another hundo in, so we're at 160. 160 right now. I don't need half shafts. I have a welder and we'll travel. I'm fine, trust me. I don't need to fix it right to get it home and then later fix it right. He does, because he loves it. I just need to get it home. Whatever. Hey, have I ever not finished a drag and drive? Have I ever been stranded? No. Always able to make it work. Yes. Get that thing on the rollback and then go hide it somewhere. We'll take it later. I got a title guy. It'll be fine. Ooh. Kurt Johnson says $1,500. Okay, I'm at 16. I got $1,600. Yeah. He makes that Tony Stewart money over there, you know, so he's in for...
I want the key fob.
He wants the key fob. I got a guy for that too, don't worry. Don't worry. We kid because it's fun. It's fine. Yeah, we are neither smart, we're not well rested, none of those things. Tomorrow it's going to go right downhill. All right, 10 o'clock. You should be over at the Streetcar Supernationals trailer right now for the small tire chip draw. That's Brian Peterson, Holders AC, small tire. Your chip draw is happening right now at the Streetcar Supernationals trailer. Big tire, yours is happening in 15 minutes.
All right, so we got a little quiet time here on the racetrack. Chad, I was just down behind the tower.
Yep.
And one of the things that has always been kind of really cool to me, you know, Dave McGuire, the high school auto shop car, right? I think it's like Rim High School. They've been coming out and running that car for he's been racing for 27 years. They've been running that car for about 20 years. Took them 5 years to build it, and it was an actual auto shop high school project.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
They built the car in the auto shop at high school, or built it in shop class at the high school, right?
Yep.
And as I was standing back there, I saw a group of young people walking around all wearing the shirts. And they stopped in, asked Dave real quick. I said, hey, tell me about this. And he says, he says, we've been doing this for 20 years with this car. Took him 5 years to build the car. And at every race, he tries to take 3 or 4, sometimes 5 of the kids out to the track with him. And then I asked, well, what role do they actually play when they're out here at the track? And he says, in between rounds, it is their job to get the car ready to go for the next round.
Right.
They basically have to pull it down, they put the cooler on it, they check everything, check the tire pressure, back in the lanes before they make the run, they make sure everything's good to go. So I just, while it was quiet, wanted to call that out. He's about 3-4 pair back. He's going to be up here running in the triple index category. But that is just one of the things that I've always thought is, one of the coolest things is to take and get, kind of the next generation, not only show them what it is, but get them actively involved in the sport, teach them what needs to be done, show them what needs to be done. And so while it's quiet, I just wanted to send a shout out to Dave, because that is just, to me, that's really cool. Bringing in the next generation and training them up right, showing them what needs to be done, how to do it, and what the sport is all about. So, Dave, congratulations to you guys, man. That is really cool. And for the students that are out here with you, man, we are glad to have you here at Streetcar Super Nationals at the 20th anniversary.
Yeah, I have to say the
then I'm gonna have to get involved, and then I'm gonna have to lose my shit on everybody again. And I don't feel like doing that. But if she says something,
What? Yeah, my wife cracks me up too.
she keeps walking by us on the steps and acting like she's doing that thing where you walk, you keep crouching down on the steps to, go away, except she's really going down the steps.
Well, I'm surprised even at the top of the stairs that she's tall enough to see over the window.
It's a good thing she can't hear us right now.
Right.
Well, and she's pretty well gotten good at just completely ignoring us altogether.
Yeah.
Years of practice.
There's something in the, decibel, or the frequency of my voice that just completely disappears.
100%. I think that's just married life in general.
Yeah.
Selective hearing.
That's what it is.
Yeah. My mom's like, my dad's like a bat. He can hear, a big block Chevrolet can be 7 counties away. He knows it's going. But she says, hey, take out the trash. That dude's deaf as a post. I mean,
Like you said,
completely.
right? You get this big block Chevrolet that's 7 counties away, that thing's got broiler mufflers on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he'll know exactly what that is.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he can identify cam specs, compression ratio, what cylinder heads are on it. Oh, yeah.
It's got a little miss in the 7 hole.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, seriously.
Yeah, so for those of you that are kind of asking questions in the chat bleachers about eliminations, here's where we are at. We have got 2 categories left to run that are in their 5th and final qualifier. That would be Red Tide Canopies Triple Index and Super Index. Once we get through those 2 categories, from there on out, it will be eliminations all day, every day, from now until the end of time.
To the end of time.
Until the end of time. One day. One time. We do this, Red Tide, because we are getting into our Red Tide Canopies Triple Index category. Red Tide Canopies is the premier custom canopy, trade show, and outdoor event printing provider. Red Tide Canopies offers everything from custom canopies, banners, flags, table covers, trade show displays, crochets, as well as products to help you promote your business, organization, or team. Check them out at redtidemarketing.com. We love Red Tide.
I love it.
Maybe we'll have to break out Wolfman
Oh, yeah.
at some point. I don't know. So we are into the red tide canopies triple index category. You can run what? 1060, 1160, or 1260 in this category.
Correct.
Super will get a little bit quicker than that, but yep, essentially they're all going to come up here and try to play match game. They all say, look, I think I'm a 1060 player, I'm an 1160 player, I'm a 1260 player. Qualifying based on how close can you get to the index. Reaction time doesn't really matter at this point. 72. Move that down just a little bit. Brenda Biscay goes 1082 at 9 miles an hour in the 66 Falcon. And we have Clint Clausen and Dwayne Lyle. Clausen in the 2008 GTO. The Pontiac with a 1260 index. Showing up on the scoreboard, Dwayne Lyle, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, home base. For the Camaro over on the right side. Looking at 1060. Again, in qualifying, you're going to leave at the same time. If and when we get into eliminations a little bit later on in the day. Realize that if it's a the 2-second head start from the slower of the two cars. We'll see what they can do playing match game this time. 11:19 at 100 miles an hour. The Pontiac puts up a 12:56 at 93 miles an hour. Karen Mohoff. Mohoff's Camaro right side, good in the Chevelle left side. And seeing the Chester Cheetah on the side of it, now I am craving cheeses. Not Cheetos, cheeses. 1060 with a 3 on the 1060 index. Dead on 3 with the index at 127 miles an hour. Karen Mohoff goes 1060 with a 2. Will goes like, yeah, 1060 with a 3. Karen goes, yep, I'm one better. 10602, 126 miles an hour, and that puts Karen up into the number 1 spot. Will good for 1,000th of a second had the number 1 spot. And then Karen showed up at the finish line and went, nope, I'll take that. So 10602, you want to take over the number 1 qualifying spot. John Kindred trying to play match game with a 1260. Michael Porter is still sitting here on the starting line. Well, because John got in there and just decided that I'm going to go. Pulled in and just said, that's it, I'm out of here. I'm not going to play your game anymore. So we're going to get the clocks reset.
While we got a second, I want to make another announcement. Remember, Big Tire. Again, Hughes Performance Big Tire. Your chip draw is in 5 minutes at 10:15 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. It is at 10:15. All Big Tire competitors, you need to be there for your chip draw at 10:15 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer.
Well, speaking of like important announcements, again, Mel, as we talked about earlier, racers, make sure that you've signed up for the text messaging service. It's really easy to do. In your racer packet, you were provided a QR code. All you gotta do is point the phone at the QR code and it will sign you up for the text service.
Yeah, and we're calling you guys the lanes. You guys are doing a great job. You hear us. It's awesome. But if you guys are like way out at the far end of the pit and what have you where it's quieter, it's just so convenient. And when we call you to the lanes, Carrie's sending out the messages. It's by class. It's a really good service. Seriously, sign up for that. It makes a world of difference. Makes it a lot easier.
Well, it does. And I mean, not only do you get the text messages for the class, like you also get like what you're saying. Just a minute ago, you said, look, in 5 minutes, if you're in Big Tire, you have to be at the back of the trailer.
Right.
We all know in the world we live in today, we could be ingrained in a conversation. So I'm certainly not hearing what's going on in the PA in the background.
Yeah.
But as soon as I feel my phone go, I'm paying attention to that.
Yeah, as soon as my pocket vibrates, it's like, okay, I'm in. girls, you know, that you're in, you know, class, and so it's really easy for you. Scan the QR code. If you don't have it because you've lost the junk in your packet or whatever, go see the girls at the Streetcar Supernationals trailer, and they can get you set. So they'll have it so that you can scan it there.
Yeah, so make sure you've signed up for that. It will definitely help you throughout the remainder of the event. Make sure you're in the right place at the right time. Because if you've got friends like ours, they'll ditch you. You get into your class, they'll show up and be like, oh, you didn't make it in? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want to be that kid that's left out. Fran Mans at Darwin LaFord in the Camaro. Vancouver, Washington. LaFord's going to go 10 to 59 at 126 miles an hour. Fran goes 1180 at 119 miles an hour. So Chris Berger, 72 Nova out of Madera, California. That is the red ride left side. And John Amatero, the 14-body Mustang from Anderson. Playing a home game. 54 on the tree for Berger. He's going to go 10 at 66. Amatero's going to go 10 to 55. 1060, obviously, showing us kind of the more popular of the triple index options is Dave McGuide and Caleb Shepard. That is Dave on the right side. Talked about it just a minute ago. The McGuide car out of Rim High School in Lake Arrowhead, California. Again, that is an auto shop high school project car. He drives it. The high school shop kids maintain it. And it is just such a... It took 5 years to build the car. Says he's been racing for 27 years. But that's just awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we talked about it earlier. It's just a cool program, and you know, if it wasn't for auto shop teachers like him and the supporters that they have, that wouldn't happen. That's super cool. Hey, attention in the pits, Extreme Drag Radio XDR, Extreme Drag Radio. Just got word from Mel that the posted ladder that you guys are looking at, there's actually a revision that needs to be made on there. So that revision will be made shortly. Look for a Facebook post with a revised ladder for XDR here pretty soon. Yeah, so don't fall in love with the one that's there. It's not right. A new one is coming. Speaking of in love, Luther Waters out of Pasadena at 68 Camaro. I'm in love. That car is cool.
That is a beautiful.
So is the Nova. I'm in love with both of them. My problem is I love too many cars. Primarily Chevrolets, but I love too many cars.
Right? The classic cars, I got to give it to Chevy. Right? Top of my list, everybody knows.
Yep.
66, 67 Nova. 71, 72 Novas are gorgeous.
Yep.
They're in there as well. But you toss in any Chevelle, El Caminos, all of that kind of stuff.
Yep. I'm with you.
As far as those that have kind of gone with the retro feel, I'm not saying anything bad about it. But I'm saying you got to give it to what Dodge has done.
I agree wholeheartedly. The Challenger is a great-looking car. I give them major kudos. They nailed it from a look perspective compared to, you know, Chevrolet and Ford. And realistically, I'm not like defending Ford or Chevrolet on this, but you know, when Chevrolet came out with the new Camaro in 2010, it felt very, you know, retro, right? And it's been refined since then. But the big deal is that the Dodge Challenger hadn't existed in decades, right? So when it came back, it was clean slate, and they took full advantage. I give them the did. They did a great job. I mean, I'm going to bag on them because they're Mopar people, and that's what we do, right? It's like if you're a Golden Knights fan versus a Kings fan versus whatever, right? It's the same way with the big three. I mean, I have 4 Chevrolet cars tattooed on my body, the word Chevrolet and emblems multiple times. I'm as diehard as it gets, right? But if you're as excited about your Mopar or your, Mustang or whatever as I am about my Chevrolet, I'm give it to you,
And I agree with you, right? I mean, again, I'm kind of a Chevy fan. Yeah, where I started with. I did end up buying a Dodge Ram.
Oh yeah,
I shopped them all. I shopped them all, and that was just the one that spoke to me. That was the one that had what I wanted. But traditionally, when you really think about it, and this is just me saying this in my mind, the views and opinions of Outdoor Trust do not reflect those of the racetrack or the organization or Streetcar Super Nationals or anything. This is simply me saying I've always thought of the old classic Mopars.
It's funny you say that. I love that. I often, I announce an all Mopar event in Boulder, Kentucky, Moparty. It's amazing, and I love it. We have so much fun there. But, it's funny because I refer often to like a Duster is like a Chrysler's version of a Nova, okay? And it came out 2 years later. That's how they worked, right? They were a little behind in some of the stuff back then. And I do it as much as anything just to keep having a good time, but, they took a lot of risk in some years at Chrysler and at Mopar, and then other years they took the safest route ever, and it's weird, right? Because you get some decades of cars that are just wacky, way out there, and then other ones that just no creativity whatsoever.
I'll give you one.
Yeah.
The first one that pops out in my mind, the Dodge van, basically that, looks like the Mystery Machine.
Yes, 100%.
Take that, what was that, like the
D100 vans.
So, the way that I see it, Chevy came out with the El Camino, right? Ford came out with the Ranchero.
Yeah.
Dodge looked at it and went, what can we get away with? They pulled that van, chopped it behind the driver's seat, cut the rest of it off and went, look, truck.
Now that was the older ones actually, even I think those were the A100s, and you're right. And then Ford was like, wait, I don't know, is that a good idea? So they came out with the Econoline truck van one, remember, for a little while, and they were so oddball strange. Then Chevrolet was like, wait, do we need in on that? We have a brilliant idea. We'll make one out of a Corvair, right? And it was like, oh my God. So man, we led a revolution here, and everybody thought we were crazy, and then these weirdos followed us along. I mean, it was awesome. The 50s and 60s and 70s were amazing years for cars, and we romanticize that they're superior. The reality is, I think a 69 Camaro is the finest Camaro ever built. Emotionally, right? No 69 Camaro was ever as good as the best performance, any of those things, power, none of it, right, compared. But they were sexy and cool, and again, there was an emotional connection that you just don't get the same with the new car. And that was for everybody. If you were a Mopar person, there was that. If you were Ford, if you were, any of the imports as far as British cars and all that stuff, I mean, those days, we owe all of the car world that we live in to that era, right? And you see such great examples of it here, but it was more it's the culture, it's all of it that was spawned from that. And a lot of people in the rest of the country may not realize it if they're not historians. But the reality is the high desert, okay? You're talking about El Mirage, you're talking about all this western state areas where hot rodding was founded, right? And it all started with guys post-war, you know, coming out of World War II, building, you know, hot rods, which was a bad thing, right? I mean, that was the weird, like hoodlums, you know, that you were fixing up cars, but it all came from that, and it's amazing. And to see all these cool cars, I mean, look at that. You got a Catfish Camaro over there, you know, 4th gen in the left lane, and this beautiful 70 Chevelle over here in the right lane. You got Stokesbury here with his big tire car that's right here behind the water, and a 80s Thunderbird, right? That looks like an old Pro Stocker. Like, that stuff's cool. And we even have a resident Moparsman here, right? Gage is the Mopar guy.
Gage is a hardcore Mopar.
He is. He's
Like
a
I said,
heavy fan.
Like I said, that hippie from the Bay Area. There's always one or two of them in the group. Right?
Do you want to defend yourself?
In here wearing his Birkenstocks, and that's just kind of what it is.
All I gotta say for defense is the only reason we run nitro cars on Hemis is because they make the most power.
They do, but I will say one thing. And you know, I've worked on a bunch of fuel cars and stuff, alcohol cars. I've worked on a lot of that stuff, and I love it. But if you take a big block Chevrolet and run it on nitro, it makes a Hemi on nitro sound like a Honda Civic. It is, and anybody that knows, like, there are a lot of nostalgia drag race guys that will tell you they're not as fast, they are not as reliable, they are insanely nasty sounding though. But yeah, I mean, Chrysler's Hemi, that 426 Hemi, once went to the big Hemi, quote unquote, is the foundation for every bit of nitro racing that exists in the world today. And you got to give them credit for that. I mean, the Hemi cylinder head, all of that, being able to put in insane amounts of fuel and air are just what power is, you know, made from. It's magic.
Well, it's kind of like what you said, right? I mean, you've got so much technology, so much advancement, so much growth and engineering that's gone into the development of these cars from the early days of hot rodding up until what we have now. And what makes it great is, yes, you talk about top fuel. All right, everybody runs a Hemi. But you get out of that, you've got the variety that you got out here. You can take your Fox Body Ford, you can take your bubble top Chevrolet, you can take your 80s model Thunderbird and turn it into a race car.
Absolutely. And you know, it's funny, we're talking about these 4 cars out here in particular. Brian McTaggart, who's one of my guys that worked with me for years on all the live broadcasts.
Yep.
McTaggart is, you know, a kid of the Malaise era, right? Like he thinks, you know, mid to late 80s stuff that I can't stand is like the coolest cars, right? Because that's what he grew up with. So he has this, what I consider an odd taste. It's stuff that is becoming more and more popular nowadays, but, you know, variety is what, you know, makes the world go round, right? And you come out here to the racetrack and you see an insane variety of cars. And I've been saying it for 2 days. It's one of the coolest things at Street Car Super Nationals is that there are a ton of Fox body cars, right? That's a universal race car. They're great. So are G bodies. But there is a ton of variety here. A ton this weekend. And it's awesome. I mean, and probably no better class to show that actually than Real Steel. That Arizona Race Cars Real Steel category, small tire, radial prep. I mean, you have everything from, you know, Chevy 2s, you got Novas, you've got Tri-5 Chevrolets, Fox body Mustangs, old Mustangs, trucks. I mean, there's so much variety in that class. It's like going to a car show, and it's this one class that's got, I don't know, 60 some odd cars. Yeah, 50 some odd cars in that class. It's awesome. And that is one of the things that I think makes the fans love it. It makes it more interesting for the racers. Again, you're going to be out there in your Nova, and some guy's going to be in a Mustang, and you can talk a little smack and have a little fun, put a little side wager on it, whatever. You know, it's good times.
Yeah, that's just the great thing about this event is being able to see so many different configurations, so many different cars, so many different. You really never know what's going to pull out from under the arch and make its way into the water box, and it's just cool. And you know, again, you're not a fan of the pair of cars that's on the water or that's on the starting line right now. Just wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
The next two will be different.
Yeah, approximately 1 minute from now, you'll get another pair, you know. And it's cool. I also have to say, like, you know, as you start getting older, you know, your tastes change a little bit. One of the big things for me is cars I didn't used to like. Now I like them more, you know, and I don't know. I still like the same cars, but now I like more of them, which is also dangerous for me. But because I tend to collect junk that doesn't run and just pile it up because it looks cool. But there's never been a better time to build race cars in this country. All the doom and gloom people keep saying, there's never in the history of drag racing been more operating drag strips than there are today, ever, period. That is the reality, right? So while it sucks when, you know, a track goes away, it's not all doom and gloom. The industry has never been better. It's never been easier to build a car. It's never been easier to make horsepower. I know parts are expensive, but think about it. It has never been easier. I can go buy a Fox body Mustang, and with a credit card and Summit Racing equipment, I can build an 8.0 car in my garage in weeks. And that's the reality, you know, of where we live. So it has never been a better world to be in from a drag racing perspective. It's just never has been.
Yeah, I agree with you. So we've got a little bit more to go here. I'll talk to you here just in a minute, Joe. We are getting some feedback again about the live feed. We'll get that fixed. So we'll get that. We are going to go take a look at that. We will get it corrected. Super Index category. Doug Carter, Johnny West. Doug out of Thornton, Colorado. That copper Camaro. 434 cubic inch. Dart-based block. 960 is the index over on that side of the scoreboard. And Johnny West in the 57 Chevrolet. Coming out of Port Alberni, British Columbia. Mark, thank you for the message. Figured out, because especially when we get into eliminations and things get a little bit louder. Just saying. Johnny West goes 758, going to be just a couple of ticks under that 760 index is Ted Mountain, Dale Jansen. Jansen Nova, or Acadian to be technically correct, leaves before the tree is activated, so we'll see no time on the right side of the racetrack, but 8:59.5. Ted on an 860 index ended up just 5,000ths of a second under the mark that he wanted to be in. Speaking of beautiful race cars, Chris Pinter's creamsicle colored Nova out of the left lane. That is a cool paint combination for that race car. I mean, you got Devin Jansen, the 70-bodied Nova rolling out on the right side. A little Armstrong, British Columbia, going up against California. Both of them, well, 960 on the left side, ends up being a 959.5. Again, just 5,000ths of a second off of the index. Devin Jansen ends up 17,000ths of a second under where he wanted to be. With that 858 on the 860 is John Young and Anthony Katinick. Maybe it's Catnip. Maybe it's Catnip. But it's Anthony. Coming in out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Left side, the 68 Dart going up against John's 67 Camaro. So the answer to our North Carolina Pro Monitor, no, this is not round one. This is final qualifying for Super Index. They have made note that once we get into eliminations, they will go to that multi-camera view. As of right now, it's just set up on a single camera. So trust me, when we get into eliminations, you will be able to see everything. They'll be switching cameras. They got cameras pointed the right direction here and cameras pointed the right direction there, and they'll get it all taken care of. They'll get everything all taken care of. It's Dan Nicholson and Brent Wassam. Wassam's truck, 427 LS under the hood. So it is kind of like catnip. I like that. Dan Nicholson out of Yorba Linda ends up getting out of the throttle in his Malibu, runs 1077 at 87 miles an hour. Brent goes 900 at 154 miles an hour. As we pause just for a moment. A couple of rock up the starting line. How about Crystal Lunch out of Bangor, California in the split window Stingray style Corvette. 760 is the index they're going to be gunning for. We are down to our final two cars. Before we're going to get into our opening ceremonies. So we are going to have a little bit of a break in the action. We've got chip draws taken care of for small tire, big tire. And after we get through our opening ceremonies, so 963 James Knight, no time out of the car for Crystal Lunch as the car rolled through the beams at this end of the racetrack before the tree activated. That was that, and our final car going to be Darren Taylor. .56 on the tree and 864 at 156 miles an hour. That wraps up qualifying, time trials. Everything is done. We will have a short break before we get into eliminations. We are getting our chip draws taken care of. We are getting our pairings identified. But when we come back, we'll get started with our opening ceremony. That will be followed by the Brian Peterson small tire category, then the Hughes Performance big tire, and then we get into round number one for pretty much everything. So racers, we'll be back. For those of you that are watching online, we'll be back. Because we're on the live feed, it's going to be a little quiet out there right now, but as soon as we're ready, we'll start calling cars into the staging lanes, and round number one of eliminations for the 20th Streetcar Super Nationals, brought to you by Gateway Classic Cars, will be underway. Speaking of which, Brian Peterson's small tire. Brian Peterson's small tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
All right, once again, Brian Peterson, small tire. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. All right, once again, Brian Peterson, small tire. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need to get eliminations underway, and you are the first ones on the sheet. So, Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Brian Peterson, small tire. We need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, so it looks like we finally got some takers on our Brian Peterson small tires. So Brian Peterson small tire, last call. Brian Peterson small tire. We need you into the staging lanes, please. A Brian Peterson small tire, final call. Hughes Performance big tire. Hughes Performance big tire. Let's get you headed this way as well. Hughes Performance big tire for round number 1. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Hughes Performance big tire for round number 1. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you're on standby. Don't need you yet, but just wanted to let you know you are on the schedule for round number 1 following the Brian Peterson small tire and Hughes Performance big tire. So Brian Peterson small tire, final call. Hughes Performance big tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. All right. Racers, race fans, for those of you that are joining us both here on property and for those of you that are joining along on the Bang Shift live feed, we'd like to welcome you this morning to the Streetcar Super Nationals 20. That's 20 years that we have been out here running the Streetcar Super Nationals. Again, a big, big thanks to the folks at Gateway Classic Cars, this year's title sponsor. And as we have got our first category for round number 1 of Eliminations under the arch, they're going to start making their way into the water box. I'd like to grab your attention, please. 20 years is a long time. And I mean, it is a very long time. It's about how long I've been, I think my very first quote-unquote big event that I ever did, announcing here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, was in 2004, exactly 20 years ago. The first time I walked in and saw the Streetcar Super Nationals happening, I was blown away. The event was amazing. The variety of race cars was amazing. And in 20 years, it's done nothing but grow. We've got Mel Roth up here in the tower, organizer, as we said before, the mastermind behind Streetcar Super Nationals. Mel, when you started this thing 20 years ago, it was one race at one track. You've since grown this into multiple tracks, multiple places, but still this original race 20 years ago is what started it all. I want to know, what are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's in your mind right now going in and seeing now 20 behind the Streetcar Super Nationals? And for those of you that are trying to call and get a hold of Mel right now, I'm currently occupying his time. He's on timeout from the phone. But Mel, what's in your mind? 20 years, that is a long time.
Well, first of all, I just thank everybody for having, continue supporting this race. But as the deal, we've evolved this race, to go to fit the times. We got, we have no time classes now. We had, that didn't really much exist 20 years ago. We changed everything, and we just have an amazing group of racers, amazing group of cars that come out. I mean, it is a spectacle of cars. Those watching on the Bang Shift live feed can attest to that. My wife and I, Heather, we work all year on the race. I know everyone says, "Oh, it's just a weekend." Well, no, it isn't. It's the whole year. It goes from promoting, it goes from, reaching out, periodically during the year, from going to the parking map, to pre-registration, to everything. It is a lot of work, and we do this for the racers.
Yep.
Okay? When you come through the gate, I park half the racers. I can't park them all because we would never get everyone in the gate. But I make that a point. We can hire someone to park everybody. But it's like, I want to see these guys, because I may not be able to see them during the race. And a lot of them I haven't seen yet. So, so it's a little touch we put in. We just want to go ahead and put that extra effort, because 20 years is a lot. And a lot of people do and don't know about why we have this race and who is the person that I can blame, credit, thank, credit.
And you mentioned something here before we get into that, right? You talked about the fact that it is a full year of prep between coordinating with sponsors, getting classes ready, getting entries ready, getting flyers ready. Just all of the stuff that goes into prepping for an event. All of that work that you do all year long. And this is something that we're going to start right here before we talk about the guy that essentially was the one that prodded you to do this. All of that work is for naught if it weren't for all of the racers, the crews, the families that choose to come here and participate in this event. So after 20 years, you have had hundreds upon thousands of racers that have showed up to support you, to support this event. And regardless of the work that you've done, it's really the racers that make this event what it is. And so before we get into that, racers, on behalf of everybody at Streetcar Super Nationals, anybody that's ever come through this gate and raced with us in the last 20 years, thank you. Because without you, this doesn't happen. But there was one guy that you said put this whole idea in your head, and he was one of the best to ever drive a race car here. I'll let you talk a little bit about that guy.
So when I first thought about having a race on the West Coast that rivaled the Orlando race, I went to the one guy who was actually, very popular. His name's Monty Burney, and Monty, I asked him, and he said, do it, build it, they'll come. I mean, those exact words. And he means so much to me. His sister was out here this week. He passed away like 10 years ago now. I mean, it's crazy to even to think that, but it just brings tears to my eyes thinking about Monty. He was just the guy. He was the friend. He was. I mean, you can't even. There's no words to describe Monty Burney. His legend will always live on, and that is why his car, the Bertha 3, the final one, is on one of our 2 event shirts. The second one, Doug Driggers with the 46 Dodge truck. Doug lost his long-term partner the day after Streetcar last year, and Doug has been supporting PSCA for 20 plus years, and I couldn't imagine not putting that truck on the shirt. So many things mean so much to me. I can even go back to when I got yelled at by Diane Cannon from Canada. She goes, I can't believe you don't play the Canadian national anthem. There's so many Canadians, but you just don't. Some things you don't think of. Now we know that's what we got to do.
It's second nature. Yeah. It becomes second nature.
And like, last year our date was changed. Well, that date was changed. It didn't really fit our race. Our race is right now. Our race is November, so we had to have that November date back. Jeff and Craig Cochran were able to work that out since Formula One. The hotel prices didn't go up like they did for the first Formula One, so now the race works. Hopefully we have it back this weekend every year, and I just want to thank everybody who's ever participated in the Streetcar Super Nationals. Heather, thanks everyone at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You guys are all family to me, and I spend a whole month here every November, so they kind of got it, kind of like Cousin George.
Yeah, Cousin Eddie. I was just going to say that. You come in here, you spend a whole month in here, and Cousin Eddie, we're glad that you're here. Because I'll tell you what, we look forward to this too. So, racers, we are getting ready to go into round number 1. Mel, it's been 20 years. Congratulations to you, to Heather, to your entire organization. There are not a lot of race promoters that could put on the same race 20 years in a row and have it be successful. And you, sir, have done that. So, we've said thank you to all the racers. I think I speak for all the racers when I say, Mel, on behalf of the track, on behalf of all of the racers, on behalf of everybody online around the world, it is an international affair. Thank you very much for doing this for 20 years. You're older, you're grayer. The work, the effort shows. But congratulations, my friend. This is quite an accomplishment.
Awesome. Now we're going to turn Mike over to Keith.
Yes. So with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into round number 1. If you would please rise and remove your caps. We've got Keith Reisner here to provide today's invocation.
Thanks, Nate. Let's pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we want to thank you for this beautiful fall day here in Las Vegas that you've given us. And Lord, we want to ask for safety for all of our racers, our crew members, family, and fans, as well as the Las Vegas staff who make all this happen for us. And thank you to all our Canadian brothers and sisters that are here also. We want to give a shout out to the sponsors that support us here as well. And also to our U.S. military who entertains us each and every day here. We want to pray these things in the most powerful name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Keith. As Mel had mentioned, we have got a major portion of our contenders, of those who participate in this event, joining us from the great nation of Canada, our neighbors to the north. If you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps as we celebrate our friends in Canada with their national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras c'est pour
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, to celebrate this great nation that we live in, to celebrate our freedom, and as we listen to these beautiful words of our national anthem, let us remember the men and women of our armed forces who defend our freedoms each and every day. Let us remember those that are active, and let us especially remember those who paid for our freedom with their lives. If you've not done so, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem, presented by Miss Tana Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Tana. Thank you very much. And once again, racers, to each and every one of you that have ever raced at Streetcar Supernationals, thank you. It is round number 1. It is Brian Peterson, small tire, no time. All it is, first one to the finish line, light up the scoreboard, move into round number 2. No light, no round number 2.
This isn't like NASCAR. There's no mulligans. There's no second chance. No lucky dog. No, none of that.
No 10 laps left.
No, none of that. No caution, checkered, whatever white flag thingy they do. We don't do that. Right here, 2 go down, 1 comes back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for Brian Peterson, small tire. This is a killer class with a bunch of heavy hitters. It's going to be a riot to watch. We also have some pretty intense drama that is going on, as we've had some competitors who have been having issues. In fact, Anthony Smith, aka Big Worm, one of the guys who has not even made a run down this racetrack because it's an all-run chip draw, he's still going. But here we go with the lead pair of Mustangs going down the right. Oh, look at that. Maloney makes the win light come on out of Torrington, Wyoming. Man, Nick Kincaid was giving him all he got. Kincaid left first, but Maloney went around him. That was a close drag race, Nate, right there as our first pair in small tire.
That's the way you get things started off here in the small tire category. Again, we don't want to see, I mean, yeah, nobody would really mind being a blowout, but if you can keep them tight, you can keep them close where everybody's guessing until that light turns on, that's the way this thing should look. As we got Chris Benton and Jason Lee rolling back, and Chris Benton rolling up in that 63 Nova. You talk about barn find. We made the comparison between what's a bar find and what's a barn find.
Absolutely.
I had to clarify for myself earlier. A barn find looks like that.
Yes.
That patinaed look on it, that sitting in the back of a shop somewhere under a tarp, maybe not under a tarp, covered with old parts and dust. You clear it away and you realize that you have got a trophy car. You've got something that is a thing of beauty that you can turn into what Chris Benton has right here. A bar find, on the other hand, that's something you find at 3 a.m. that the next morning you regret.
Yes.
There's no regrets with Chris Benton's car.
It's amazing how that one little letter N can make such a difference.
Makes such a huge difference in the world.
Such a difference. Well, we all know Jason Lee out of Pleasanton, California, in that 89 Mustang, and Lee is definitely one to watch, although they're pushing that car back right now. Not sure if they have a trans brake issue or reverse issue. No, it looks like he is broke. Wow. Jason Lee is a guy who is no stranger to the winner's circle here, Nate, but Chris Benton gonna get a bye run right here to move on to round number 2.
Heartbreak for Jason Lee and the team, and Benton, when you look at what he just did there, question is, did he take it easy because he had the solo?
Right.
Or are Jason Lee's guys walking away from that going, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
And, you know, real racers, they're never going to know.
will
Nobody's
never.
ever going to tell. Nobody's ever going to tell. And Benton, if he is hurt, he's going to go down there and he's going to work on this thing, and he may come back the next round and be killer.
So we'll have to see what happens there, but Chris Benton gets the nod and basically gets the opportunity to participate in the next chip draw. It's one of those things where in these no-time categories where you're doing the chip draw, there's no predefined ladder.
No, none
right?
whatsoever.
So it's not like, oh, I win, I'm going to come back and take on so-and-so. You don't know that.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. And because it's a chip draw and there is no qualifying, our 4 runs that we've given this category have just been time runs. It's just for them to get data, right? So that comes into play.
Technically, they've been no-time runs.
Right, yeah, no, yeah.
It's a no-time time run.
Yeah, that's a good point, good point. But the interesting thing about that is, as long as you have purchased the entry, you're in, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't need to make a time run, and that is exactly the scenario we have. Because right now, Big Worm, Anthony Smith, coming up here in the left lane, heard a transmission, okay, and had a brake issue and never made a lap down the racetrack since Wednesday during Test and Tune. They got that thing fixed at 9:30 last night. They think it's good. They don't know what this racetrack is going to be like because they haven't been on it in 3 days. So I know that they are going to swing for the fences. We know that car can run a number, but they are at this point the underdog going up against Justin Carson out of Ogden, Utah. So it's going to be really interesting to see. As always, Anthony Smith has a big smile on his face. His crew's like, we're either going to look like heroes or this thing's going to do big smoke show. We don't know, but we're going to give it all we got.
Well, and if you're Justin Carson coming in on the other side, now you've even got that kind of unknown because even though this is a no-time category,
right?
You got spies in the sky, right? You got people that are out watching the rest of the class. Trust me, right? They're paying attention. They're like, okay, this guy, he's probably about here. He's probably about there. So they've got an idea. Justin's team is rolling in here going, we don't know either. Like,
Absolutely.
where is Anthony at? Right? Do they have this thing figured out? Do we need to come up here and be 100%? Do we need to go out and just make sure that we don't blow the tires off this thing? And it's a guessing game on either side.
The strategy part of this really gets interesting in a pair like this. And you have to remember, there are cars in this category that are probably, 420, 430, 440, 450 cars, right? But we also have cars that are out here that are fully capable of running in the threes, no doubt. Right? You got Johnny Coleman out here he qualified in XDR with a 398 in that beautiful black 69 Camaro. So there is a lot of spread, but the equalizer are those 2 black lanes down there in the right, right?
And you even mentioned that, right? It's like, so yes, you're running your car in a no-time category, and a lot of people are very protective about what, my numbers,
Yes.
right? That's why I'm in a no-time category. But then you get somebody like Johnny who goes and enters a timed category, and it's on full display for all the world to see.
Absolutely.
So it's that, how much are you really trying to, hide your aces versus how much are you willing to just go out there and be like, yeah, this is what I'm holding. Beat
Well,
that.
And, you know, it's funny you say that because for a long time, the no time guys, some places weren't even allowed to run in no time if they had been somewhere with times that displayed. That's how it was for a while. It is not the case most places anymore, but still, it does make it interesting. And
Yeah.
what kind of games are people playing, right?
Yeah.
And does Johnny have a XDR tune-up in it at this round or not? Like, you don't know. But we're about to find out whether all the work is going to end up paying off for Anthony Smith and the crew out of Torrance. It did a burnout. That's more than it's done in 2 days. It did a burnout.
Well, then back it up and park it. Ta-dam.
We're already winning.
We win.
We're already winning.
We don't have a broken race car anymore.
Correct. Dougie Fresh out there backing up Big Worm. Justin Carson's crew out of Ogden, Utah. And Anthony Smith's again out of Torrance, California. Anthony, one of those guys that always has a smile on his face. Oh, and Justin Carson having issues.
Look at this.
That thing's not backing up. They are pushing it. I can't tell if it's still running. If it's still running, they are okay to push it back. But the question becomes, is reverse a problem in the car, or is the trans brake a problem, or is the button a problem? If you're not familiar, in order to back up a car that has a trans brake in it, you must engage the trans brake while the shifter is in reverse in order for the car to actually back up. So Justin Carson could have an issue with the transmission, which is what has sidelined Anthony Smith, and Anthony may get a single on this deal.
Did he
I'm
just
seeing
signaled
him
it?
wave.
It is a single.
It is a single
The crew
run.
waved up the starters.
No,
So
wait. Here
he
he's going.
signaled him.
He did, but now he's rolling up.
It's like that Pittsburgh game the other night. They couldn't decide if they wanted to take the penalty or not.
Look at that. Anthony Smith lights the pre-stage bulb. He's like, hey, boys, I love you, but we're racing. Let's rock and roll. They're both in the pre-stage.
This one could be a pedal fest.
Oh, and Carson, no trans brake in the car. He tries to build boost. It will not hold on the brakes. That means Anthony Smith is going to get the win. All right.
So
drama.
So this is one of those that it may take a couple of things just to explain what happened. So you
Right.
If you're staring at the tree and you're going, wait a minute, there were red lights on both sides of the tree. Number one, true. There were red lights on both sides of the tree. So we kind of waited as they figured out exactly what the official decision was from up here in the tower. Turns out Justin went to stage the car, rolled through, and left.
Before the tree was
Before
activated.
the tree was
which
activated.
Is key here.
Yes, before the tree was activated. Anthony hadn't fully staged. What happened, you see, what happened was...
What happened was...
Anthony, prior to him fully staging the car, Justin left. Anthony ended up timing out. So technically you're going, well, wait a minute, what trumps it here? You go back to first or worst.
Or worst.
First, Justin left before Anthony timed out. It's Anthony who's moving on to round number 2.
And it is interesting because, you know, you look at that, and if Anthony had been fully staged, he still would have been the winner, and he would not have had to move the car.
Yep.
One thing that people often get confused on is if a car is fully staged and the car in the other lane goes red or leaves before the tree is active, the car that is staged does not need to move. It does not need to take the green and move. It just needs to get the green.
Yep.
And a lot of guys will do the little idle forward thing. Not even necessary. You were already there and staged. Again, first or worst, the red light makes it a lose. Anthony Smith dodging a bullet, maybe. They're going to take some more time to work on that car. Man, drama filled in the second pair.
So
Jesus.
here's what's interesting about that now too, right? We're all sitting there going, okay, so Justin's potentially having problems with the car. Obviously, trans brake was causing him issues. Couldn't get the car to sit still. It leaves the line early before the tree activates. I'm thinking, if you're Big Worm, you're going, dude, I got a chance to at least get some information here. And then no. So now you're going into the second round
In the same position as you were.
Same place as you were.
You are 100% right on that. And that makes it interesting.
Be like,
very, very interesting.
I got nothing. Israel Valenzuela, Eric Outland, burnouts are already done. They're staging them up, and Israel has issues with the pickup truck. It rolls or starts to roll before he was ready, but Eric Outland, no problem whatsoever. We go from drama on both sides of the racetrack to Israel having issues, but Eric Outland, in the meantime, that thing went from start line to finish line beautifully.
And you know what's interesting about that pair, too? Israel Valenzuela in that little S10 there, he showed up yesterday morning and made 2 hits yesterday. That thing went right down Broadway, looked good, but it didn't look super fast. And I have a feeling that they turned that thing up and just got a little bit of ahead of themselves, and that is unfortunate. But now, what may be, is at the moment the quickest radial car on the property is Johnny Coleman over there in the left lane. And the reason we can say that is because, again, as you mentioned earlier, he is entered in XDR, where he is the #1 qualifier with a 398. Now, we have no idea what he's run here at all in no time. No clue. But we know what the car is capable of. We know that thing can run deep in the 3s. And so if you are Tom Kissling over there out of Pahrump in the right lane in that 95 Mustang, what do you do? If you're his crew chief, what are you doing, Nate?
Slashing Johnny's tires.
Gonna go accidentally drop some gravel and some sand in front of it. Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, I had a quart of oil in my pocket and I fell down.
Oh, oops, I fell over. Oops, I fell over again. No, but you really don't, right? Because you said, even though we've seen it run that doesn't mean...
Oh, big wheel
watch
stand,
this.
pedal job over there in the right lane. Wow. Johnny Coleman leads it wire to wire, but Tom with an incredible pedal job, pedaling that thing in the air, catching it, and it holds the front end up in the air. That was awesome.
And I mean, just to make sure that I saw that right, because I was slightly distracted by the wheelie on the right side. But Johnny Coleman, he hit the tires. It sounded like it chirped a little bit. It wasn't fully hooked.
No, I am. There's no doubt about it. That thing was working the starting line like a champ, and if that is in fact the quickest car on the property, it's the one that was pushing the track to the limit. But he was able to make that thing go A to B. But that Mustang was a lot closer than I think he thought he was going to be when he was staring at the sky. Let me tell you. But the pedal job right there, dude, winner chicken dinner on that one. Now, Brian Mansky is supposed to be in the right lane. Mansky crashed yesterday, and so not in for the remainder of the event, unfortunately. And so Mark is getting a bye run here in the little Mustang. So it's, in essence, just another time run for him. He can see what the race day tune-up needs to be. The weather conditions are nearly identical today as they have been the last 2 days. So these guys have got really valuable data. It'll be interesting to see how this thing goes down.
So as Mark rolls it up, he's got it pre-staged, builds the boost, turns it loose. And whoosh.
He was swinging for the fences right there.
Well, you had your freebie.
He did.
Right?
Picked the front end up, unloaded the rear tires, and lit them up. He pedaled it and just rolls it down there. It's wise. But now they know where the edge is. You got to know where the edge is. Creeping up on the edge sometimes takes a lot longer than let's just find it real quick and back out of it, you know?
Yeah. See, and going back to last run, Jim Israel saw what I saw. Johnny, he pushed it a little farther than he should have.
I agree.
But he's getting it just like this, right? I mean, you get that freebie. You know that your competitor, the other lane's going to be empty. And as they've said before, you get X number of runs to test. You find your happy spot. You find where the car performs well. And then when you get the opportunity, like they just had there, you push it a little bit. You find that edge and say, hey, can we get a little bit more out of it? Now they know, don't do that. You go back into the pits, turn the knobs back to where they were at the happy spot.
Right.
And you're ready for the next round.
And you got to. I mean, you got to. This class, every car here is capable of winning this thing. There are a lot of heavy hitters here, and it is awesome to see. So now we've got Joey Hovey over there in the right lane in the 70 Camaro out of Paradise, California, up there near Chico and Sacramento, and Eric Aldrich out of Oceanside down near San Diego in the Maverick. And I love me the Maverick. They're both in. They leave together. The Maverick a little pedal, the Camaro a big pedal, and the Maverick is going to take it. Eric Aldrich out of Oceanside getting the win here in round number 1. All right, we got both of them staged. Sean Letson and Jeff Whitworth, pair of Fox bodies. Oh, Whitworth, that's no bueno. Whitworth with problems. Got smoke huffing out of that thing. I think it ate something not good.
Yeah, unfortunately, when the end of your run looks like the Polar Express.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
No.
So while we have this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, I need to make one big announcement. All chip draw categories, listen up, all chip draw categories, I need you to understand that the number that you draw for your chip draw has nothing to do with the run order. Your number of your chip is merely to establish pairs. If you want to be early in the run order, then you need to be there at the back of the lanes as soon as we call you, because they will be sent to the front of the lanes as soon as we have pairs. So if you are number 12 and you show up and you're sitting there and all the rest come up before you, before your partner 12 comes, you don't go to the front of the lanes until the other car is there. So again, chip number only gives us pairs. It does not establish the run order, and you may not beat up our staging lane staff about it. So if you want to be in the first pair, I would suggest you contact the people that you are supposed to be paired up with and make sure you get to the lanes when we call you. We are not going to sit around and wait for you. Again, chip draw numbers do not establish run order.
So there.
And stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. That thing. All right, so we've got one that's going to need a little help off the top end of the racetrack. But, man. So, for those of you that are watching online, and even if you're here in person, it may be, there is quite a few people sitting in the grandstands.
Absolutely.
It would behoove you to pull out your phone, go to YouTube, and pull up the Bang Shift live feed.
Yes.
Because earlier, while we were running qualifying, while we were running time trials, all of that type of stuff, It was a single camera from up here in the tower, pointed just pretty much directly down the drag strip. Now they've brought in the multi-camera. They've brought in the mobile cam. And some of the views that they are getting from the starting line are phenomenal. I mean, they are right up close and personal with what's happening in the race car, with what's happening down on the starting line. It is quite the production that they've got going on right here. And so, that Summit Racing Equipment, Holly, Artex Racing, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium, Redline, Molly Motorsports, sponsored live feed. Pull it up on your phone. You could also participate in the chat bleachers. You could be in the live bleachers, the real bleachers, and participate in the chat bleachers. But we have been talking about this, and as we continue to roll through some of these no times, I want to talk a little bit about the next two that are coming up, Artis Houston and Gary Geeson. Artis is another one of those that you talk about 20 years worth of Streetcar Super Nationals.
Yeah, you ain't
PSCA. He's been here, done that, and in a lot of cases won that.
Yeah, and Artis is an absolute legend on the West Coast drag racing scene, street race, radial, all that. And, he's got Kenny Hubbard who has helped him put together that new car. But right now they're running an entirely new combination in that car as well. And so, honestly, they've been doing some licensing runs and a lot of checkout stuff. They have not been super consistent down the racetrack. And so Gary Geeson, he's got to know that. But Gary hasn't been without his own troubles either. They had to weld up a header on that car and some other stuff in the Buick. So this could be an interesting one. Geeson leaves and blazes the tires. Artis also has to pedal it and is on and off the throttle down there. That was not a fast pair, but Artis Houston going to rounds.
That is definitely interesting. And I'll address something that, speaking of, the chat features, you're talking about you can play along, you can participate. One of the questions they said is, well, hey, if you got to do a cleanup in, 3 and 4, why not just jump over to 1 and 2? It's like it should be, quote unquote, mandatory that at a 4-lane racetrack you're able to use all 4. Well, theoretically, we do use all 4. And not just theoretically, we actually do use all 4 lanes. But I can't remember exactly who hit the nail on the head. They are prepped for the different categories. One is prepped for the radial tires. One is prepped for not radial tires.
And this is literally the only drag race in the world that does that.
Yep.
The only drag race in the world is Streetcar Super Nationals that does this. The only other 4-wide drag strip in the country does not hold events like this, and that is Z-Max in Charlotte, owned by the same people. But this is the only race in the world with radial prep on 2 lanes and regular on the other 2. Oh, look at the Camaro going down. That's Mike Orban. Orban, A to B, nice run. Brad Arbach, he was chasing him, but not able to make it happen.
Oh, yeah. Barn find, not bar find. Barn find. You got to love those. David Holtgrew's car, that 67 Nova, if I ever do get my hands on one, the question is, do I go street rod or do I go barn find?
Right.
Because either one of them is... Holtgrew's car just looks phenomenal.
It does, and he's had that car for years. That car has always been a hitter. It's just a really nice car, and it's one of those that it's got the cool old look on it, but man, underneath that thing is $1 million. It's great. Not literally $1 million, but looks like $1 million. But Mike Silva over out of Madera, also another beautiful Nova. This one a 70 model, and he's doing great. But he only showed up yesterday morning. So he only has 2 runs down this racetrack so far. I believe he went A to B on one, and the other one had some issues.
Mike Silva gets the win light on that one, and unfortunately for Holtgrew, his day will come to a close. But Silva gets a hold of the racetrack and gets it done, and I think we'll probably save that request for when everybody can hear it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Now, this dude has got to have one of the best names in the category. You got Ron Odo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Luigi Calantoni.
Yeah, Calantoni. Like,
Come
you
on.
know, I mean, you
It's
feel like he's
Calantoni.
got to be like the New York mobster kind of guy. We got a couple of those names here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Like the bent nose fun deal. And he's in this sick black Corvette, a 77 model. The wrong year. Like, not the model Corvette most guys are building into a race car. He went out with a cool wheel stand on Thursday in this thing, but it's been quick. It is, or looks quick anyway. It goes right down Broadway. We'll see if he can be consistent enough today. But I love it. I love that thing.
So Ron Odo gets in, set. You see all of the bulbs lit on the blue circle, and away we go. Luigi Calantoni is going to get himself a scoreboard lighting up on his side of the racetrack.
Now, Calantoni looked like he left pretty soft, started feeding the power into it, and that thing just kept driving down the racetrack. That's a good win. Going to be more good data.
Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Racers, let's get Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. If we could get you headed into the staging lanes at this time, please, for round number 1. Mustang Madness to the lanes for round number 1, please. Come on down. George Ragosa and Jim DiMaggio. DiMaggio. Mustang over to the right side. Ragosa's got the Nova on the left. Chevy versus Ford. We were talking about that earlier. Pick your favorite. Let's see who can light up the scoreboard at the big end and move on to the next go-round. We got Big Tire already lined up back in the staging lanes. Again, that Hughes Performance Big Tire. We are in round number 1 of Brian Peterson's Small Tire. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Let's get you into the lanes for round number 1, please.
Oh, this is a close race.
Yeah.
Wow. George Ragosa had to drive by Jim DiMaggio. DiMaggio out of Castro Valley left good, but man, I wasn't sure that was going to happen.
Now, that one was looking, it was pretty much a gimme all the way until, you know, given the fact that we're racing to 660 feet, I'd say about 630 feet
Yeah.
is when you finally started to see some separation between those cars.
Absolutely.
Oh, it is such a good thing there are switches on microphones.
It really is. Leanne Yee out there in the left lane. She's been going A to B as well. We'll see what can go down right here as Josh Warrenberg in the Camaro. Ford versus Chevrolet battle. Wow. Warrenberg left way before Leanne. That is not her normal.
No, honestly, what I'm looking at there and having, you know, Leanne be a local, seeing her run a lot, I think what really happened is as she was getting that car set up, she had the pre-stage bulb lit, tried to bump it in. The bottom half of the stage bulb illuminated on her. She saw she had it. It rolled back a little bit, had to actually bump in a second time, just kind of threw the rhythm off. Just threw the rhythm off. I think the car was there. The driver was there. Unfortunately, the extra bump in stage, I think, just put that focus in the wrong spot. Josh Warrenberg was able to get a big jump on the starting line and was able to go ahead and get the win because of that.
Absolutely. Leanne, that's a beautiful little car. We all know it goes A to B. She did a really good job the last 2 days running that thing down there, but I believe she is double entered. And so she'll be coming back in her next class and trying to get a win light.
So we got
Cuervo in the right lane.
Jose.
Jose.
Oh,
Dancing around out there, Jose.
he was in trouble early.
He was. Whoa, all the way over his center line, just past the finish line. Derek Cooper easily getting the win there.
Oh, Eric Altenberg. Chip Draw said it was going to be Mike Pillen on the opposite side, and unfortunately, well, shall we say deprecation
Yeah.
is unfortunately part of the game.
Yep. Yep. Not going to be happy about that, but Altenberg is. Altenberg's like, yep, I will take another test dip, please.
So Altenberg takes the Mustang to the start line, stages it up, turns it loose, and that'll work well for him.
A to B, A to B.
Good data, good run, good lap.
Here's the one that's interesting, though. Jamie Voorhees, a.k.a. Team Toaster, getting a bye run. They have not made it down the racetrack the last 3 times that they have pulled up to the starting line. 2 of those 3 times, this car has left the starting line and shut off and pulled over to the wall. And the other one, it left, shut off, restarted, and just drove down the racetrack. They clearly have a gremlin in this thing. I don't know what it is, but they are having a gremlin. For them to end up with a bye run could not be more fortunate for them. And, you know, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good, because we all know Team Toaster is a player normally.
Yes.
I mean, a player.
It's Vegas.
Yeah.
You need luck.
Oh, yeah.
So they're sitting there going, all right, luck be a lady.
Yep. Today or tonight.
We got our, right? Today or tonight. How about both?
Yep.
Right? Let's just try both. Because they are going to be back a little bit later on today.
Toaster out of Simi Valley. Well, it stayed running. Tried to light the tires up, picked the front end up in the air, pedaled it one time, and then cruised down. Hopefully they've figured it out, and now they have good data, so they can clean that tune-up up and make it down the racetrack under full power next time.
I am interested, mildly curious as far as what could be giving them issues. Because Jamie and the guy, I mean, they usually have something figured out after about 1 or 2, right? But by far, after they get the second one down there and go, yeah, it did the same thing as last time. Okay, we got it. Wondering what it could be that is still... Huh.
Well, yeah, and you're 100% right. And they were their normal selves on Thursday. Thursday, that car went right down Broadway. They were testing, they were pushing it, they were doing everything. But Friday, they had issues. So it's very strange.
Did they check the pits to see if somebody's got a little voodoo doll of their car out there
Yeah,
somewhere?
right.
I wonder if that works, right? So as Nick Johnson gets a win light, and we got a couple of minutes finishing up prep here as we're going to switch over for Big Tire. Kind of like what we said, right? It's you've got a couple of lanes prepped for radial tires, a couple of lanes prepped for regular drag slicks. if you believe in that sort of thing, if I made a little voodoo doll that looked like Chad and,
Right.
poked it with needles,
Yes.
right?
Ow.
Supposedly it hurts somebody. If I made a voodoo car that looked exactly like somebody else's car and I went in there and just like started snipping spark plug wires, would that work?
I don't know. Maybe it would.
You know?
I
Go
was
find
thinking.
one of those. What was the models of the cars that had the big wheels on the back?
Yeah, muscle machines.
Muscle machines.
Muscle
yeah.
machines.
If I opened
Or-
up the hood and just went in like
Yeah.
maybe
I was
knock
thinking,
the
what if you got a
distributor off
Hot
of it.
Wheels car and then sprayed it down with brake clean and lit it on fire or something? Like, could you do those things too, or would that be Would that
Well, I
light
wasn't
the
going
car
to
on
try
fire?
to go like that disturbed with the whole thing, but yeah, we could try that. We could try that.
Did I take it too far?
No,
Okay.
no. But I am remembering. I mean, we've 20 years of streetcar super nationals, right? 20 years. I do remember an incident on the starting line where during the burnout we had a massive combustion and ended up with a car fully engulfed on the starting line. And so when you started going down there, I'm like, now hold on, man. Let's not be like that crazy about it. But there's a lot of things that have happened within 20 years. Yeah, even Tyler said, yeah, you went a little deep there with the brake clean and the setting a Hot Wheel on fire. That would be a little twisted. So again, we are finishing up our prep here on lanes 1 and 2. Couple of quick drags with the tire rotator, which I did see kind of that, total venue concepts. These guys, we talked about innovation in race cars.
Oh, yeah.
Innovation in track prep
Is insane.
what they have done. I mean, was it the other day? It was cold out here.
Oh, yeah.
They had electric blankets wrapped around the tires on the rotator to keep them warm.
Yes. And it's funny because it's, while traction compound technology has gotten better and better, Kurt Johnson and his crew, along with a few other people in the industry, really have pushed the technology and how to efficiently, effectively, and quickly prep a racetrack. So that includes the tractor equipment, right?
Yes.
Like the drags, you'll notice that there's the rotator and there is also the flat drag. And they do two very different things and then some of the same things. They do keep heat in the racetrack together, all those things. But the rotator puts fresh rubber down, but it also tends to give it a grain, right?
Yes.
It puts a grain to the rubber like wood, right? And so the flat drag smashes it all back down flat, makes it as smooth as silk. It's really interesting, and they have invented a bunch of machines. A scraper that is started out as a lawnmower kind of
Exactly.
deal. Like,
exactly.
It's cool.
One of those full, what do they call them? 360 or
zero turns.
zero turn.
Yep.
Zero turn lawnmower.
Yep.
Strapped a couple of scraper blades on the front because what most tracks were doing is they take some sort of a small bobcat or something like that, and then you had to come up with this adjustment to get the blade on it.
Yeah.
And for those that aren't really aware about track prep, you'd be like, oh, well, just go put some rubber on the track. That's not how it works.
No.
There is a situation where you can have too much rubber on a track. You can have not enough rubber on a track. It is a fine balance.
It is.
You get too much rubber on a racetrack, and it just starts to ball up. It just it almost like pebbles under the tires. You don't have enough. The tires don't get the grip that they need. They slip around a little bit. So you got to maintain that balance. And a scraper that's a zero turn deal, and they've modified it to where you put the torch on it, so it heats the. These guys do some amazing things. All right, enough about that. Art Raz and Nick Duda.
Nick Duda in the small block Chevrolet powered 63 Corvette is running in a couple of classes, and this thing is rad. Again, small block Chevrolet 63 Corvette. It's awesome. I love it. He is also running a Pro Mod, another one of those competitors running in a timed and no time category on a 10.5 tire. Going up against Art Raz Construction, one of our great live broadcast sponsors out of Ridgefield, Washington. and Raz has had some difficulty. They have been chipping away at it, and their last run down the racetrack was their best by far this week. And so this one's going to be interesting. Gonna be interesting. Duda trying to get in. Bumps are in there. Duda leaves first, but Raz putting the power down, and Raz gets the win way out there by the wall. Way out there by the wall. 532 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Hemi getting the win over Nick Duda in the wee little bitty 63 Corvette with the 393 small block.
You know you know what happens with that white concrete wall? When you get down there, that thing's about 3.5 feet tall.
Yes.
Right? Do you know when it looks like it's 8 feet tall?
When you're only 6 inches from it.
Doing 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right? When you are 6 inches from that wall doing 200 miles an hour, that thing looks like it's 8 feet. It is great white whale that is ready to oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He came as close to giving that thing his Darlington stripe as he possibly could without actually doing it.
Yeah. Art, can we not do that again, please?
Yes, please.
I already have enough gray hair, my friend.
What was that line from Independence Day? Yes, yes, without the oops.
Yes, without the oops. I love it.
Without the oops. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Eric K, his team sent me a message on Messenger to tell me how to say his name, and now I'm gonna screw it up because I don't have it. Oh no. Oh, I can't find the message. It's Kivilhog, I believe. Or Kivilhag. Dang it. I'm sorry, guys. I can't find my message.
You know what? Let's just pretend it's Swedish. It'd be like it's Tim McCoy and it's Eric Vilhag.
There you go. Vilhag. Called him Eric K and called it a day. Oh, look at that. Moving around.
Wow.
Wow.
So Tim McCoy gets the win in that pair. Eric Vilhag. We're going to have to hopefully get another shot at being able to pronounce his last name correctly soon.
Yeah, Eric's folks, send it to me again on Facebook. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Brian Anvil. It's Krevy. Oh, no. No, that's a different one. Sorry. Different one. It's Kevilhog or Kevilhow. I'm going to go Kevilhow. Perfect. Thank you, Brian Anvil Donald. Kevilhow. All right, here we go. To a couple I can pronounce. Jay Bodie out of Vallejo in the right lane. And Pete Harder out of Winkler, Manitoba, Canada in the left lane. A pair of 68 Camaros. Other than the body, they got almost nothing in common. LS Power in the left lane. I'm not even sure what's under the hood of Bodie's car right now. Over here in the right lane. But a fairly small big tire over there in the right lane. He's on a 10.5, I believe. Somebody else is sending me a message saying it's Kreviasic. No, that's a different person. But I appreciate it. But you're talking about a guy in a truck, and we ain't talking truck yet. Oh, but he is coming up. Okay, I got you. I already knew that one. I learned it last night from Brian Donald. All right. Bodie and Harder. Harder in that top sportsman looking Camaro. Bodie leaves way before Harder. Getting the red light. The win goes to Harder. All right. Chad Grimm over here in the left lane in the 70 Nova. And Kraviasik, John out of Selkirk in the right lane in that Dodge. By the way, somebody should tell him to turn left because he is aiming at the wall. All right, Chad Grimm and John Kraviasik. Kraviasik in the 77 Dodge. I believe it's Big Block Chevrolet powered. Wow, the Dodge gets the leave and shuts off. Something wrong with the Dodge. He goes out there, gets to about 150 feet, and it shuts off. Chad Grimm getting the win as the Dodge is over on the right side. We're going to back this pair out, send the four-wheeler down there and make sure he's okay. Love, love, love you, Johnny K, for pulling over to the wall. That thing was making steam and literally shut off like you flipped a switch.
All right, so we've got a little bit of cleanup to get taken care of. Look at that. Even Gateway Classic Cars is in the chat bleachers. In the chat bleachers. But while we're getting that cleared off the top end, hey, West Coast Bikes. West Coast Bikes. It's your turn to start making your way to the staging lanes, please. West Coast Bikes, let's get you headed to the staging lanes. And let's get Calvert Racing No Box. Calvert Racing No Box, go ahead and slide on into the staging lanes. West Coast Bikes, let's get you headed into the staging lanes as well. So Calvert Racing No Box and West Coast Bikes to the staging lanes, please. Sorry, Chad, I had to slide away there for a minute because one of our fantastic, awesome, and superb representatives from Shriners that's out here this weekend. They're hanging out. They got a little display back in the pits because they got one of their local Shriners is racing with us.
That's awesome.
But he had popped in, and of course, with my son being a Shriners patient,
Yep.
wanted to take a minute, shake his hand, say thank you very much for all that they do because, you know, up to the point that we actually got involved and started taking Carter up to Shriners, I really had no idea what they did other than got their fantastic little cars and their funny-looking fezzes, and they would drive around in parades. Like, I had no idea why they were doing that. But the organization and the reason they do that is you've heard of, you know, Shriners Hospitals for Kids. They focus and specialize in orthopedic care for kids. You know, things like multiple sclerosis, a lot of the bone conditions. My son has a bone condition, and so being able to go up there, talk to the experts, they keep like the best of the best bone doctors in the country at these locations. And it's just, you go up, they're able to help out. Just, you know, we're lucky.
Yeah.
We haven't had to take a lot of quote unquote treatment. It's been more, you know, monitoring, making sure things are there. But it's just a solid parade of kids that they're helping. Whenever we're up there, that, you know, they help them with the different orthopedic conditions, different, of course, I'm going to draw a blank on the word that I'm looking for. Prosthetics, that's the word. Yeah, I'm like, But, you know, they help them through the prosthetics. They help them with rehabilitation. They do surgeries all the time, cleft palates. And again, it's kind of like one of those things. It's luckily enough, my wife and I are still in a position where, you know, financially, we can cover everything.
Right.
But whether you can or you can't,
they're
going to take care of you.
Right.
And so I'm just going to say this, my own little shameful plug.
Yeah.
If you're out somewhere and you have an opportunity to give a little donation to Shriners, $1, $5, $10, whatever it is, do it.
I agree, and I don't think it's ever been more appropriate to make that comment than this time of year. Let's face it, folks, if this was June, none of us would, you know, be thinking about needing presents in a month.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The fact that it's November and soon to be Christmas, you know, take a real good look at what you've got in your life. And I'm not saying you should forego Christmas for your family, but perhaps you cut back one item, you know, per person in your family, and instead give that to some charity, whether it's Shriners or something
pick
local
a charity
or whatever.
that matters to you.
Help some people this time of year, you know, and remember to be thankful. You know, there's so many people that will spend their holidays in hospitals and care facilities around the world. I know what that's like. When my wife Daphne was sick, I mean, her illness was very public. Most of you people here know about that.
Yeah.
It was, I can't even explain to you how important it was, the support we got while we were spending the holidays in a hospital. So, you know, think of that. Think of those other people. I mean, you guys have had this relationship with Shriners for a few years now.
About 6 years.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you and I have had conversations about that several times and about how amazing they are to you guys.
Yeah.
And it's not just you. Like, it's not because it's you. It's because that's what they do.
Well, and that's the thing. We're one of thousands and thousands of patients at the Salt Lake facility. They've got Los Angeles, Sacramento, Cincinnati. Like, they're all over the country. They've got a couple in Mexico. They're in Hawaii. It's just, here's the thing. We get, and this is the coolest deal, right? I'll just say this before we get into this. Kevin Foy and Rod LeClaire, we get to go up every year and help out with a little car show that they do in Salt Lake.
Cool.
All of the proceeds from that car show, the whole reason they do that car show, they make a bunch of money so that they can go buy bicycles that are adapted to allow kids who can't ride a regular bike
To ride.
to go for a bicycle.
That's awesome.
All of it. It's amazing.
Whoa. Rod LeClaire leaving the starting line, and that thing goes right down Broadway. But Kevin Foy having issues in the 67 Firebird, not able to make it happen. His guys are not happy about that one, but man, Rod LeClaire out of Victoria, knocking out another Canadian. That's kind of mean.
We started a civil war.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Oh, started
British
a
Columbia
civil war.
versus Manitoba.
Selkirk?
Yeah,
Oh.
and Manitoba is like in the middle, like middle left to right, like east, west to
Got
east.
it.
It's like center of the United States, go over the border, Manitoba. It's like the no man's land of Canada. I think there are more moose there than people and stuff. Like I don't know.
Groundhogs,
but
more
it's
groundhogs.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah, lots of farmland and stuff there in
Can you imagine being a
Manitoba.
groundhog trying to avoid getting trampled by a moose?
No.
That's got to look like fighting King Kong.
Yeah,
Anyway,
exactly.
sorry. Total squirrel moment. Steve Nicholson, another Canadian.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Vancouver. Oh, man.
They're trying to take us over one racetrack at a time.
Look, man, everybody that I've ever met, like I said, we've got a lot of Canadian racers that like to come down here and spend a lot of time between, the NHRA. You get the national, the divisional, there's this, and then many of them will actually, hang out through Thanksgiving. Just such a wonderful, wonderful group of racers that come down here from Canada.
Oh, yeah. And we've talked about the sponsors on the live broadcast, but John DeYoung, who's running his beautiful Camaro out here and is part of a pro mod team and some other fun stuff with Artex Racing, he reached out to a bunch of Canadians and said, hey, we all need to sponsor this. So I think 2/3 of the companies that are on the live broadcast sponsorship are actually Canadians or from the Pacific Northwest of the United States. It's awesome. So thank you to all those guys. John, you're rad. Like, we love you, dude. And yeah, the Canadians are they're loving it. Man, a bunch of them went through like -20 weather through passes and stuff to get here.
Well, at least it didn't turn out like the Donner Party.
Right.
And they made it through. Oh, man. All right, so Steve Nicholson on a solo shot, as we say, kind of survives one. Got out there, started to get away from him a little bit, was able to get it settled down, and he runs it right through the middle of the racetrack, nice and clean. So that is going to wrap things up, I believe. Nope. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We still got a few in our Hughes Performance Big Tire. Again, Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness is already back in the staging lanes. West Coast Bikes and Calvert Racing No Box. West Coast Bikes and Calvert Racing No Box. You have been called into the staging lanes, please. West Coast Bikes and Calvert Racing No Box. Let's get you into the staging lanes. And I am going to reiterate what they're saying right now in the chat bleachers. Again, if you are sitting up in the main grandstands, grab your phone, go to YouTube, look up Streetcar Super Nationals 20 or SCSN 20. You can play along with us. Is it kind of like what were those ones in the heyday of the game shows? You had that play at home game.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
And the oh my God, I'm trying to think. What was the one we're close to the same age? There was one big one where you could play at home, and I always remember trying to get my parents to let me do it, and they wouldn't let me because they were talk about me being too young.
Wheel of Fortune.
Maybe it was Wheel of Fortune. Yes, it was Wheel of Fortune, and because I wasn't an adult. And what was funny is that came back to bite me later on. My son Cole won a Mercedes-Benz.
What?
In one of those mall sign-up-to-win things. Okay? Won a Mercedes-Benz. You know how old he was?
14.
12.
Uh-oh.
You know what he didn't get?
A Mercedes-Benz.
Correct. And we literally were like, you idiot. You needed to put your mother or grandparents or somebody. You're not an adult. What did you do? Literally got the call, the letter, the whole thing. You don't win a dang thing because your kid's 12.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So since we're
payback.
going with game shows?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, ba-dum. Womp.
Price is Right.
Yeah.
Yes, Price is
That's
Right.
the Price is Right loser. You got
It
a car
is.
and then you didn't get a car. So.
Yes.
Oh, man. The little mountain climber guy?
Yeah, the
All
mountain
right.
climber guy. The Swiss Alps one.
Love that one. Man. Ryan Hayward making a heck of a shot there.
Yeah. 035 on the tree.
Dude. Again, so as I was saying, before I got totally and completely, start calling me Doug, like that dog on the Disney show Up. Complete squirrel moment. Anyway, if you are in the grandstands here, go ahead, get out your phone, go to YouTube, because the camera angles that they are showing, shots directly through the window, lining up right behind. I mean, it was pretty spectacular. Harry and Ian going to get a solo shot as Vic Brum. Unfortunately not able to make the call, and we are down to our final car in Hughes Performance Big Tire. So now the purpose, or the real purpose of why I was saying get out your phone. For those of you that are watching online, I am going to reinforce what they were saying in here. The thing that helps, and Chad probably knows way more about this. Yes, I do IT for a living, but I don't do YouTube for a living. Chad does. The thing that helps with the algorithms, the thing that helps them find you, the content that you like, is based on the content that you like. So if you're watching a live feed and you want to see more live feeds of racing show up on your suggested list there in YouTube, hit the like button.
Absolutely.
If you would like to help support Chad and the Bang Shift team so that his
Subscribe.
content shows, then you subscribe. All of it can be done directly from your phone or from your desktop, wherever it is. The little thumbs up, find it, hit it, help yourself, and help Chad.
And none of those things cost money. It doesn't
Nothing.
cost
It's
money
free.
for you to like. It doesn't cost money for you to subscribe at all. The other thing you can do is comment. If you comment, that shows another level of engagement, which is good for me, but it's also good for you because they're like, man, they like this not only enough to give a thumbs up, but also enough to comment. Ooh, big smoke for Harry and Ian out of Chatsworth. That thing left the starting line and obliterated the tire. Patrick Barnhill down there. Oh, whoop, that was a little much. We know where the edge is. But, you know, that goes for any of your, you know, social medias and what have you. And, you know, we talked about the sponsors here. We have great sponsors here. We totally appreciate that. You know, there are a lot of you that watch our broadcasts regularly and know that some events we don't have any more sponsors than our standard, right? We have a couple that are with us all the time, Molly Motorsport and Holly. But in those instances, you guys can donate to the beer fund by doing super chats and that kind of stuff, which is awesome. We really do appreciate that stuff. And anybody that does that, like, really, it means the world to us. Again, we believe that live streaming video of drag races should be free. And I have a not family-friendly thing that I say about that when I'm hanging out with my buddies and racers. But suffice it to say I can watch a lot of other stuff on the internet without paying for it, and drag racing should be one of them. So that's why we've done everything we can to bring you this live broadcast for free. It was very quickly put together deal, and these sponsors stepped up. So big thanks to Molly Motorsports and Holly, Redline Oil, of course, the fine folks at Gateway Classics, Titanium Auto Group, Artex Racing. Seriously, big thanks. Also Hayward Homes, Raz Construction, S&T Truck Repair, D. Jansen Racing, and RPM Roll Bars. All of them have done a lot for us, and we could not be more thankful. So thank you to all of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely worth it. Again, the folks at Summit, I mean, at summitracing.com, you're going to find millions of parts in stock, 1,500 brand names for racing, street, truck, off-road, tools, whatever you need. Summit's the one to go. And I say this, especially this time of year, as we get down towards quote-unquote Christmas time, right? When you wonder who should be on my shopping list, like where do I go to do my shopping? The names of the companies and the brands that sponsor the events that you go race at are the ones that you want to watch. Those ones immediately need to go to the top of the shopping list.
Amen.
They
Amen.
turn around.
Amen.
They support the sport you love. They support the events you love. Give them, return the favor, because they're going to turn around and reinvest your dollar right back into supporting more of the stuff you love. So it's a win-win for you.
It is, and you know, we all buy stuff from Amazon and everywhere else. We all do. We all know it. I'm not claiming otherwise. But let's say that you want to buy your significant other something cool for Christmas, and you want to buy him a t-shirt, a Holly t-shirt. Go to summitracing.com to buy the Holly t-shirt, and you are supporting Holly and Summit at the same time.
All together.
Right? It's really, really, really smart and fun. Please do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. Exactly what you need to do. I mean, it is just awesome. So we are getting into our Mustang Madness category. Again, it is the Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. We've got Dennis Hilliard and Philip Coe. Coe in the Mustang, 1358, the number showing up on the left side scoreboard. A little bit of a handicapped head start based on the number on the board. Slower the car gets the head start, the quicker car has to try and chase him down. Beat your opponent to the finish line without running quicker than your number, and Dennis Hilliard does just that. 940 on a 911 after no 29 reaction time. And as we get ready to roll into this, we got our own Gage the Intern from right here in Las Vegas going to be taking over the microphone for Mustang Madness.
Thank you, Nate. I mean, like, everybody knows I'm the Mopar guy, but hey, good. You cannot go wrong with those. You cannot go wrong with a good old Mustang. Jimmy Thompson, Paul Wolf, going to be our next two out. Paul Wolf, 1073, the dial, turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Paul Wolf is going to throw up when he sees that time slip. Jimmy Thompson going to get the win. Automatically, 1081 at 114 miles an hour. And Fox Body will move on into round number 2 of Morrow Bros Ford Mustang Madness. I'll bring up Tana Taylor over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. How about the pair of 70 Mustangs? Me personally, because you know I like yellow, I'm going to go with Eric Risner over there on the right-hand side. That thing's got the parachute on the back. That thing is set up for maybe 150 mile an hour. Going to be having a 850 dial to the 1025 of Tana Taylor. So Tana, get a little bit of a head start. The battle between Idaho and Colorado. And away we go. Green lights for both. Trying to reel in Tana. Can Eric get there in time? Got there too quick. 856.7 on an 857 dial. Breaks out, automatically hands the win over to Tana Taylor. Goes 1033 on a 1025 dial. To move on into round number 2. It'll bring up Paul Calvert. How about the 77 Mustang 2? With the 302. Normally runs this thing in stock eliminator. Dial 1407 and a red light start for George Hull's new Gen Camaro. He left before he saw the 3 ambers flash on his side of the Christmas tree. So Paul Calvert for Calvert Racing will move on. 1405 on the 1407 at 88 miles an hour. I'll bring up Brad Miles. Robert Nasrallah. Nasrallah over on the right-hand side of the racetrack, out of Lakewood, with the Fox Body style. 944 the dial. Gonna chase down Brad Miles' 2012 Mustang, dialed 1193. And the Fox body is reeling it in past him and turns on the wind light on the Pennzoil scoreboard. 949 on a 944. 1212 on the 1193. For Brad Miles will do no good in round number 1. John Emeterio, the racing striped 2014 Mustang, dialed 1018 on the left-hand side. Triple nines on the board for Cal Gordon. And can the Fox bodies go 2-0 against the New Gens? Yes, we can. 10:06 on the 999. Getting there first. John Emeterio had the better reaction time, but ran off on the dial. 10:48 on a 10:18 dial. Bring up Jonas De La Cruz over there on the left-hand side. How about the 73 Mach 1? With the 435, dial 952. Getting the head start over Brent Calvert's 2014 Cobra Jet. That is the supercharged 302. Wheels up for Calvert. That Calvert's suspension working to perfection as always. Down to the finish line, give it to Brent Calvert. 874 on the 868 dial. Jonas, 929 on the 952 dial. Missed it by a bunch. Took the stripe by 3/10 and did not look back. And will not see a wind light come up on his side of the racetrack. And we'll bring up Sergio Crespo. Out of San Francisco in the 65 left side. Caleb Shepard in the 84 model on the right-hand side. Dialed 1170, getting the head start. And the yellow machine is getting there first. By 900ths of a second, 1068 on the 1054 dial. Will get it done. Against Caleb Shepard. Justin Keller. Kian Arbach. Going to be our next two. Keller, the 91 model with the 302 out of Sun City, Arizona, dialed 1171. You know, a little bit of a head start over Kian Arbach's 2020. The 5.0 leader. And Justin Keller gave up his handicap head start. All Kian Arbach's got to do is lift at 1,000 feet, and he turns on the wind light. No, he did not lift. He goes 11:08 on an 11:13 dial. Breaks out. Justin Keller's reaction time was 2.25 and gets the win. 12:14 on the 1171 dial. Kian Arbach is really, really going to be sick when he sees that time slip. As Steve Erickson on the byline as John Karaholis could not make the call for first round. Steve Erickson is just going to coast on down the racetrack and turn on the wind light for that GT 500 from 2017. I'll bring up Madison Boardman of Glendale over there on the left-hand side. Was supposed to take on Keith Risner, who could not make the call in first round. So Madison will get a freebie. Gonna guess 1066. Again, the goal of bracket racing, if this is your first time experiencing this kind of racing, you pretty much predict the elapsed time that you're going to run down the racetrack, and your goal is to run that number without going too fast and get there first. That's the whole point of it. 999 at 141 for Madison Boardman. We are wrapping things up in Marlboro's Ford Mustang Madness. We got our West Coast bikes getting ready to run up next. Bring up Michael Hadrith on the laddered by as we had an odd amount of cars entered in the category. The best qualified position gets a solo in round number 1. 10:23 dial, 31 reaction time for Mike Hadrith. Gonna roll on through down the racetrack 10:26.5 at 130 miles an hour to wrap up round number 1. Marlboro's Ford Mustang Madness, and we are going to get into some of the baddest motorcycles on the West Coast. I mean, these guys are absolutely insane. I have no desire to be on a bike and not have a roll cage over my head. These guys have more courage than I ever will. I mean, these guys... When you strap turbos on a motorcycle, we are not playing around. And with our West Coast bikes, this is a no-time category. We cannot see the numbers. So we're going to do the now what I call patented gauge the intern eye test. Pretty much if it looks A to B, that's a solid run. If the thing is like bringing one wheel up at like half track, that is a really good run. Now I would say normally if it's bringing both wheels up, that is a absolutely fantastic run. But when you are on a motorcycle and you say both wheels are in the air, that is probably not a good sign. With how fast these guys go and throw how much boost they do, I would not be surprised if we see some wheelies here. We're going to start things off with Wilton Kimbrough and Thad Wills. Couple of long-tail Hayabusas. We got turbos. I believe we got some with nitrous. We're not playing around. Wilton Kimbrough over on the left-hand side. Thad Wilts on the yellow and blue bike. On the right-hand side, spool the turbos from Wilton. And a red light start for Thad. Automatically hands the wind over, and Wilton's bike doesn't go anywhere off the starting line. That thing looked like it never got on the boost. Thad shaking his head as he goes past the Christmas tree and sees a red light come up on his side, which means that Wilton Kimbrough will move on into round number 2 of West Coast Bikes. Now we'll bring up Brian Sabina and Chris Reagan. Sabina out of Corona, California, over there on the left-hand side with the red helmet. Repping LAT Racing Oils. Chris Reagan over on the right. The white and red leather bike. Again, we got ourselves some long tails. Brian Sabina got the big old turbo hanging on the right-hand side of the bike. Take one last deep breath, pull down the visor, and start spooling up the turbo. Popping, banging, popping and banging. Getting ready to go fully in, and we're off and away. Both are green. Right lane makes a little shimmy out there and is sitting up early on the bike. Sabina makes a little bit of a move towards the wall, brings it back over, and turns on the win light on the Las Vegas scoreboard. Brian Sabina gonna move on. Chris Reagan had a little shimmy down early, and then about half track sat up on the bike and forfeited the run. Now we'll bring up Kenneth Coleman and Gary Stouffer as our next two. Kenneth Coleman from right here in North Las Vegas on an 017 Suzuki. Gary Stouffer. If you're avid fans of the NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle Series, you might be familiar with the name Karen Stouffer. That is Gary's wife. Gary decided to have himself some fun here at Streetcar Super Nationals on its 20th anniversary here in Las Vegas. Came down from Gardnerville on the 2012 Kawasaki. Let's see if the Stokers can get another trophy on the mantle by the end of the week. Off in green for both. It looks like Coleman is pulling away. Kenneth Coleman is going to be your winner. Gary Stouffer got off even with him, and then by half track, Garrett Coleman started pouring on the boosters. Now we'll bring up our final motorcycle for West Coast Bikes. Thomas Morris on the BMW motorcycle from right here in Las Vegas. We got our Calvert Racing no box sitting under the arch, getting ready to go. And oh, Thomas Morris forgot to put the thing in gear before he went. Good thing he's on the buy run. So we'll get the freebie in round number 2. Now we'll wrap up West Coast Bikes. We are into Calvert Racing no box. Again, the same concept as our Mustang Madness. Pick a dial. Try and get there first and not go too quick. We're going to start with Martin Koski over on the right-hand side. The 68 Dart out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. And a long-time native resident here at the Strip at Las Vegas, Scott Horsley. In his 55 Chevy, going to get the head start with an 1172 dial to the 1055 of Martin Koski.
Look at that 68 Dart over there.
I know.
Oh, Horsley goes red by 22. Ouch. Koski was late, but gets the win. Sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good, my friend.
Exactly. It is that right time at the right place. You can be the baddest dude on the tree. You can be the baddest dude dialing a race car. But sometimes there's just that one guy that just shows up right next to you, and then you're like, I just can't get around this guy. I just can't. I don't know why. Darren Groh. Wesley Birmingham going to be our next two. Groh is way out there. And here comes Birmingham. 1390 to a 970 dial. Can the Fox body reel it in time?
Oh.
Just barely got there. 975 on the 970 dial. Darren Groh, 1406 on the 1390 dial. And by 23 thou, Wesley Birmingham going to move on.
Yeah, I think Darren got a little aggressive on the brakes down there and gave it back. That is, ouch. Ouch. Look at John Tabak. Tabak out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia in the 89 S10 has been up here helping us announce the last 2 days. Me and Gage been having some fun with him out of the Great White North. that 89 S10. He was 009 on the tree in his time trial earlier. Ronnie Collins in the Challenger, dial an 11-0. 1079 the dial for John Tabak. Ooh, Tabak good on the tree. They're going to be right next to each other down there. Oh, Tabak gets it. 86 on a 79 dial. He was on the brakes by 59 thou. Takes the finish line. Getting the win.
Jimmy Olsen, Jason Hamilton going to be our next two. Hamilton, the mayor of Hamilton, Montana.
Yep.
That we have officially called in the Firebird dial 1457. Look at the big spread here. Jimmy Olsen's 990. Trying to chase down the Ford-powered Pontiac. Got there. 10 flat on a 990 dial.
That was all reaction time right there. Okay, I'm a big fan of a Nova, you know that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm a big fan of a Ford Maverick, but my second favorite Ford might be a Pinto. We've got a big tire Pinto, all traditional back half bracket car over here in the right lane of Michael Avidable. Dreher in the left lane out of Bakersfield. Avidable out of Kingman, Arizona in the 71 Pinto. Oh, Avidable goes 10 red and hands the win to Dreher. Avitable. I like that better. It sounds cooler.
How about this pair here, Chad? Whiskey Saldana, 68 Camaro with the orange and the white stripes over the top. But how about Brenda Biscay's 65 Fairlane with the small 289 cubic inch Ford in it? Dial 1037 to the 999 and a red light start by 7th thou for Brenda Biscay. Ooh boy.
You know, it's hard to beat a guy in a Camaro with a name like Whiskey Saldana.
Exactly.
I mean, seriously.
Unless your last name's Tequila.
Yes, good point. Whiskey Saldana, like that sounds like a guy that should be the most interesting man in the world. Another square S10. I love him. That's Luigi Panunzio. Another one of those good last names. And Scott Taylor. Taylor in that 65 Chevelle. I like a 65 Chevelle. That's my favorite little Chevelle.
Okay, okay.
I classify Chevelles as small, medium, and large, right? 64 and 5 are small, 66 and 7 are medium, 68 on up big. And the win light going to Luigi in the right lane, runs 1235 on a 1234 dial. Scott Taylor lost that one on reaction time as he runs dead on 1050 with a 0, but the 66 light not gonna work when Panunzio is at a 31 light. And out of Douglas, Arizona, my friend Steve Valdez. Valdez in the 71 Vega, 406 small block for power. Letting go of the button real good. 1049 his dial. Kiesel 1250 the dial. Oh, Valdez breaks out. 47 with a 9 on a 49 dial. Kiesel runs 55 with a 7 on a 1250 dial for the win.
Bringing up our next two, Jacob Evans. That's the Gopher. In the love truck over there on the left-hand side. That car has won many bracket races here at the Strip of Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's a local, and that thing is a regular here, right? I mean, every event, right?
You want to talk about, like, the ultimate bracket car? Look no further than the love truck over there on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. James Amarias over there on the right-hand side, the 68 Nova. Gonna be dialed 988. Trying to chase down that pesky little gopher. Trying to do what Bill Murray and Caddyshack could not.
Oh, and James goes red, 14 red. Evans goes 41 on the tree. It's his to win. Breaks out 1220 with an 8 on a 1223 dial, but it was a free run. I wouldn't touch a thing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro 275 to the lanes, please. Pro 275 to the back of the lanes for pairing. Pro 275 to the back of the lanes. Pro 275, come on down to the back of the lanes, please. Hey, Nate.
Hi, Chad.
Okay, I've been.
I know.
I know. This is a funny part. This is a funny part you have, and you don't know how ironic this is. But I'll explain to you as you tell people what lovely thing you have in your hand.
So, share with me this. Share with me this. We've had a lot of lost and found items.
Yes.
Turned in over the years.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you the story of one of them. I started telling earlier. Remember we've got what's up, Markel? We've had somebody who's lost their keys.
Ooh.
Okay, so if you've lost the keys to your car, it's not a trailer, it's not a quad, it's not a golf cart. It's these are legit car keys. Come see a Kia. If you're here from Vegas, you know that's kind of one of the dealers' little deals. It's come see a Kia. So I don't know if Jim Marsh is here. I don't know. But if you've lost the keys to your Kia, there is something very telling about them. And if you've lost them, come on up here to the tower. Is this another lost and found item, or is this a racer in need? Racer in need item. Okay, so we've got a lot. So I'm going to make this very, very quick. So if you've lost the keys to your Kia, we probably have them in the tower. There's something very telling about them. You come up and tell us what is telling about these keys, and we'll happily return you the keys to your car. Second thing, we have a lost and found item
fairly
that was
large.
Lost and left behind. If you are missing the taillight cover and reverse light cover,
all the lands.
I'm guessing this is probably the right rear.
Yes.
So if you own a fox-bodied Mustang and are missing the right rear taillight cover, and your car number happens to be 1991X.
We got it.
We got it.
Up
So
here
again,
in the
you got to
tower.
match all the above criteria, right? You got to
Yeah.
drive a Mustang. Your car number is 1991X, and you have to be missing your right taillight cover, brake light cover. We've got that. We've got it up here in the tower. We'll happily give it back to you.
And we have a couple of, I made this announcement a little bit ago, but it was really loud, so I'm going to take this opportunity. We have a couple of racers in need. So our first one is Darce Laws is looking for a large frame precision turbo 94 millimeter or smaller. So a large frame precision turbo 94 millimeter or smaller. If you have one for sale, rent, or borrow, Darce Laws is looking for one, I think, to put in that S10. And Josh Warrenberg is looking for a mechanical drive fuel pump cable. It's a 131.25 XL cable. If you run a mechanical drive fuel pump, you will know what we are talking about. He needs that drive cable. It's a very big cable. You guys all know what it is. If you have any spares or what have you, or you're out and you have one on your car you can remove easily, Josh Warrenberg would really like it. Come up here to the tower. We'll give you their numbers. So again, Darce Laws needs a large frame, precision turbo, 94 millimeter or smaller, and Warrenberg needs a mechanical drive fuel pump cable, a 131.25 XL.
Now, here's the thing. When you said Jarsh,
Yeah.
if you were from central or kind of northern-ish Utah, you pronounced that correctly.
That's true. Yeah,
Josh
that's
would come
what
up.
I know. I mean, that's why I was doing
my grandmother was from Cedar City. And it wasn't a washcloth; it was a washcloth.
Right.
You got to get the washcloth.
That's hilarious.
But anyway, so again, back to we've got racers in need. We've got somebody who's lost their car keys.
And they
It's a
are
Kia.
very distinctive.
It's very distinct. What it is it's very distinct. Well, you'd be able to tell us what's distinctive about it.
Right.
But so the story I was telling you a little earlier.
I was
from the
thinking about
dirt track. From the dirt track.
Yeah.
Years ago, they run and they still do it. It's this great dirt race that they put on up there, Duel in the Desert.
Yep.
Great dirt race. We had a guy down here named Toby who operates a dirt track of his own back in Iowa. He was down helping out with the announcing. Somebody had turned in a set of rental car keys early on in the evening saying, hey, somebody lost their keys. So he had been calling all night over the PA. You lost your keys, you lost your keys, you lost your keys. Come get them, we've got them, we've got them. It's been going on for like 4 or 5 hours. Well, now it's time for him. We're doing one of the mains. He's going to go down and actually do a winner's circle. When he goes down to do the winner's circle, he says, hang on, I got a great idea. He grabs the rental keys. Oh! He grabs the rental keys and the microphone and disappears. He says, I'll be back. So I figure he's going down to maybe hold him up in front of the crowd, be like, hey, guess what?
Right.
A couple of minutes later, we're sitting up there in the tower. I'll be darned if a white Malibu rental car doesn't come barreling out of turn 2, up onto the racetrack, down halfway down the backstretch, makes the turn, comes, parks it dead center right in the middle of the infield at the dirt track. So he went and took the keys that he had, commandeered somebody's rental car. Since they never claimed the keys, he went and claimed the car.
Right.
Barrels it out onto the racetrack, parks it in the middle, gets out, turns on the wireless mic, looks at the crowd and says, is this your car? Is this your car? One lady stands up in the front, sweet little old lady in the handicap section, and said, yeah, that's my car.
Oh, no.
So, yeah,
I
true
love
story.
it.
True story. All right. Where'd Gage go? I didn't mean to chase Gage away. I was just going to jump back on here for a minute and then let him get back at it for the remainder of our no box category. We'll see. Gage will be back here in a minute. He'll be back in a minute. Dennis Sato now and Karen Mohoff. How about Camaro versus Camaro? Would we start at like a civil war earlier in Canada? Now we're going to have a little Chevy on Chevy crime. 10:25, 10:25. Numbers on the board are identical. The tree drops at exactly the same time. I'll bet you could see who got to leave first. It was Dennis Sato. He is 30 thousandths of a second behind the green light.
Yeah.
And then it goes 10:39 on a 10:25. And you may be looking at it if you were kind of new to this bracket style racing, whatever, going, well, wait a minute. That guy ran 10:250 on a 10:25. Why is he not the winner?
Well,
Reaction time is a major factor.
yeah.
The clocks on elapsed time do not start until your car leaves the starting line. So if you get a reaction time that is significantly better than your opponent, essentially you're getting a head start without getting disqualified. Just think about it that way. I get a head start. I've still got all that time ahead of me. So Dennis Sato gets himself a sizable head start by about a tenth plus of a second and is able to get that real estate under his belt, runs down there, goes 10:39, slows it up to make sure that he doesn't break out, and gets the win light. Is now Chris Pinter and Bryce Seabolt. Seabolt, the 21 challenger out of West Haven. Is that like West Haven, Connecticut? New Jersey? Is he a Jersey
Yes.
guy?
Yes. I mean, who's going to argue with us?
Nobody. Nobody. He can get a head start headed back to West Haven. 1283 on a 1240 dial for Bryce Seabolt. Ends up a tenth and a half of a second behind at the finish line, and the win light belongs to Pinter. 976 on a 960. 217 is not usually going to win you a race.
No. Just want to also remind all our number one qualifiers, if you guys come up here to the tower and come see Mel, he has number one qualifier hats for you. That means you, Dale Jansen, Darren Taylor, Michael Hadrith, Mike Labatt, Justin Gallant, Mike Kenworthy, Anthony Katnick, KJ Glennon, Johnny Coleman, and Karen Mohoff. You guys are number one qualifiers, and you have a number one qualifier hat waiting for you up here in the tower.
Very cool. Chloe Lippin gonna get the win light here as Tib Mellick leaves early and then comes to a stop.
Very crooked.
Red light and then a broken race car. That's like heartbreak times two.
Yeah, I would like to say that that's the first late model Mopar we've broken drivetrain parts on, but I'd be lying. I'd also be lying if I told you I understood why you guys kept the IRS in those things. You can bolt a stick axle in them for way cheaper than all the other junk you upgrade. I'm just saying.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I know. I've seen me do it.
Well, let's see. So your friendly neighborhood photographer and tech guy has decided that he brought us up some, like, really cool, fun goodies to give away. Couple of little things here. Oh, cool. That's nice. That's actually kind of fun. So we got just a moment here. And then we'll get back after it. I'm just trying to think, how do we give these goodies away? How do we give these goodies away? I know. I think I know exactly how to give this, at least one of these away. Two of them. We're going to do this. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it again. A little bit more. All right, so Gary White and Sam Montgomery. Sam Montgomery left side in the 63 Chevy twice, and Gary White in the right side. In the Charger, win light's going to belong to Montgomery. 9:45 was the number showing up on Sam Montgomery's scoreboard when he started the race, and 9:45 is the number that he puts on the top side of the scoreboard when he finishes the race. Means he runs dead on the dial-in that he predicted after an 0.72 reaction time, gets himself the win light. Gary White was 49 on the tree and then 12.67 on a 12.48. So here's the deal. We are in round number one of the Calvert Racing no box category. We got Pro 275. Sitting back in the staging lanes. They are going to be getting ready to go here soon as well as Isaac Hawks and John Geldera. Once again, Pro 275. Pro 275. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Pro 275. We need you back into the staging lanes, please. Isaac goes red by 10 thousandths of a second. And John Geldera gets the win light. As we got Preston Elmer and Candy Larson. Larson driving that 66 Acadian right side, and Preston Elmer. West Valley City, Utah, just south of Salt Lake, home base for the Charger. Dialed in at 8.99 seconds. Head start goes to Candy. The 11:04 showing up on the scoreboard. That is the dial-in that the driver predicted their car would be able to traverse the quarter mile in. You got to beat your opponent to the finish line without getting there quicker than what you predicted your dial-in to be. So Candy gets 11.04 seconds to work with. Preston gets 8.99 seconds to work with, and the win light belongs to Candy. Candy with a 109 reaction time, better than Preston Elmer's 240 light. So Elmer left 240 thousandths of a second after the green light came on. Candy left 109 thousandths of a second after the green light came on. So advantage to Candy. Candy gets to the stripe first, runs above the dial-in she predicted, lights up the scoreboard, and gets the win. So as Jacob Trammell and Donald Horn line up. All right, Chad, here's what we're going to do. Right?
All right, I'm ready.
Our chassis inspector / photographer / just kind of all-around good dude.
Yep, Eddie Maloney.
Brought up some things up here to give away.
Okay.
And they're more targeted at a younger audience as Jacob Trammell gets the win light on a double breakout. He runs 10.77.9, 1,000th of a second under what he predicted it would run to get the win light. Donald Horn ran 1/10 of a second under what he thought it would run. So that is that. Hey, we need to get, small tire. FYR Solutions Limited Small Tire. FYR Solutions Limited Small Tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. FYR Solutions Limited Small Tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
That's Frank Yee Racing Solutions.
FYR?
Yep, Frank Yee Racing Solutions.
I thought it was just somebody that couldn't spell fire.
Nope. No, I thought of all kinds of other fun
but if
things.
it's Frank, he
It's
probably
Frank.
can't spell fire. No,
Probably.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. All right, cool. So Frank Yee Racing Limited Small Tire.
Yep.
Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Oh, Rob Strong, 7th thou red. David Trammell, 7th thou green. Green light beats a red light. All those things. How do you know a racer Christmas tree?
How?
There's no red lights on it. They won't do it.
I like it.
10:20 on a 10:17 to finish things up as David gets the win light. It's now Jackson Burgess and Jaden Hawker. All right, so here's the deal. Few of these things are kind of like Disney related. One of them's Golden Knights related, the things that we're going to give away.
He does work for Disney.
Here's what I think we should do. How about if Jaden Hawker goes red by 30 thousandths of a second, Jackson Burgess gets the win. We've got a lot of really awesome young race fans out here. The first young lady race fan, meaning under 10 years old. Obviously, you got to bring your parents with you. You can't come up here by yourself.
Right.
You cannot
Please.
come up here by yourself. But the first young lady race fan under 10 years old that can come up here and tell me the name of the beauty shop inside Disneyland. It's there in Fantasyland.
Okay.
Right?
I got nothing.
You can have this whole experience where you can go in and get a makeover. You can get dressed up like your favorite princess or your favorite prince. But the first young lady under 10 years old that comes up here and finds us in the announcer room tells me the name of that shop. You got to bring your parent with you. You can't come by yourself. But if you are 10 years old or younger, you know the name of the beauty shop, come find me in the announcer booth. We've got a prize for you. And it's a cool prize. It's a cool prize.
It is.
Eddie brought it up here. It's a cool prize. So the first young lady, well, of course, I have the answer too. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask the question. Uh-huh. So you gave me the thing, and then you run in here and go, I know the answer. What, you want me to give it back to you? Besides that, you're not a young lady race fan that's 10 years old or younger. Okay. All right. Mentally, yes, you are 10 years old or younger. And sometimes you do act like a little girl. Sorry. That wasn't politically correct. Kyle Hawker gets the win light over Harley Hawker. Kyle goes 9:55 on a 9:46. It's going to bring up Phil Koch and his El Camino and Jeff Rates in the 1967 Mach 1 style Mustang. 11:09 the dial for Jeff. He gets the head start. He left 11 thousandths of a second before he should have and turns on the red light. And this is not like Roxanne. You know, you don't have to turn on the red light. If you turn on the red light here, it's not a good thing. It means that you left early. It's kind of like the foul line in bowling. No good. So red light start for Jeff Rates. He bows out. Philip Koch, 10:30 on a 10:22, gets the win light as Jerry Cooksey and Caleb Shepard. Shepard coming down not far north of here, out of St. George, Utah, about an hour and a half drive down the 15 to get here to pair up with Jerry Cooksey, who had quite a different drive coming down out of Beaver Creek, Oregon. The Nova gives up the head start to the Mustang. The 982 dial to the 1170 dial. And at the big end of the racetrack, the scoreboard lights up for Cooksey. The Nova's moving on to round number 2 of Calvert Racing No Box. Now keep in mind, I want to make sure that I'm doing this the right way. Michael Hattreth and Justin Keller, what does it say keep in mind is for our no box and box competitors, basically non-electronics and electronics competitors, there is a buyback on the schedule today. So if round number 1 doesn't quite go the way that you think it should, meaning the wind light turned on the opposite side of the racetrack and you now have to, race your way back in, you can do that. There will be a buyback for no box a little bit later in the day, and there will be a buyback for racingjunk.com electronics a little bit later on in the day. Justin Keller bowing out here, going to have to utilize the buyback round if he wants to keep going. 102 on the tree for Hattreth, and 1041 is Jake Tynes and Fidel Smith. I am sorry, but if I had the first name Fidel, I might legally have my last name changed to Castro. Just because.
It would be funny. I love Fidel's car. That steel wheels, dogfish hubcap, 69 Camaro. Awesome. Love it. It's not fast, but it's rad.
Well, and you may be able to see it later on in the day should he do the buyback round.
Exactly.
All right, so again, I am still looking for the first young lady race fan, 10 years old or younger, who can come up here to the announcer booth and tell me the name of the beauty shop inside of Disneyland. If you find us in here, or Disney World, I mean, we're West Coast, so I'm using Disneyland. So it's Tana Taylor and Ty Boyle. Tana, who provided our national anthem for us this morning. Dialed in at 1034 in her Mustang. Going up against Ty Boyle. All right. So let's see. Let's see.
Little girls coming in the door.
All right. So which one of you is 10 years old or younger? You are 10? You're like 6'4". How can you be 10 years old and 6'4"? All right, maybe you're not that tall. Okay, so hold on. So what's your name? Jasmine. And you, right, you got a princess name already. You're, Eddie, stop breaking our chairs. This is why we can't have nice things.
What's your name and how old are you?
Yeah, Jasmine and Josie. You two know each other? No? Okay, so you both showed up here. So which one was here first? That's my question. Do we remember? Josie, were you here first, or who was here first? I'm not going to let either of you go away empty-handed.
Right, we're winning.
Kind of the same time? Okay. Well, so here's my question. Do you know the name of the beauty shop? You do? What is it?
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. You had the same answer, right? All right,
knew.
I'll tell you what. Here's the deal. Eddie gave us this really cool backpack and also gave us a Stitch doll, but since you showed up at the same time, I'm going to let you guys pick. So, Chad, hold this for a minute. We'll figure this out.
Got you. That is awesome. All right. So.
All right, we've got our winners. Thank you. Sorry.
We will have more coming. We will have more coming, girls. Don't you worry. We'll have more contest stuff later, too. All right? We appreciate you guys coming so much. That's awesome. You guys are awesome.
All right, so we had our first two that showed up.
You are welcome. Thank you, guys.
Josie and Jasmine, they showed up. We got them handed out. We will have more coming out later.
Yes.
But congratulations, Josie and Jasmine. One of them got a nice little necklace. The other one got a Stitch stuffy.
Yep.
But we'll have more.
We do.
We'll have more.
They're all getting their pictures taken up here in the tower.
Why not?
That's cool.
You're up here. You got to check the place out.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so the name was Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique.
And I'm going to throw this out there. We've been doing, racer calls. We need parts, etc. If you are a race team or a sponsor here at the event or what have you, and you have any swag that you would be willing to give away for the kids, or that you are giving away in your booth, you let us know. But if you have anything you want to bring up here to the tower that we can give away for some of our fun today and tomorrow, bring it on up. We'd love to have it. We don't need a truckload.
No.
But we are all about taking care of the kids, and anything you guys would like to be a part of, we appreciate it and would be happy to spread the love.
Absolutely. We will happily spread the word for you. What's up, Stevie? You telling me you got stuff to give away to the kids? But it is. Stevie's here, team leader.
Ron Link.
You want a she's? Just saying. You want a she's?
Ron Link over here in the left lane. Supposed to be going up against Taylor Wright. But I believe Taylor broke that Cadillac a little bit earlier in another category that should have been in the right lane. In Pro 275, Ron Link getting a bye run to go into round number 2.
You know what? That's not a bad way to go about this. You get a bye in round number 1.
Oh.
Ooh.
Trying to kill it. And Ron Link unable to do so.
Well, it's just like we talked about earlier, right? You know you're rolling up here. Tweak it a little bit. See what the track will take. And then back it down. Or not.
Right. Now, Ron got a bye run. Now we have another one going on.
No, so I'm going to actually, right now, I'm going to take a moment and say a thank you and an apology. I'm going to say thank you to Phil Painter for bringing up the pizza. It's delicious.
Is Phil the one that brought up our appetizers?
Phil brought up the appetizers.
I love Phil Painter.
He brought up the pizza. I apologize for the fact that now I keep having to stop because I've got a little bit of a hiccupy type
right, I did
thing
too.
going on from
I did
the pizza
too.
was good.
It was good. A little bit of Blaze Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Painter, the promoter for Muscle Cars at the Strip, another amazing event here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, spectacular. So this time it's Brian Greenberg going to be getting the solo in his Mustang. Felipe Valencian? I'm going to go Valencian.
Yes. Oh,
that looked nice.
It looked real good till it didn't. I mean, that thing looked like it was going to go way fast. Got out there and struck the tires. He pedaled it quick, though. Still made it right on down.
I mean, Chad, now you tell me, right? Watching this type of racing, we're talking, heads up, no time. There is a fine line because, the super tall wheel stands are really cool.
Yes. Awesome.
But if you can get that car, it's got enough power to hike the front end, but you keep it within kind of that 4 to 6 inches off the pavement and it just keeps them there, that's got to be the indication of we got this.
Yeah, in a modern radial car, that is the maximum amount of wheel stand any of these guys want, because you'll note that these cars, when they're doing it right, the back of the car actually comes up higher and higher as it goes down the racetrack, getting that separation, just shoving the tires into the ground. And so they try not to do the wheel stands that make us happy. And it breaks my heart, but it is the fast way to go down the racetrack.
Yeah. I mean, you got to balance out between beauty and functionality.
Yes.
Functionally pretty versus strikingly
fast.
Yes. you got to balance the two. I was trying to think of the right words there. So Mike Keenan and Brylan Holder.
Wow.
That was not only functionally pretty, but it was technically sound.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brylan Holder really nailed it right there. That team has struggled a little bit, and honestly, Mike Keenan in that Nova has been really, really good A to B, but had a little bit of trouble out there, pedaled it good, but Brylan Holder led that thing from one end to the other.
Yeah, that was well executed on the half of Brylan, or on the part of Brylan. There's Jose Morales and Jeff Young. Now, Jeff is a guy coming down here out of Idaho that I know over the past 20 years of being here at Streetcar Super Nationals, they have consistently found better and better and better performance, and just like anybody, they have migrated their way through a series of race cars until they found, this one, the Corvette that they're dealing with here now.
Yeah, Young has looked good the last 2 days. That thing has made it down the racetrack, and Jose Morales, I believe that they went down 2 of their 4 runs, but really the cars in the water box right now, that S10 over there in the right lane, that is going to be one to watch. The Corvette having trouble staging, has to get out of the throttle to get it to move, and then was dead late going down the racetrack. The wind light going to Jose Morales as Lamar Swindle Jr. out of Baytown in that beautiful S10 pickup truck in the right lane. Going up against Harry, is it Anian? Anian. Out of Chatsworth in the 68 Camaro. All right, here we go. They're both in. Oh, and the S10 from A to B. That thing has been a rocket ship since it got here on property. Lamar Swindle Jr. putting on a clinic right there. Remember, folks, if you are not part of the crew of the car that is in the water box or at the starting line, you need to be within the bicycle fence areas. You cannot be out there. Big giant orange tractors with brooms and drags that will absolutely squash you like a bug.
Like you in the black shirt. Thank you very much for,
Yeah.
So, hey, here's just a public service announcement. I'm gonna rephrase Chad's public service announcement. Chad's public service announcement is this. Please keep in mind that if you are anywhere out near the starting line or in the restricted area, it is your responsibility to be an adult and take care of yourself.
Yeah.
If you are wandering around with your face in your phone and not paying attention to what's going on around you, you are at risk. And you are putting yourself, anytime you walk out by the racetrack, you are at risk. You are putting yourself at greater risk. So remember, the restricted area is limited to those that can be responsible. And number two, you should really only be out there when you are out there with your car.
Yeah, I mean, that guy right there was just walking along with his head in his phone, his nose just buried in the thing. And Thomas, a.k.a. Big Sexy, in one of the Kubotas, literally had to come to a stop. He's sitting there. I really wish he had hammered on the air horn.
It would have been great.
A couple of these those tractors have bigger air horns.
Yeah.
That dude would have levitated off the ground. It would have been awesome.
It would have been great. But, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, safety is one thing, but you also got to keep in mind that if you're out there and you're causing things like that to happen, you are interfering with race operations. And so we just certainly appreciate your cooperation, appreciate you helping us out with that. You know, if you are anywhere out near the starting line, be out there with your cars and then make your way back off. Otherwise, keep your head up, take a look around. It would be very helpful to you.
Yes. Yes.
Just saying. The following previous public service announcement brought to you by the guy who apparently can't speak straight today. I'm stumbling all over my words.
All good, all good. Warren Groh out of Henderson in the left lane, getting a bye run. I know the Groh family. They are awesome. Warren put this combo together with a great group of people, and they have been racing it a lot the last few months, getting ready for this event. He told me earlier today that they have only made a couple of hits with this car where it has not gone quicker than ever. Personal bests almost every run. And, man, getting another test hit out here, this is not good for everybody else if Warren keeps going quicker and quicker. Unfortunately, Alexander Esparza out of Van Nuys unable to make the call. So Warren Groh is going to get the run right now.
Oh, I just love it. No, Stevie rephrased, Big Stevie, who we're talking about, down there in the starting line, rephrased what I had said into one sentence. Wow.
Wow.
Warren's not messing around.
No, that thing went right down Broadway and looked fast.
Hey, Pro Mod, your attention, please. Pro Modified. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Pro Modified, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
Dude, my guy Jay Bodie Jr. out of Vallejo in the 68 Camaro in the left lane. And my other dude, Jason Sample out of Conroe in the Sketchies. Awesome 91 Fox Body Mustang. If you have not gone to look at that car, the flame job on the front of it is epic. Sketchies builds some amazing rides. Truly amazing. It's awesome. And I am so glad to see them out here. They showed up yesterday morning, made a couple of hits. Really looking forward to this pairing. This one's going to be fun.
So we are continuing on through our Pro 275 category. Pro 275 category on track right now. We've got the Frank Yee Racing Limited Small Tire going to be coming up soon, and Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
One more reminder, we have a racer in need. Josh Warrenberg is looking for that mechanical drive fuel pump cable. If you have any mechanical drive fuel pump cables with you, please come see me in the tower so we can put you in touch with Josh. And here they go. Man, they left together, but Bodie is driving away from him.
Wow.
Wow. That was a run for Jay Bodie.
Oh, man. So we still
And
got
the
a handful.
Lightning.
Yes.
Yeah, we got a handful of them, and I love this class. The variety has been great. Same with our real steel class. A Ford Lightning pickup truck in Pro 275. Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm getting a little OCD over here. I've got my schedule that has not been crossed off which categories we've completed yet, so I've got to go through it. I'm caught up now. I'll tell you what, the conversation that they're having in the chat bleachers, probably way deeper than is called for on a Saturday afternoon. So Humberto Nunez in the Lightning, again, running unopposed, which, you know, I don't even know if you said this a minute ago, but really, Chris Alston unable to make round number one? That, there must have been something serious.
They were having some issues with the car yesterday, but I saw them out earlier. So maybe they just needed to focus on one class or something. I don't know. That's weird.
We'll see. Again, Pro 275, we do have a lot of singles here in round number one. Roger Holder going to get a bye run as Troy Williams in the Camaro. Not quite going to get it. So Holder deciding that lane number 4 is where he wants to be. And how many times do you hear that?
Yeah.
At a drag strip. You're like, which lane is he at? 4? You're like, what? Lane number what? Once again, let's get our Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Let's get you into the staging lanes, please. That was like combining pretty and please.
It's fine.
Yeah, I appreciate the vote of confidence.
This In-N-Out burger I'm inhaling is also fine.
Yeah, is it working out for you?
It is.
Well, as
Not
soon as you're done, I'll take my turn. But you don't rush because of that. You know, I really don't want you to choke on an In-N-Out burger. You know, it's one thing if your name's Mama Cass and you choke on a ham sandwich. That's one thing.
Right.
But I don't need Chad choking on a double-double.
Oh.
Wow. All the way out until about 330 feet, Roger had that thing pegged. And I do not, you know, again, being up here, not really sure if that was a planned shutoff. It seems like it was. Like, all right, we got the solo. Let's just go out there and see if we can get it to stick at the hit. And if we do, we got what we need. Again, we talked about kind of the wear and tear factor. Each trip down the racetrack, there's a wear and tear. You know, you're possibly stretching. I mean, you're pushing these things really, really hard. You might stretch your rod a little bit. You might weaken your bolt, your rod. I mean, whatever it is, I don't care. It's upper, lower, wherever it's at in the motor, you're putting wear and tear on this thing. And so if you've got an opportunity to get out there, get the data that you want, find out what you need to find out, and kind of that first half of the hit, and then get out of it just like Roger did, more power to you. More power to you. All right. So for all of our folks that are out on the starting line, just kind of a heads up and a reminder once again. There is a reason that we need to keep that area limited as far as the number of individuals that are out there at any given time. Again, once your car has run, you need to clear off the start line area. Because what we had is we had a situation where we needed to get response vehicles onto the racetrack, and they all had to stop. Once again, just like we had to have tractors stop earlier, because everybody is kind of having social hour down on the starting line and not really paying attention to their surroundings. So again, we're going to ask for your cooperation. Please help us out. We certainly want to give you guys the freedom to be out there as you need to. But if it does continue to be a situation where it begins to hamper race operations, our number one priority is safety. Our number two priority and number two commitment is to the racers in the cars to make sure that we get this race done.
And if we have to shut that area down,
we may have to. We may have to, because
at which
again,
point the middle wouldn't be open and you'd have to sit on the right side of the right 2 lanes or the left side of the left 2 lanes.
Yeah. So let's just kind of keep that in mind. Help us out. We appreciate that. Thank you. Well, we are just waiting word. They heard that potentially we had some fluid that was out there on the racetrack. Just double checking to see whether it's shut down area or good news so far. From where we see it up there, it was just a quick little stripe at the top end of the shutdown area. Nothing that is on the actual racing surface, nothing that's going to slow us down too much, so we will get back to it in our Pro 275 category. Hey, racers, while we have a minute, wanted to remind everybody that Extreme Photography is here on property. They are located in the RV, just off to the left side of the tower. So racers, again, Extreme Photography has been out here taking photos of everybody's cars. They are in the RV just to the side of the tower. So if you're interested in getting a photo of your car from Street Cars Super Nationals 20, presented by Gateway Classic Cars, now would be the time to do so.
Just giving you guys a reminder out there that we are going into limited small tire and then precision turbo pro mod, and you're going to want to be in the grandstands for pro mod as we have 18 cars.
How many?
18, and they're all running. All run field 18 pro mods running today. It's going to be awesome.
Hold on. This has been a record-setting event. Are you telling me that we've been through 2 days of qualifying with Pro Mod, and we anticipate all 18 to make round number 1?
I am telling you exactly that we had 18 pro mods. We had 14 on Thursday, 15 Thursday night, and Friday we ended up with 18 pro mods, and they are all racing in round number 1 with any luck. It's gonna be awesome.
Huh.
Oh,
Ooh.
big tire spin in the right lane. Frankie, though, that dude knows how to go down this racetrack. That Mustang went right down Broadway over there in the left lane.
I got to tell you what, man. Frank E., you talk about, he does know how to go down this racetrack. He can go down this racetrack pointed in that direction. He can go down this racetrack sideways. He can go down this racetrack backwards. And he's done them all.
In one lap before.
Yes.
Yes. I have.
He does know how
seen
to
it.
go down this in style.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he was the OG of wreck it but don't crash it.
Yes.
Or crash it but don't wreck it. However you want to look at it.
Yep, 100%.
He was the guy that went out there at one of these events, again, 20 years worth of history, did a couple of complete 360s, went around the orange block, never hit a block, never touched a wall, never scratched the car.
I have been here streaming that race. In fact, I remember those days, and it makes you laugh now, but there were some pucker factor moments, let me tell you.
There have been a lot of those. A lot of those.
Jose Cuervo out there in the left lane, getting ready to make a solo hit. Like having a little trouble bumping in, leaving really soft, and cruising down the racetrack.
I decided to make it a parade lap.
It's fine. It's fine.
Like, what do we got to do?
Going to round number 2.
All right, looks like we are ready to make the switch into the Frank Yee Racing Limited Small Tile category. Did I say tile? I meant tire. Frank Yee Racing Limited Small Tire. Round number 1. Again, basically, for those of you that are watching on the Bank Shift live feed, our schedule for today, the plan for the day, is we are going to get through round number 1 and round number 2 of the majority of our categories. We'll get through round number 1 of all of our categories. We'll get through round number 2 of the majority of our categories. And that is where we're going to end it for tonight. We'll come back tomorrow, start things off with whatever remains of round number 2 and round number 3, and move our way through the rest of the day. But again, just, 20 years of experience, 20 years of learning, 20 years of figuring out what works and what doesn't. And the last 3 years here at the Streetcar Super Nationals have been tremendous as far as being able to get through the day, get the races done, get everybody enough hits during the day. It's just turned into what we are seeing out here right now as Levi Hanna and Jeff Goodwin are going to be our first couple of cars to go head-to-head in the Frank Yee Racing Limited Small Tire category.
Yeah, the last 3 years this year included, in my opinion, some of the best Streetcar Super Nationals action ever, as Jeff Godwin leads it from end to end over there in the right lane in that 91 Mustang. There were schedule changes made, containment rules that changed, and a complete just change of attitude around this event. And you, the racers and fans, deserve some credit for that as well. You guys stepped up when we made changes. With rare exception, we get very few people that are griping about having to have a diaper. My deal always is you spent 10 grand on a set of cylinder heads, and if you don't want to spend $275 on an engine diaper in order to save us thousands of dollars worth of prep and cleanup and all of your fellow racers the time and energy and frustration, then you should take up golf. I just don't care. Either do what's right for everybody or just go race somewhere else. And we know it's working because we've never had this many cars. We have 540 entries. This race is awesome. The weather is great. God loves the Streetcar Super Nationals. Call me a liar. Johnny Mendoza trying to hang, but it looks like Lance Moore in that 64 Nova is going to lead it from end to end. It looked like Mendoza was trying to catch up, and that thing was laying over as it went through the top end.
I'm trying to finish off a bite of double-double.
And not choke on it while you were laughing. I know. I know.
And not choke on it.
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, looks like we got a little, sounds like cleanup that's going to have to be taking place in lane number 4. It should be pretty quick. So a slight little spillage before we get into Brad Thomas and Todd Porter. Porter, apparently, one of our racers in need earlier, was looking for that head gasket. Found what he needed, is able to make it here for round number 1. And that, you know, for me, I say this each and every time that we get out here for this event, for any event. When we use the term racer in need, and I'll use this example, you know, we'll call out a part, right? Somebody needs a head gasket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody needs
a Waterman fuel pump drive cable like we have a need for now. Yeah,
a little more off the wall.
Right.
Right. Be like, look, I need a header bolt. I need a this. I need a that. You can say that, and within 15 minutes, we usually are fine, unless it's like a Waterman mechanical water pump cable. Which is not quite as common, but
right.
Within 15 minutes, we've usually got 3 or 4 of them.
Absolutely, and here's one thing to think about that. Not only is it incredibly responsive, right? But consider the fact that that's only 25% of the parts need, probably, because the other 75% is getting taken care of by Fig Speed and the other vendors are here, right? Who they can go up to and get the part, but when they can't, right, they've exhausted their other options and they come see us, and then their fellow racers stand up. That's super cool to me. I love that.
And in this type of sport, especially when you know that, you know, that might be the guy that I'm racing in the next round.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about the option is, well, if I don't give him the part, he don't get it fixed, and I don't have to race him. No, that's not even a thought here. It's like, yeah, I'll help you get your car fixed.
Yeah, because, I mean, nobody really wants to go down the racetrack on a single.
No.
It's just not how it is. That's not winning. That's just going to the next round. And we're all competitive, and we want to go. I don't want to beat you because your stuff wouldn't start. I want to beat you because I beat you on the
I've
racetrack.
proved you my stuff's better.
Right.
And the only way to do that is if you're sitting in that other lane. But again, it's that camaraderie, it's that feeling of family. It's kind of like what we're talking about the Thanksgiving race next weekend, right? It's all about being out here as a group of racers. It's just cool. So,
and you know, we talk about that Thanksgiving race. Make no mistake, folks. Like, the racers love it. They have a great time. But like, the guy that's riding the UTV right there with the sprayer on it, Jeff Foster, who runs this facility, he is like a kid in a candy store at these family events. He loves them. As Todd Porter takes that S10 down there from one end to the other, Brad Thomas in the left lane was chasing for all he was worth, but not able to drive around Todd Porter in that Rigby, Idaho-based 89 S10. Yeah, Jeff Foster is like the biggest kid. He can also be the angry dad.
He can
But
be.
with junior dragsters and the bracket racers at the Thanksgiving race, those are like his favorite things to be able to give back to the racers that support the racetrack all the time. It's awesome.
absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why we have, such a good time at that one, because it's like, hey, it used to be, before the folks across the way realized what an awesome, cool, and fantastic idea we had with the trams.
Right.
We actually started, we'd get folks together at night after we were done racing, and we'd bring over one of the parking trams. Everybody'd climb on, and we'd take donations. And we'd gather up like $120, $130 per tram.
Yeah.
In donations. And then we'd go over and we'd pay them the $130, and we'd take the tram through the lights together. So it was like a big hayride through the lights.
Which is a charity event
It
also,
was.
by the way.
It
That's
was.
what the lights, all the money for that goes to.
So which is exactly why we were doing that. So we take them through, and they began to realize that, well, wait a minute. These guys are bringing like 6-7 trams a weekend through here.
Right.
So they borrowed all of the trams, and now we don't get to do it anymore. But they thought it was a great idea. Brian Van Tol, Madison Swindoll. Swindle, unfortunately, leaves the starting line second. Van Tol was ready. As soon as that tree dropped, Van Tol was gone. Madison giving up a little bit here at this end of the racetrack in the 72 Camaro, but Van Tol, I mean, basically the nose of that thing was up. It was breathing. And by the time it got to the finish line, it was at least a car length to a car length and a half ahead of Madison Swindle at that end.
Since we were talking about the Christmas lights, if you'd like to go drive through the Christmas lights, it will cost you, but all the proceeds go to charity. It's by the carload, and I believe it is open until 9 or so tonight.
No, they sorry, if you misunderstood that, they do not run juniors at the Thanksgiving event. What Chad was saying is we have the Division 7 junior finals that gets run earlier in the year, and then we have Thanksgiving. What he was saying is between the two events, right, Jeff gets really excited about both those events, but no, there are not juniors at the Thanksgiving race.
Man, Robert Demon left on him and gets out there, and I thought he was having a problem, but actually getting the win light. That car left, went toward the center, he lifted, still gets the win light.
So moving along with our Frank E Racing limited small tire category, round number 1. Chris Lucarelli's car coming in out of Meade, Colorado. At first I had to look over and I'm like, wait a minute. What is that? He's got that camera post coming up off the back of the car, and for a moment I had like a flashback to Back to the Future. I thought I was going to try to get down to the finish line about the same time. They got a cable stretched across there so we get like 1.21 gigawatts out of the thing.
I was just going to ask how many gigawatts it was. I couldn't remember.
1.21.
Although he's going to lose bad if he only goes like whatever it was, the 46 miles an hour or whatever.
Oh, what was it, dude? I can't even remember. What was the mile an hour? Was
Hold
it
on.
88?
I got this. Hey Siri,
Oh, Chad, getting
how
all.
fast did the DeLorean have to go in Back to the Future?
I think it was 88.
How fast did the DeLorean have to go in Back to the Future?
In the Back to the Future franchise, the DeLorean Time Machine is a time travel device made by retrofitting a DMC DeLorean vehicle with a flux capacitor. The car requires 1.21 gigawatts of power and needs to travel 88 miles per hour, 142 kilometers per hour to initiate time travel.
Look, it was even giving you the Canadian answer.
See?
142 kilometers an hour.
Even Siri knew we were at an international event and needed to say it in both,
I love it.
American and Canadian.
I love it. Love it.
And the chat bleachers all chimed in pretty fast, too.
Oh, of course.
They
of
all
course.
knew. Dragster, Jeff, Kimmy,
Yep. I love it.
Pat.
I was purposefully not looking at the screen.
Oh, man. Kelly Henry and Leanne Yee. Leanne left side of the yellow Mustang. Kelly over to the right. Love, you're right. There are no times displaying right now because it is a no time category.
Correct. Much of this event is no time. I don't know the exact percentage, but I'm going to say half. And so, yeah. So there are times you won't see anything on the scoreboards. And when you don't, it's because it is a no time category. Oh, pedal fast. With the recovery, Kelly Henry actually making it happen. Good job. Leanne Yee gonna not be happy about that. That thing left really soft. Got after it in the middle, but just not enough to get around Kelly Henry.
So Kelly going to get the win, move on out of round number 2 as Todd Brenton and Vince Murphy. Murphy, unfortunately, going to be a no-show, and it seems like that is how we will finish up our Frank Yee Racing limited small tires with some single runs, as we got some competitors who All right, so getting a little clarification on what happened here.
What happened was,
unfortunately, Vince Murphy and the team, for some reason, not exactly sure what the reason was, but for some reason, arrived to the lanes very, very, very late.
Yeah.
And whether it was due to technical issues, who knows? They could have been putting the car back together. Whatever it was, they arrived very, very, very late. So the race officials said, look, we're going to try to give you a chance here, but
you got to hurry.
Your opponent is up here in the water box. So you have X amount of time that we will hold your opponent, but you have to be ready to race. Unfortunately, when they went back to check on him, they weren't quite ready yet.
No.
They still hadn't, there's required safety equipment. There's certain things that have to be in place. That plus a few other things were missing, and so they've gone ahead and notified Todd that he will get the solo. And unfortunately for Vince Murphy, time just was against them. Time was not their friend.
Yeah, I hate to see that for the team. Obviously, we want to see side-by-side races, but at the same time, you know, we got to do what's fair for everybody, and there are rules in place for that, and time limits, and the officials down there handled it like they would for anybody else.
Oh, man. So we got Art Williams. For some reason, when I hear Art, I think one of the greatest, most entertaining, most wonderful people in the art world. No, it's not like a Van Gogh or anything like that. Bob Ross.
Oh, happy little trees,
Happy
dude.
little trees.
Happy little trees.
Art Williams.
I believe that Bob Ross's son is like continuing the legacy as well with YouTube videos. So
Slightly.
dude, more giveaway stuff. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. X275, I need you to the lanes. X275 to the lanes, please. Again, attention in the pits. I need X275 to the lanes, please. If you are walking around in the starting line area, if you are in the middle near nothing, you're not in a good place. Like, seriously, folks. You're like zigzagging around, looking up and down. This is not the strip with the casinos on it, man.
Exactly.
You can't be looking up in the air and wonder. We know this place is rad and we love you for being here, but man, I got equipment rolling around and we just do not want anybody to get run into when we're running four lanes is a dance, and we need you to be a great dance partner. So please help us help you. As we are getting ready to run Pro Modified, I believe.
Yes, sir. Hughes Performance. Pro Modified. We are doing the swap between lanes 3 and 4 and lanes 1 and 2. Again, the venue here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway gives us the opportunity to do just that. It is time for round number 1 of Hughes Precision Turbo Pro Modified. As Mater would say, I'm modified. It is Pro Mod. It is time. We've got loud, proud, fast, and we are talking sub 4-second runs that have been going up on the scoreboards here all week long at the Streetcar Super Nationals 20 presented by Gateway Classic Cars. Garrett Richards and Eric Horvath are going to start things off. Chad, as you were saying, we had 18 cars on property that made a qualifying attempt. We do know that there are a few of them that are going to end up as no-shows in round number 1, but 18 cars are battling it out for the title and the trophy here at Streetcar Super Nationals 20.
And one of those cars that was super impressive in our first 2 days of qualifying was Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington in that 2012 Mustang. Qualified in the number 3 spot. Meanwhile, Eric Horvath over there in the right lane out of Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. 68 Firebird, beautiful car. Did not make the kind of runs they wanted in the number 16 spot, but I know that car is capable. It's going to be interesting to see.
Man, we're getting a pile of stuff that we're going to give away. We're going to have to start asking more questions. So the number 3 and number 16 qualifier lining up side by side here on the starting line. We are in set tree drops, 660 feet. Look at that. Eric Horvath's car is dancing around big time, and it's going to be Garrett Richards. Richards, 4.01 seconds, 181 miles an hour. And just wrap your head around this for a second. We're talking from a dead stop, 660 feet, 181 miles an hour at 4 seconds. Russian Ron is here.
Dude.
Yeah! Oh, Eric Horvath ends up going 517 at 120 miles an hour. Horvath's car was really dancing around as soon as he let go. I mean, that thing, he was on the throttle. It started moving right and left, wagging the tail, was able to hold on to it. And I mean, literally gets to the point where he's just barely holding on to it. Rick Stavely and Ryan Hayward are going to be our next couple of cars, your number 9 and 10 qualified cars. When you look at it, on the sheet, these two were the closest to each other during qualifying. Ryan ended up with a 414. Rick Snavely ended up with a 409, and the Camaro for Turbos Direct coming back on the left side has got to really be on it because Ryan Hayward may be able to jump up and get him.
You know, and Rick Snavely is no stranger to winning out here, but I'll tell you what, that car has been incredibly inconsistent the last couple of days, which is not their norm. You know, Ryan Hayward over here on the right side also has been inconsistent, and it's one of those deals where he is just trying to put a big number together, and so this is going to be an interesting one because one of these guys could absolutely run away with it from the other, or this could be the closest side-by-side drag race we see all day. We're just going to have to see how this pans out right here. They leave together, are nearly identical to 60 feet as well, but Ryan Hayward pulling it off. That's his quickest run of the weekend so far, 393.5, 187. They were 049 and 040 on the tree, 103.5 and 103.4 to 60 foot, and that's where it started going downhill for Snavely as he pedals the thing before the 330. And Ryan, with his best run so far, making it count when he needed to, goes 393.
My goodness. Dipping into the, I mean, again, 20 years ago, Pro Mod, they weren't racing eighth mile. They were racing quarters. But to be sub 4 seconds at the 8th mile mark was still a dream.
Oh, yeah.
Was still a dream. I mean, it was somebody going, yeah, what's your dream? And now, when we came into this field, out of 18 cars during qualifying, 6 of them were sub 4 seconds coming in after qualifying.
Well, and I remember a time when, 105 was like an insane 60-foot time for a turbo car or any of that. The only cars that were running sub 1 second 60-foot were blower cars. That is no longer the case now. A blower car still is the 60-foot machine, don't get me wrong, but these things are way in the low 0.9 second range of 60. It's unreal.
It is unbelievable how they're able to get a hold of this racetrack and really make it happen. And, I'm looking at this. A lot of times and we've seen it in all of our categories, they try to coordinate as far as who's going to fire up, who's going to do the burnout, so that we're getting back and staging up at about the same time.
Right.
Pete Harder is already back from the burnout, has already essentially got the car ready to go. Pete Battaglia was down here still trying to get the car fired up, and then finally rolled out here, was able to get the burnout, and starter's already saying, look, dude, it's time. You have expired your free time. You need to get the car staged, otherwise we're going to leave your competitor hanging up.
The team trying to measure the wheelie bar and adjust it. The guy pulling into the beams is like, it doesn't matter. The reality is he's right. Leave it alone, dude. You just don't care at this point. The stress level could be good for the light. We'll see how Pete does it. No. Dead late. Oh, come on, Pete. Come on, man. Pete goes down there, it rattles the tires, goes left, runs over a block, he pedals it again. Pete Harder is gonna get the win, 430 at 167 miles an hour. Neither one of them gonna win a record for those reaction times, but 102 beats 343 every time.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Gets down there, clips the block, and just like in Vegas, rolled craps.
Yeah. Yep. Man. No lack of drama, baby.
None whatsoever. So Pete Harder, your number 13 qualified car, is going to advance on the ladder. All right. No, was that inflatable? Inflatable. Wacky. That's it.
And I didn't know where you were going there for a second.
No, Gage knew exactly where I was going.
Thank God.
Which, unfortunately for Gage, means that he's probably locking into my wavelength, and it's a dirty, dangerous, terrible place to be.
Yeah.
But it was Wacky Inflatable Flailing Arm Guy, whatever it was. Tube Man.
Okay.
It's a thing from Family Guy.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
You know, those crazy things that they put out in front of the
car dealership. And,
Yep,
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I know enough about Family Guy to be entertained by Family Guy, but I don't watch all the Family Guy.
Yeah.
Or
I
Simpsons
understand.
or any of the other cartoon ones because I just don't have time.
All right. Racers, your attention please, your attention please. We should have all of our Mickey Thompson Tires X275 competitors in the staging lanes. At this time, we'll take Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
All right, we're back.
And we're back.
We're back, and I got to tell you just one little housekeeping thing. All you people that are like 842 of you on the starting line behind cars.
They can't hear you.
Yeah, you're screwing the pooch on my live feed. I'm just saying. I had to pull less, and now he's at the side of the racetrack because all you people that didn't need to be there were there in the way. John Dickinson out of Bonnie Lake, Washington in the left lane in the 68 Camaro. Tejas in the right lane there, Nate. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Doug Reister
I'm sorry.
out of Victoria, Texas.
No, you can't.
I think Victoria, Texas is like where Lone Star Beer is from. I don't know. Something like that. Which, by the way, is horrible. Another 68 Camaro. Doug, no stranger to winning in the Midwest Pro Mod Series and several others. 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison nitrous huffing horsepower under the hood. Dickinson qualified 14th with a 429. Doug went 392 to qualify number 5.
Yeah, Reister being one of those 6 cars. I mean, it still blows my mind. 6 cars all qualified sub 4 seconds to get into the field here today, and it's going to be Reister gets the jump on the starting line, and he is gone. 374.
Wow. That was sending a message.
Dude.
Our number 1 qualifier, I believe, was a 78. There we go. 374.201.
Just tie
connected by a cake.
Tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree in Texas, whatever you want to do. But that thing was hauling. Yeah, that is a...
Yep. Throw it on the table. 069 on the tree, 965 to 60 foot, 251 at the 330, goes 374.201. Yeah. Doug was like, oh yeah, watch this.
Yeah, and everybody on the crew, everyone on the crew's down there going, guess what we found?
I was literally about to say that I have seen that car on numerous occasions run an entire weekend in the mid 370s, and there you go. Wow.
Yeah, they were looking at that and go, all right, target acquired, target hit.
Tom Katnick over in the right lane out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia, Canada. That's 68 Camaro. And Art Raz Construction, one of our live stream partners this weekend, out of Ridgefield, Washington.
Man.
Which one do you think's going to win this one? Number 8 and number 11.
You know, what we've seen, we saw, number 10 jump up, beat number 9. It was a 4:14 and a 4:09 as far as qualifying goes. Tom Katnick did himself a massive favor by getting advantage on the starting line, but could not hold on. Art Raz had a little too much race car and was able to chop him down. Now, again, Katnick had 900ths of a second in his pocket when he left the starting line. Almost was able to hold on. If that racetrack had been 652 feet, Art Raz would not be going to round number 2.
No, Tom did his job 100% and absolutely let go of the button at the right time.
Oh. So Katnick comes up 29 thousandths of a second short of a win light. Art Raz goes 4:06 at 187 miles an hour to get the win light. And Raz will move on to the next round. And I mean, here's a name that you don't typically, and I'm not used to seeing, qualified at the bottom of the field.
No, I agree. Shane Molinari out of Battleground, Washington. Not a name you expect to be in the number 18 spot. But I had a special message to send out to the Raz family and the Molinari family they wanted to send a special message. Their engine builder, Guy Mitchell, has had some incredibly hard battle with cancer and is unfortunately going to have to enter hospice. His wife, Sue, here on property, I believe, and they just wanted to send their love out to Guy Mitchell and Sue Mitchell, and all our thoughts, our prayers are with you guys in this tough time. Wow. Labatt just hanging Molinari out to dry, but Molinari trying to get there. Labatt, lucky to make it down there. He leaves barely quicker than Molinari, goes 4:15 when he qualified number one with a 3:68, just sitting up there on the chip. Molinari just killing the Pro Charger and that thing. His guys losing their minds. Wow, Labatt getting really lucky right there as Shane Molinari was trying to drive around him but didn't have enough. Dude, 4:18.1, 177. That's Shane's first real run down the racetrack. Not enough to do it right here in round number one.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are down near the racetrack in front of the tower, I need your attention, please.
Hey,
listen up. If you are along either side of the racetrack, or if you are standing down in front of the tower, we are currently on hold. We have talked a couple of times about the number of individuals that are on the starting line, how many people are wandering around, not paying attention to equipment, interrupting race operations. For those that are parked on golf courts or standing in front of the tower, this is specifically at you. If you are down near the racetrack and are not currently within the confines of a bike-fenced area, you are in the wrong spot. It is safety first. We have got too many free-roaming particles, free-roaming humans, down on the starting line that have caused us to have a couple of near misses already. We will not resume racing until the areas are cleared out and everyone is within the confines of the bike fence. So if you are just free roaming around, we're on hold until you're done. This is for safety purposes. Secondarily, for the groups that are kind of congregating in front of the tower, I'd like to encourage you to take a look up at the bulletproof glass on the tower. Do you see those large chips? That is from rocks or bolts that have been thrown up out of the water box during a burnout. Now, if you can imagine what that would do to bulletproof glass, imagine what that would do to a person. We don't want to see that happen. So we are getting a little bit too much down on the starting line, and for the purposes of safety, we need your cooperation. We ask for your cooperation, and if we do get to the point where it's too much again, we will have to halt racing again, and we don't want to do that. So we appreciate your help. We appreciate your cooperation. Please remember this is an active racetrack and safety first. Thank you.
If your feet are moving, do not look at your phone either. Do not look at your phone if your feet are moving.
Yeah. Yeah, I am one of those people that has difficulty walking and chewing gum at the same time. So
correct.
I don't want to be down there having to worry about other equipment around me.
I don't mean to be insulting, but a bunch of the people on the starting line right now, I've watched them do it. They, too, have an issue with chewing gum and walking.
I do. I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
All right. One of the most unique cars we have had out here all weekend out of High River, Alberta, Canada, Rick Barnhart's 71 Mach 1 Mustang. And Nick Duda in that small block 63 Corvette apparently not making the call.
See, now that's a little bit disappointing. Is we know we saw Nick up here in the big tire category. The car was competitive. I mean, he qualified with a 4:01 in that Corvette out of Langley, British Columbia. So hopefully there wasn't an issue that happened with the car during round number 1 of Big Tire, and we get to see him back for round number 2 of Big Tire, which is going to be a little bit later on in the evening. So with our Rick Barnhart, number 12 qualifier, getting the opportunity to take a solo shot.
Oh.
Well, so just about the 75, 80-foot mark on the racetrack, Rick Barnhart is going to bail out of the throttle. He takes off green. Again, we're talking about like a 107, 60-foot. Gets out to about 200 feet, and the car began to rattle and almost tried to roll.
Yeah,
so we got to a little shake and rattle. Didn't quite get to the roll part.
Right.
Well, maybe we got to the rolled out of the throttle part.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that thing shook the tires hard out there. Definitely a low power shake. Just not enough in it for this racetrack. And but hey, they're going rounds. They nobody in the other lane. It's a good test hit.
Again, as we said, we knew we'd have a few solos here in Precision Turbo Pro Mod round number 1. Following this, we're going to be getting into our Mickey Thompson Tires X275 and then into our Arizona Race Company Real Steel. So again, Arizona Race Company Real Steel. If you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we'd like to ask that you do so now, please. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
Ryan Griffin over here out of Olympia, Washington, in the 67 Mustang. That is a cool looking car. It's got a really neat livery on it. And a pretty talented group of guys doing the tuning and the crewing on that thing, including Joe O. Joe O standing there, lining it up and measuring up the wheelie bars. Griffin qualified number 4 with a 391.3 at 203, big mile an hour. And Robert Bingham was supposed to be next to him in that really cool gold 67 Nova, qualified 458 for the number 15 spot. Oh man, that thing was lucky. What a number, 384 with a 2 at 203. That's, man, 600 better than he qualified. And it surprises me because that thing looked like it dead hooked, which is hard on a big tire. But that thing went right down Broadway, 203.25 miles an hour. I believe that is the big mile an hour car of the weekend so far. Supposed to be going up against Aaron Kay, San Bautista, California, in that 59 Corvette. Durden qualified on the number 2 spot. I am really disappointed that we've had this many singles here in the first round. I know that a bunch of these other guys also running in the used performance big tire category, which is a no time class. but I was looking forward to some underdog upsets. I'm not going to lie. As we get lanes 3 and 4 prep, you can see the Total Venue Concepts crew out there spraying the track. Man, that thing went straight as a string out there after a tiny little wiggle early on. That thing goes 037 on the tree, 102 to 60, 393.6 at 190 miles an hour. A tenth slower and 9 miles an hour than their qualifying run. But going to round number 2. And that is going to do it for Pro Modified. We are now rolling into Mickey Thompson Tires X275 and then Arizona Race Company Real Steel. So we got a big class with Real Steel. And we're going to see some cars really making strides, making some big numbers out here. X275 is a timed category, but Arizona Race Company Real Steel is a no-time class. Again, folks, make sure you get yourselves within the barriers so that we can keep cars rolling along. Sean Ledson,
And Eric Aldrich.
Spokane, Washington, and Oceanside, California in the house, respectively.
I am like, we have a team car that's a Fox body Mustang, and I consider them a universal race car, right? They're no longer a Ford. They're just a Fox body. But if I were buying a Ford, my first choice would be a Maverick. I'm not going to lie. And this little red one right here is cool.
I love those Mavericks.
I do too. And this one qualified number 7, 455, 2 at 159. Letson over there in the right lane qualified number 8. I dig it. I'm down.
And as they get them staged up, Red Tide Canopies, Outlaw Small Tire. Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire to the staging lanes, please.
Wait, do you see the race happening right now on number 1 and 2, though?
I do.
It's Ralph and Kurt in dueling track scrapers. Oh, God.
If I were scoring that from a synchronized... Anyway, we'll get back to that in a minute. Advantage off the starting line goes to Eric Aldrich, and Aldrich will go 456 at 160 miles an hour in the Maverick to light up the scoreboard in the left lane. Sean Leston was about to double Sean's reaction time. Had the 052 and then goes 461 at 161 miles an hour. So Sean, 1 mile an hour better on speed, but comes up 0.05 of a second short down at the end where it matters, and it is going to be Aldrich in the Maverick moving on to round number 2.
That was great side-by-side drag race right there, though, Nate. I love that. That's what we love to see. That was a good one for sure. What a way to start X275.
We'll see if we can get the same thing here between Zach Kane and Chris Brenton. Couple of Washingtonians. Is that what are they Washingtonians?
Sure.
Or Washingtonites?
I like Washingtonians.
I think it's Washingtonians.
Me too.
It sounds very colonial.
It does.
Even though they're the opposite side of the country from the
That's all
original colonies, but
it does sound rather
I am a
colonial.
Washingtonian. Be like, oh, I'm sorry. When were you diagnosed with that?
Yeah, exactly. Brenton in that cool patinaed little 63 Chevy 2 with LS for power is qualified number 11. Zach Kane in the 67 Camaro over in the left lane does not designate what combo's under the hood, but he qualified number 4. On paper, they're almost a half second apart. Anything goes here in round 1. Oh, the Nova trying to catch him. Not going to do it, but man, it was way tighter than I think we wanted it to be. 447.5 for Zach Kane. Slows down from his qualifier, but gets the win.
Yeah, they were about about 0.04 of a second apart in reaction time. Advantage did go to Chris Brenton, so he did leave first, which is what he needed to do. But on Brenton's side, after that, it was pretty much the power plant of that 67 Camaro that was able to get him down to the finish line and take care of that. So, yes, we have called our Red Tide Small Tire, Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire. We've invited you to join us in the staging lanes, please. We need to get you headed up this direction.
Coming up in the left lane, Chico Coleman out of Ontario in the 81 Olds Cutlass. Johnny Coleman down there too. I'm assuming Chico is, I don't know, his brother or whatever. I have no idea. Kid, whatever. Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack, British Columbia over there in the right lane. I said that if I was from Chilliwack, I would expect to go there and find lots of great chili, and I was informed that there's basically none there.
What?
That's what I was told.
How could you be from a place called Chilliwack
and not have chili?
Or like Chili Mac?
Right.
Like
That's
chili.
a very good point.
That. Oh.
Coleman with a big pop and bang. That is not what they wanted. Gallant goes down there way better on the tree and goes 433, just slightly off of that number 1 qualifying position. But, you know, Coleman was going to have to throw the kitchen sink at it, being the number 14 qualifier compared to number 1 for Gallant.
Yeah, Coleman definitely had his hands full. But that is going to kind of take care of that as Joey Hovey and Chris Houston. Chris Houston, a no-show here in round number 1, and we are going to take care of a few singles in our Mickey Thompson Tires X275 category. Joey Hovey is going to take it nice and easy. Did a quick brief, a little get the car staged up, take the green light, and I'm just going to take my parade lap.
I
A
approve.
victory dance. You approve?
I approve.
You know what? I was really, really, really hoping
For a giant wheel stand.
that
and
as
like a
soon as
3
we
second-
no,
Oh.
as soon as we got past election season,
Yeah.
I would quit having to hear the terms, I'm so and so and I approve this message.
Oh.
Oh, I
Yeah.
hate that.
I do too now. You just made me hate it.
Yeah.
I'll never say it again.
Well, then hate yourself.
I am. I already had self-esteem issues. Thanks, Nate.
You're welcome.
My
I'm here to help.
therapist said not to work with people that don't elevate my mood. Who
Well,
am I kidding? I can't afford a therapist.
I mean, like my therapist looks exactly like me and appears in the bathroom mirror every morning.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Pours me drinks.
Oh, we are.
God.
We are. It's going to get deep. Deep fast.
Is that Kevin Willari? That's what I'm going for. Kevin Willari.
I like
out
that.
of Hesperia in the 55 Chevy pickup. Here's a
What makes that a
notes from
pickup?
the announcer booth. Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm just saying.
Um,
No, it's cool.
Notes from the announcers. When you're filling out your tech cards, like if you have a name that isn't Smith or something incredibly easy to pronunciate, then you should like write it out phonetically. Like you should, or make a note. Like it's like sounds like X, but with, this letter. Just
Look,
saying.
we can make it really simple after Kevin makes his run. He's in staged, takes the green light, and now is trying to decide whether he's
Going down the track.
going to
or
run
not.
or which way are we going?
All right, took the green. Now they're pushing them off.
Okay, so here's what I was going to say, right? It's like if you've got one of those names, and I mean, I apologize from an announcer standpoint. We do our best to
We do.
pronounce them correctly. Sometimes we miss. I mean, I will say that I did have one gentleman come up here fairly upset that I had pronounced his name incorrectly, which is fair.
Right.
In my own defense, the name on the screen was Smith.
Okay.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, that's Smith.
Right.
I missed it. It was Smythe. And
And-
so,
No. No.
Just
you
saying.
didn't miss it.
just saying.
You didn't miss it. The relative that forgot the E missed it.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
I
Right?
grew up with Smythe's.
Yeah.
It's got a Y and an E in it. Just saying.
Just saying.
But I am told, I was just given this one.
Yes.
It is Wall Hour.
Wall hour.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And
Like Boomhauer.
It is Wall, WALL dash HOUR.
Wall
you know
hour.
what? There you go.
That's
the
simple.
perfect way to explain it to me. Thank you. We appreciate it. Wall
Yeah.
hour. Perfect.
And here's the other thing that I'll say. Hey, if I did mispronounce your name, I apologize.
Yeah.
There is one way to make sure that I will not ever mispronounce your name. As you said, write it phonetically
Yep.
on the back of a $100 bill and bring it up here.
Yeah. I mean, it's that easy. Because nothing is easier to read a name off of than a $100 bill.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
if
I
it's
haven't
spelled
found
phonetically on the
anything
back of that,
Yeah.
I will remember that.
Absolutely.
So we're going to get another single here in our X275 category. Mark Meyering was going to meet up with Pete Lacanis at a mission in British Columbia, but the Mustang will get the solo. Meyering did give it a little run to get things started and then got out of the throttle early on. Kind of coast the rest of the way through. All right. So once again, Red Tide, Outlaw, Small Tire, Red Tide, Outlaw, Small Tire need you to the staging lanes. I believe we've got one more in our X275 category, and then it's time for Real Steel. So this is Frank Varela. Varela coming in the 91 Mustang out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And it seems like, just because of certain things that you see from up here, a lot of X275 competitors seem to like living in New Mexico. It's Frank Varela who did not make the call. It's actually Brian Brooks who's over there on that right lane. So Brian Brooks, again, gets out to about, call it 250 feet. Gets out of the throttle, and that will be that for the Mickey Thompson Tires X275 category. We're going to switch here and roll into Real Steel, the Arizona Race Company. Real Steel. And the first car that we're going to see out in the Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, happens to be the guy who sponsored the class.
And the guy whose truck is on one of the two event t-shirts.
Yes.
Yeah. 21 years of PSCA racing, 20 years of Streetcar Super Nationals. Doug Driggers in that awesome 46 Dodge is on one of the two t-shirts. The other one has Monty Burney's 55 Chevy on it. It's awesome. And you can get them for $25, by the way, shameless plug.
There you go. I mean, now, just because we said we're going to change my name to Doug, because I do all kinds of squirrel things on you. What was the truck that was on the Waltons? Was it an old Model A?
It had to be.
So again, in a no-time category, so Derek Atterbury and Matt Marin. Marin gets the jump on the starting line, and he's gone.
Wow.
We gone.
Yeah. Let go of the button, and that thing never skipped a beat. I'll bet it didn't move a foot in either direction, side to side, going down the racetrack either.
Man, oh man. So Matt Marin getting the win light over Derek Atterbury. Atterbury in the Mustang. Yeah. Gave it a go, but Matt Marin was just a little too much in that 64 Falcon. How about this? Chris Schmeidel. I'm thinking that Schmeidel.
I'm going for that. Either it's that Schmeidel or Chris is in the Schmiddle. Like
Well, I'll tell you
medium.
what, man. With the number of people that are still gathered up here and getting away the tractors, I'm going to start calling this the Schmittel
Yeah, it is.
because
The
it's
Schmittel.
it's a Schmittel show, Schmidt show.
And there are some of them that are just staying outside of the barrier.
Right.
Because I don't know.
I don't either.
Yes, talking about you.
So Andy Dodge, Chris Schmittel, in our Arizona race cars, Real Steel. Man, you got to love these cars. It's going to be Andy Dodge all the way.
Absolutely. I love that 69 Chevelle. Okay, I'm going to be a little insulting right here. I'm good at it, you know. So here's the other funny part. You know how you can tell when you don't belong on the starting line of a drag strip? If you're wearing bright white shoes or
You're right.
shoes with bright white trim, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
You're in
I'm
the
just
wrong-
saying,
yeah.
you're just
Yeah.
not here. Like you wore the wrong stuff to the wrong event. And I'm the guy that wears flip-flops. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, bright white, not good on the drag strip.
So for those of you that are currently being invited by our gentleman in the yellow shirt to find a different spot to stand. Hi, ladies. Again, we're at the point where we're not going to run race cars until we get this figured out. So how about Sean Green? Again, you're talking about real steel type cars. 55 Bel Air. That right there is a car that you grab. You take a nice little cruise down to your local drive-in. Park it. Have yourself a burger. Like earlier in the day when you were saying we had a racer in need that needed O-rings. Of course, the first thing that popped into my mind is, onion rings. Like, but you grab yourself a burger, nice little order of onion rings, a chocolate shake.
I love you.
And then you
Oh,
jump
it's
back
great.
in the car and you go for a cruise down the strip under the neon lights.
Yep.
Except for tonight, because you can't.
Oh, look at that. Dangling the front end out there. Now, for those of you wondering about this class, the real steel category is all steel, all glass. One of the hot racing classes across the country lately are all steel, all glass classes. So, again, it can have a fiberglass hood and I believe a deck lid, but that is it. No fiberglass front ends unless it is a fiberglass car from the factory. And they've got to have glass. Can't have Lexan windows, etc., etc. There's some slight variations in class rules throughout the country, but generically speaking, that's it. So all steel, all glass. That's what real steel class is, and it's a fun one for sure.
It is definitely a fun one. And Mod Squad, the answer to that question is, I wish I did. I wish I did. I'm still kind of craving onion rings. So Jeff Godwin's in, Steve Godwin's in. Guess who's going to win it?
Wow.
Godwin.
Godwin went right down Broadway. A little bit of smoke on the top end out of Godwin's. The other Godwin's. Little Mustang on the left lane.
As our next two roll out of the water box. Racers, your attention please. Racers, your attention please. Let's go ahead and get Fig Speed Open Comp. Fig Speed Open Comp for round number one. Fig Speed Open Comp, round number one. If we get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Fig Speed Open Comp, round number one. Let's get you into the staging lanes, please. So you'll start talking about the real steel, right? We've seen Mustangs, we've seen Novas, we've seen Dodge pickup trucks, and now we're getting a 1966 Chevelle.
Yep.
Love it.
Me too. Vinyl top, tan. I mean, come on. It's perfect in every way. Also, a reminder, just got a message. If you are not a licensed driver, you may not operate anything on the grounds that is powered by the sun, electricity, a hamster, internal combustion, nothing. If it is not 100% human powered, you may not operate it unless you are a licensed driver.
And that one is Jim DiMaggio from start to finish. The Mustang poured on the power. And is that right? The Pontiac powered Mustang?
It is. 559 cubic inches. I believe it's like pro stock Pontiac headed big block kind of deal. So yeah, pretty cool to have a Pontiac in a Ford.
Oh, man. Peanut butter? A little peanut butter. You're right, man.
All right, Eric Outland in the 2014 Camaro. And Mike Keenan out of Albuquerque in the 02 Camaro. That's not a 02 Camaro. That's what it says on the tech card, but it's really a 66 or 7 Nova.
Which I think is spectacular. I thought, isn't there a law?
Yeah.
That like within 2 or 3 weeks. Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Keenan pedaled it because that thing was trying to climb. It's been doing that all weekend long. But gets the win light.
Man, I'll tell you what. Again, just going back to it, there's like a law that within like 2 or 3 weeks of an election, you have to take down all of the political ads.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do that here too. But
agreed.
Anyway, Mike Keenan getting the win light there, as you said. You know, about just before, I want to say it was probably about 6:50. We saw that front end really start to come up on Keenan's car.
Oh yeah.
But that looked good. And then as our next two are rolling out of the water box, Taro Martinez and Ron Link. Martinez does the burnout, literally blows hats off of people on the starting line.
And did that every single run so far.
I love it.
And 3 of the times it was his own crew guy.
I
it was
love
awesome. Both of them out of Northern California. Concord closer to the Bay Area than Sac. But both of them NorCal racers who I am sure know each other well. Martinez having trouble out there. It sounded good and then sounded like it started spinning the tires. Ron Link just went A to B out there. Remember, there are 50 some odd cars in this class.
50?
50.
50.
Maybe 55.
Like 50 Cent?
Yeah.
In the club, 50 Cent?
Yes.
So there are 55 cars and a 50 Cent in the club?
Uh-huh.
I'm in.
Look at how windy it's getting.
It is getting breezy out there. You can see the... And again, that's one of those things that I hope I'm not giving away any secrets, but I doubt I am. If you look at the flags down on the far end of the grandstands, basically that's kind of where the pedestrian tunnel goes under the racetrack. Those flags can be very, very deceiving.
Yes.
Because how they are impacted by the wind depends on a couple of things. Number one, which direction is the wind blowing? And number two, the grandstands will basically get in the way of it depending on the wind, the direction of the wind.
Yes.
So if you look more at the flag that's up on top of the arch, which we can't see at this moment in time, that is a much better indicator of what the wind is truly doing here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
But it is not unusual for them to be blowing in two entirely different directions. Mike Silva in that Nova. Oh, he pedals it, trying to stay out front. Man, Luigi Calantoni in the 77 Corvette getting the win right there. Silva out of Madeira thought he might have a shot there. Unable to make it happen. All right, Francis Stewart. Not leaving. Something wrong with that car. Big time. Thing just bouncing around. I don't know what's going on, but Jim England out of Red Bluff goes A to B.
Yeah. I think we're both kind of keeping an eye on that same thing. Got down there and headed up the uphill portion of the shutdown area. And we're both watching kind of the white clouds that, even if I'm looking, I can see some activity from our fire and safety team up there. It even got their attention as well. They're out there taking a look going,
Maybe he was just over a little bit into some of that old oil dry. That's what we're going to hope. But,
potentially.
But obviously we all pay very close attention to make sure that if a car is leaking up there, we keep this racetrack as safe as possible. Because while we want you guys to go fast down it, being safe on it is far more important to us than that even. But we're pretty good at doing both.
Just not at the same time.
Correct.
Exactly. Like walking and chewing gum.
Alessandro Milani leaves the starting line and never looks back. Brian Greenberg in that Mustang in the left lane. I mean, that thing hardly left the starting line and then it started going. Looked like they maybe had trouble building boost. Not sure what was going on there.
So Brad Thomas and Chris Lucarelli.
Lucarelli. I like
The
Lucarelli. Lucarama.
Making copies. That's what he wants to be doing with the time slips right now. He wants to be making copies of the time slips.
You ain't kidding.
So Lucarelli. I mean, as long as the time slip has the win arrows pointing to his side, then he wants to be making copies of his no-time time slip. Lucarelli gets the jump on Brad Thomas. Thomas makes a nice-looking pass straight down the middle of the racetrack. However, Lucarelli made a better-looking pass, quicker than Brad Thomas did.
Yeah.
As we bring out Shane Panunzio. Plain City, Utah, the LSX 427 powered 2,000 bodied Camaro. Rolling up over to the right side, and Stephanie Strang in the 2002 Camaro. Coming in out of California, Strang. I mean, there's no mistake in Strang's car. Right? It's pretty evident, pretty obvious when you're like, Strang, which car is yours? I don't even know what you call that color. It's not like Pink Panther pink. It's not even like rolls, but it's good. Panunzio making short work of round number 1. The 427 gets the jump on the starting line, zips down the 660-foot racetrack. John, I'll do that. Maybe. Maybe. But I'll do that. You're right. Chad is a great dude. Chad is an awesome dude. He is a pleasure and a joy to work with. As we bring up just Izzy. Just Izzy. In the pickup truck out of Gardena, California. 91 S10 body truck left side, and Jamie Voorhees, Team Toaster, as Chad was saying earlier. They have just been struggling with trying to get the car hooked up and keep it running. No problems here. None so far. Right down the middle of the racetrack in the 65 Nova for Voorhees. Left first by the time they got out to the 60-foot block. Voorhees had about half a car length on Izzy's S10. And that's about all it took. And again, remember, we have been getting some pretty cool stuff up here that we're going to be giving away. We've got a couple of shirts that have been given us from the Arnie Built crew. We got a couple of sweatshirts and some T-shirts from some other folks, and we're going to have to start giving those away. We are. And we'll come up with some cool ways to do it. So Eric Alderberg coming up in his Mustang out of Albuquerque. Going up against John Jacobs. Jacobs in the Colorado-based team. Jacobs bumps it in. Tree drops in this one. Is going to be all Eric Alderberg. Alderberg leaving the line first, keeping the car out in front by about a fender or so, all the way down to the finish line for him to light up the board and to move on to round number 2. Is Nick Kincaid and Jose... I've never seen a spelling end this way. It's like Merdig. We'll go Merdig is what I'm going to try. That's what we're going to try. So unfortunately, Kincaid unable to get his car up here for round number 1. Jose's going to get a solo shot And from what we were seeing early on in qualifying, it may turn out to they work to the advantage of Jose. Obviously, it'll be to his advantage as he gets the single. It's actually looking pretty good for Jose as he leaves the starting line. Gets a tiny little wheels up, and then from the angle that we're looking at it from the tower, we could almost kind of see the tires just barely touching as he made his way down the racetrack. Yeah, radial tire to answer the question. Carter is absolutely. Sorry, my wife was kind enough to come in here and share some Blizzard with me. Where did you get a Blizzard? They got Dairy Queen Blizzards at the concession stand? Oh, that was good. That was good. Yes. Radial tire to answer the question. Carter is still playing hockey and is still the goalie, and he absolutely loves it and adores it. As a matter of fact, he's chilling up here in the room with me right now, which is a good thing. No, not you, Mel. I'm talking about my kid. So Brian Cobbett, I said Cobbett, not Hobbit, but Brian Cobbett, rolling up now, getting a solo shot. Brian, from what Chad was telling me, had a very wild qualifying experience. Cobbett actually took this beautiful Mustang, again with the kind of old World War II style graphics on the side of it, kind of the old American forces. It's just a phenomenal looking race car. Actually spun it around, did a 360, didn't hurt anything, almost kind of pulled the old, shall we say, what was it, Frank E that did that? Oh, he almost tried to do it again. Oh, man. That car got out to about 200 feet or so. Started to make a hard move towards the wall. He ended up bailing out of the throttle, but Comets folks, the CF Racing team, were actually kind enough to bring us a couple of sweatshirts that we'll be giving away a little bit later on. Hey, racers, your attention, please. We are still looking for Justin Gallant, Anthony Katnick, and Johnny Coleman. So Justin Gallant, Anthony Katnick, and Johnny Coleman, those are the number one qualifiers that have not yet been up here to see Mel to collect up their goodies. So if you guys are out there, can come on up here and see Mel. He'd love to get you your number one qualifier gear. Please, please. Rob's here. Has anybody come to see you yet? What? I was going to say. So Rob with Extreme Photography, who's been out here taking photos, told me it's going to be really, 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 really easy to find him. If you want to get a photo of your car racing at Streetcar Super Nationals 20, all you got to do is go see him in the RV. He's not going to be out running around somewhere where you got to chase him down. As Jeff Baumya would have matched up with Kevin Keller. Kevin Keller did not show up for round number 1. So Jeff gets the win light as we'll bring up another Jeff. Actually, we won't. We'll bring up a Jimmy. Jimmy was going to meet Jeff, but Jeff didn't show up. So now it's just Jimmy. So Jimmy coming in out of Paradise, California. Going to be on the solo run here in our Arizona Race Company Real Steel. We should have our Red Tide Outlaw small tire all paired up, ready to go in the staging lanes. Fig Speed Open Comp, you should be back there as well. Fig Speed Open Comp. Let's get you back into the staging lanes as well. So Jimmy Hovey gets out. Car starts to scoot on him a little bit. He'll bail out of the throttle and so Jimmy Hovey gets the win on that. David Holtgrew now was going to take on Todd Porter. Todd Porter a no-show here in round number 1. And I'm going to say it just because. I mean, I get it. I do get some people's infatuation with no time, racing, this, that, and the other. While it is really cool to see the cars go down the racetrack, there is just something about a no-time solo in round number 1 that's just kind of like, meh. Meh. Gavin, I don't know this officially, but just to answer your question there in the chat bleachers, as long as what's up with the camera view is it is getting windy, like really, really, really windy. And so a lot of the unattended cameras and certain feeds and things like that, I know I've seen Chad kind of adjust in a few things. But it makes it a little bit more challenging to be able to maintain some of those things. So they are going to look at that. And yes, I-15, that is what you see there in the background. As Alex Sanchez going to get what looks to be the final solo in our Arizona Race Company So Sanchez, last solo. We'll get back into some side-by-side racing with some information on the board. Speaking of that, Extreme Drag Radial, Magna Fuel, Extreme Drag Radial. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Magna Fuel, Extreme Drag Radial. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Magna Fuel, XDR. Oh, yeah. It's definitely getting breezy out there. And with the wind picking up, hey, if you would do us a favor, please. Wind has a tendency to blow a lot of things around. Things like napkins and bottles and all of that loose stuff does have a way of finding its way onto the racetrack. And once it makes its way onto the racetrack, the timing system doesn't necessarily know the difference between a piece of paper blowing through the beam or a bottle blowing through the beam or whatever it might be. So if you are out and about, wherever it is that you may be, and you see something that is blowing around, by all means, just step on it. Make sure that it finds its way down into the bottom of one of the trash receptacles here so that it does not find its way out onto the racetrack. So with Arizona race car real steel taken care of, we've got Red Tide Outlaw small tire under the arch getting ready to roll. And I think with that, I'm actually going to slide out of the way, and Gage the intern has found his way back up here. I'm going to turn the mic back over to him for a little bit.
Thank you, Nate. We are getting into Outlaws. Outlaws. Gunslinging Outlaws, small tires. This is going to get really fun, really quick. Todd Cahill over on the right-hand side. That is the 55 shoebox out of Buckeye, Arizona. Nothing better than a big old shoebox. Like the most least aerodynamic cars on property, and could probably be the fastest ones on property at the same time. Again, let's get Magnafuel XDR. Magnafuel XDR. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Magnafuel XDR. So here we go. First round of Outlaw small tire. No time. 1 in, 2 in, ready to go. And the head start goes to Aiden Cadnick. Can he hang on, or is the shoebox going to drive around at the big end? It's going to be the shoebox. Gets there in front. Aiden Cadnick had the advantage on the starting line, but could not hold off Todd Cahill. So the big bad 55 will be moving on into round number 2 of Outlaw small tire. Scott Biscay over on the right-hand side was supposed to take on David Lucasen. Scott Biscay going to be getting the competition solo out of Parowan, Utah. It's a nice solid A to B effort. You'll be into round number 2. I'll bring up Lance Knigge. Lance Knigge, the baddest man out of Casper, Wyoming, with that 67 Nova. Lance Knigge has ran all over the country all year long. Made a trip down to Bradenton, Florida, and had like one of the coolest shots ever when he took the wheelie bars off of it and still hung the hoops out at about the finish line with the parachutes out. Did about the same thing with no bars on it out here yesterday. And I think he might have tripped the finish line with the back tire. I mean, Lance Knigge is one bad dude. Was supposed to take on Keith Lingle, who could not make the call in his 65 Nova. So Lance Knigge, let's see if he's going to turn it up right here. Put on a show for everybody in the chat. And for everybody in the grandstands. A little soft down low, starts making a move towards the top end of the racetrack, and that is one fast 67 Nova. All the way in from Casper, Wyoming. Lance Knigge is going to move on, and that will wrap up our Outlaw Small Tire. We are rolling into open comp now. Where we're going to do some bracket racing down to the quarter mile. Going to turn the clocks back on, and here we go. Mike Dowling over there on the right-hand side, the 2016 Camaro. We dial 1052. Getting a head start over Jenny Cooksey. Oh, Beaver Creek, Oregon. 1967 Chevy Nova. 427 small block, dial 980. Magnafuel XDR will take you to the back of the staging lanes, please. Magnafuel XDR will take you to the back of the lanes, please. Magnafuel XDR to the back of the staging lanes, please. One green, two green, off and away we go. Try and get there first without going under the dial on your side of the scoreboards. Brake lights are on for Mike Dowling. Wind light is going to go to Jenny Cooksey. 996 on the 980 dial is closer of the two. Mike Dowling goes 1086 on a 1052 and does not get it done in round number one of fixed speed open comp. I'll bring up Marcus Steed over there on the left-hand side, the Chevelle wagon. The wheel standing wagon dialed 1105. 857 going to be the dial for Ted Mounts. 69 Chevelle. With the big block engine, you get the wagon. So again, everybody, like Nathan said, to be courteous to the actual racers, our spectators, you can help us out. If you see any loose trash flying around, please pick it up. Let's go ahead and get Outlaw 85. Outlaw 85. SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85. We'll take you to the back of the lanes as well, please. SMC Race Cars, Outlaw 85. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Mike Porter, Bryce Sable going to be our next two. Not the prettiest reaction time. It's never a beauty contest in a drag race. Win light goes to Michael Porter. 1068 on a 1043. Better of the two. Bryce Sable, 1290 on a 1238. Michael Porter will move on to round two. Craig Bella Vendetta. Dial 909 in the 2018 Demon. Left-hand side, and Dennis Sato out of Fallon, Nevada. A third-gen 1984 Camaro is out there. Looking over his shoulder, good, give it the nose, go 1042 on a 1022. To turn on the wind light, 935 on the 909 for Bella Vendetta. We'll bring up Buzz Nielsen and Daniel Dolifant. Buzz out of Rexburg, Idaho. The white Catfish Camaro. Dialed 836, 920 going to be the dial for Daniel Dolifant. If you notice up on the scoreboards for the dials, if you notice a little hash before the dial, in open comp, you can elect to see a 4 or 5 tenths pro tree. The hash is for the 5 tenths pro tree. The win line will go to Buzz Nielsen, who elected selected the 4/10 Pro Tree. Goes 874 on the 836. Being closer to the dial and getting there first. Means that Buzz Nielsen will turn on the wind light. He'll bring up James Taggart and V Dolafon now. V, Audi RS5. 1093 the dial, 1106 for James Taggart, 64 Falcon. And away we go. Both drivers turning green. Trying to play a game of chess down at the other end of the racetrack. Wind light going to go to James Taggart. 1128 on 1106 at 111 miles an hour against their first by a tenth. Devine Golofon's 1120 on the 1093. So it looks like we had like a hat go sailing from the wind. Bring up Joe Velasi's 55 Chevy out of Glendale, Arizona. 1063 and the 1103 dial going to be to Brandon Sale. In racers, if the wind is starting to pick up, might want to consider getting those awnings or canopies back down half of everybody. Starting to pick up here. The afternoon hours here at Las Vegas, 1079 on the 1063 for Joe Velocity. Going to turn on the wind light. Brandon Sale was late on the tree. Goes 1108 on the 1103. Bring up Dennis Thomas. Wicked cool. 68 Camaro with the vinyl top and a Pro Charger. Dialed 993. Getting the head start over Wesley Birmingham's Chevy powered Fox body. Dialed 960. Dennis Thomas came in all the way out of Washington. He's been having trouble getting the thing to lead the starting line, and this is looking a lot more promising for him. Already has the brake lights on, trying not to break out. Goes 845 on a 993 dial. That is way under what he predicted. Tried to slow it down with the brakes. Couldn't do it enough. 977 on the 960 for West Birmingham. We'll move on and bring up Josh Edwards. The wicked cool 70 Nova wagon. That thing is street legal. Out of Chandler, Arizona, dialed 1170. Jason Hamilton over there on the right-hand side. 69 Firebird out of Montana, dialed 1457. Hamilton's away. Here comes the wagon. Starting line advantage goes to Josh Edwards. Win line Josh Edwards 12 flat on 1170 dial. Gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Made it closer than he really had to. Jason Hamilton's lights started with a 2 after the decimal. I think it was 1468 on a 1457. To bring up Jimmy Olsen and John Gwynn. Gwynn in the Camaro, right-hand side, dial 1015. Olsen's 2020 Charger, dial 973. Reaction time advantage goes to the right-hand side. Like looking right-hand side, 1016 on a 1015. Was 100th slower than the prediction. Will get the win. Jimmy Olsen. 1001 on the 973 dial will be no good. That will bring up Dale Jansen's 66 Acadian with a blower on top. Now, you might be asking yourself, what is an Acadian? That is the Canadian version of a Chevy Nova. How many Acadians do you see in your lifetime? I've only seen one. It's Dale Jansen, and it is wicked fast. 826 at 166 miles an hour on the solo run. Putting that blower to work. Bring up Steve Canton. James Knight. Steve Ken, the 38 Austin. And I mean, like, if I try to climb in that thing, I'm probably have my knees like halfway in my chest trying to steer the thing. Dial 1071 over on the left-hand side. James Knight in his traditional 67 Camaro. Dial 951. Off and away, and we're on the green lights. Steve Ken trying to hang out in front with the little Austin. Can he get the nose? No, goes too quick than what he predicted. Goes 1069 on a 1071 dial. 972 on the 951 for James Knight. Got down there and said, you know what? I don't think I'm going to get there. Lifted out of the gas, went above what he predicted, and got the win light. Bring up Eric Risner, 70 Mustang out of Longmont, Colorado, dialed 856. Caleb Shepard, Fox Body, dialed 1173. How about separated by 18th out in the reaction time department? Win light, Caleb Shepard, 100 green, goes 1180 on the 1173. Eric Risner, 118 green. Had only a few thou to work with on this end of the racetrack. Goes 867 on the 856 and couldn't claw his way back into the fight. Bring up John Tabak and Preston Elmer. John Tabak, who's been up here working with us, me and Chad, over the last couple of days in his S-Dimer. And Preston Elmer has not left the starting line on time. John Tabak, buddy, look over the shoulder. Look over the shoulder. Yeah, he looked over the shoulder. Goes 1119 on the 1083 dial. Getting there first by pretty much a mile in racer speed. Preston Elmer's lights start with a 2 before the decimal. I'll bring up Shane Richmond's 72 Datsun. 240Z. Dialed 1306. Frank D'Souza's 63 Nova, dialed 1051. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. We need you to the lanes, please. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. We need you to the lanes, please. 80 green for Frank D'Souza. Goes 10:58 on the 10:51. That's a winning time right there. Gets there first. Shane Richmond actually broke out. Goes 12:94 on a 13:06 dial. Will not get it done. Bring up Scott Taylor. Jay Anderson. Scott Taylor over on the left-hand side. 65 Chevelle. Whereas Chad would call a small-size Chevelle. Jay Anderson's 2015 Challenger. Oh, man, Scott Taylor's car fell on its face when it came off the starting line. Jay Anderson is already by him and is going to lift out the gas to make sure he does not break out and turns on the win light. Scott Taylor had a chance there, had a better reaction time by a mile. Car did not perform as it was supposed to. Bring up Sam Montgomery, Monty LaFrenz. Monty over there on the right-hand side, 86 Thunderbird. Absolute classic old school pro stock car, dialed 961. Sam Montgomery's 63 Chevy 2. Dialed 936. And a red light start for Sam Montgomery. Saw the tree. Goes 300ths of a second before his green light came on. Wow, how about Monty LaFrenz? Goes 78 green. Predicted at 961. Goes 961.6. How about that? Monty LaFrenz has the Thunderbird dialed in. It is soaring here in Las Vegas. John Kindred over there on the left-hand side out of California. Taking on Jeff Rates out of Colorado in the 67 Mustang down at 1110. The new Gen Challenger will get the head start with a 1225 dial. And we're off and away. Jeff Rates pulling up alongside early. Starts flashing brake light that about 1,000 foot and gets the win light. 68 green. 1144 in the 1110 dial. John Kindred hung in there on the reaction time, but the car did not run the number. And then gets their second to add up to what has been a comparatively short weekend to his competitors. Bring up Luis Ortiz and Cal Gordon. About 1985 Pontiac Grand Prix versus the 1985 Ford Mustang. Are we back in 1985 yet? Because I don't remember that time. 'Cause I wasn't around. I just made everybody feel really bad about this. 998 dial for Cal Gordon, Luis Ortiz, 975. Win light. Gonna go to the Grand Prix. 980 on the 975. Cal Gordon could not run the number. Goes 1018 on a 998. Luis Ortiz will take the Grand Prix in round number 2. So we got another Grand Prix going on down at the other strip at Las Vegas, but I think this one's more fun. A lot more variety, a lot more personal on this strip. Kevin Stokesbury, Corey Harris going to be rolling down the racetrack now. Stokesbury, Chevelle trying to track down the Malibu. Gets it done, 961 on a 960 dial, 1148 on the 1170 for Corey Harris. Broke out by a bunch. I mean, a bunch. Kevin Stokesbury actually got out of the throttle and went just barely slower than what he predicted, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Bring up Markel Jackson and Steve Erickson. In a red light start for Steve Erickson by 7 thousandths of a second. Markel Jackson going to move on. 1103 at 127 miles an hour. Steve Erickson going to go back on the gap post up in Oregon. Bring up Jacob Trammell and Jonas De La Cruz. Trammell's 79 Malibu going to be dialed 1074. Jonas De La Cruz 73 Mach 1 Mustang dialed 941. Win line going to be going. Jacob Trammell, how about 1075 on a 1074 dial? Jonas, 934 on the 941. Not going to do it. Got there first, though. But didn't have the best reaction time, and he broke out. That one's going to go to the left side. That will bring up Greg Dreher and Rocky Nelson. Rocky's big old C10 pickup truck dialed 1072. 1055 going to be the dial for Greg Dreher's 63 Nova, excuse me. Whew. Apparently I can't read now. 1087 on the 1055 for Greg Dreher, Rocky Nelson. Bring up Craig Shell's 68 GTO over there on the left-hand side, out 1057. Well, Jason McDonald's Z21 2018 Camaro, dialed 894. That thing just comes ripping and roaring out the water box. It's going to be ripping and roaring now down the 1320. Trying to chase down the big old GTO. 10:57 for Craig Shell. Going to be good enough. Had a 27 reaction time. Jason McDonald was pretty much locked out from there. Goes 963 on the 894 dial. Missed it on the dial. Missed it on the reaction time. Didn't get there first. That is going to be a definite no to advance into round number 2. How about this matchup? Brent Wassums, 4-wheel drive, bad to the bone, 9-second Chevy Silverado, dial 906 to Brent Calvert. Brent Calvert, over there on the right-hand side for Calvert Racing. Normally runs this Cobra Jet and stock Eliminator on the NHRA schedule. But since NHRA has now officially ended their 2024 season, last weekend in Pomona Dragway, decided, you know what, let's bring the fam out here. Get a little bit more racing in with this wicked fast Cobra Jet. Brent Wassum over there on the left-hand side. I mean, that is probably one of the quickest 4-wheel drive trucks I have seen in my life. As we are on pause here for a quick moment, we got a quick little paper jam we're going to take care of here. Be back as soon as possible. Again, won't take that long. I just hate when I always get a paper jam. It's always at the, like, worst time. All right, quick little fix with the paper jam. We're ready to go. 906 dial on the left lane, 870 dial on the right lane. Green and green. Look at the truck starting to pick up some speed now down on the back half of the racetrack. Win light. Goes to Brent Calvert, 886 on the 870 dial. Brent Watson actually broke out, goes 9 flat on the 906 dial. To be no good. Bring up Doug Carter. Wicked clean. 94 Camaro. Supposed to take on Tim Mellick, who could not make the call for first round. So 960 is going to be up on the board for Doug Carter. Goes 047 green on the tree. 965 at 140. Will be pretty good. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention racers. Pro Street. Pro Street will take you to the back of the lanes, please. Pro Street. Pro Street will take you to the back of the lanes for round number 1, please. Pro Street to the back of the lanes for round number 1, please. Pro Street to the lanes for round number 1, please. Pro Street to the lanes for round number 1. Michael Adrith, right-hand side, was supposed to take on Darren Somerton. Oh, man, the Chevy wagon couldn't make it? Aw. No fun. I like the Chevy wagon. So Adrith's going to make the solo shot, goes 10-21 at 131. Bring up Paul Calvert. He was supposed to take on Dwayne Kerr. I do not see Dwayne Kerr over there on the right-hand side, so Paul Calvert's 77 Mustang. For the Calvert family racing, going to be taking a solo run himself. 14:03 the dial. With 0:49 in the reaction time column. Blazing his way on down. 13:26. Bring up Tana Taylor. Supposed to take on Thomas Morris. Tana Taylor's 70 Mustang. 25 range against 1032 down at the other end of the racetrack. And 1037. 133 miles an hour. So I believe we're like winding down with like the solo parade now. In fixed speed open comp. It looks like we might have a little bit of a spillage from Tana Taylor, so we're going to go out and make sure everything is A-OK with the racing surface before we send out Dennis Hillard's 2010 Cobra Jet. Again, Pro Street. Pro Street will take you to the back of the lanes, please. Pro Street to the back of the staging lanes, please. Pro Street. Pro Street will take you to the lanes for round number 1, please. Pro Street to the back of the lanes, please. While we got a moment here, chat bleachers, what is going on, chat bleachers? Hello from Hawaii. If I'm reading this right, we only have 320 likes on the live stream. Man, we need to get that up. We have 32,000 people watching from home. We definitely need more than 320 likes on the live feed. Presented by BangShift.com and all of our sponsors like Holly EFI, SNT Truck Repair, Raz Construction, Hayward Homes, Titanium Auto Group, Redline Synthetic Oils, Gateway Classic Cars, Artex Racing. You guys all make it possible so that we have it for free for the viewers at home. Again, we should totally have more than 300 likes. I'm just saying. Also, share with your friends. Share with your grandma. Grandma likes racing, I think. I know my grandma likes racing. Definitely share it. Folks at Bang Shift with Chad, they're working their tails off to make sure everybody can watch this thing out here for free and experience the fun that we're having out here in Las Vegas. So go ahead and like it. Give those guys a thumbs up. We'll definitely appreciate it from them. So Dennis Hillard, he'll be taking his solo shot now. Guess at 924. Those 956. Bring up Devin Jansen's 1970 Chevy Nova. Gonna be dialed 858. Was supposed to take on Mark Martinez. Man, that would have been a fun race. Looking at the dial boards. Whew. $881 at 154. We are winding down our fixed speed open comp. We're going to get into MagnaFuel XDR after that. And I should have my SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85 in Pro Street sitting in the lanes getting paired up ready to go. Again, Pro Street, we'll take you to the back of the lanes, please. Pro Street to the back of the lanes.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you need fuel tonight, the fuel booth is closing at 5:15, which is in 59 minutes, and it will open again at 7:30 a.m. So if you need fuel tonight, you need to get it before 5:15. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need racingjunk.com box to the lanes, please. Racingjunk.com box to the lanes, please. Box. Please come to the back of the lanes for lane assignment. Box. Come to the lanes, please. Again, racingjunk.com box to the lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready to roll into Magna Fuel XDR and getting the buy run, your number one qualifier with a 398.6 at 180 is going to be Johnny Coleman, and he is going to take the beams and back out of it. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Street, I need you to the back of the lanes. Pro Street, I need you to the back of the lanes, please. Pro Street, I need you to the back of the lanes, please. We've called you a few times. Pro Street, I need you to the back of the lanes, please. Box, I need you to the back of the lanes. Box, I need you to the back of the lanes. Triple Index and Super Index, you're on standby. Peter Campbell and Rodney Bohannon side by side, rocking and rolling, but the win light goes to Peter Campbell. Peter Campbell with a 487 at 147. Campbell had a reaction time that was a third of what Bohannon's was, and man, I got to tell you, on a hole shot, 487 beating the 480. Rodney Bohannon is going to be kicking himself. Folks, as you guys well know, the wind has picked up. If you have not already taken your canopies or your easy ups down, please do so now. The worst thing in the world would be for your easy up to go flying across the pits. Ask me how I know. I may or may not have had that happen. Had to buy a hood for a toter home one time. In case you were wondering, I don't own a toter home. And up next, in the left lane, Derek Cooper out of Littleton, Colorado, and the 94 Mustang, your number 3 qualifier with a 428. Meanwhile, Anthony Smith, Big Worm over there in the right lane, getting lucky in the first round as his competitor left before the tree was activated. Smith has not made a single run since Wednesday's test and tune as they heard a transmission and had some brake issues. But they've got this thing ready to go and are hoping it'll go from A to B. It is a brand new combo and a brand new car. They're both in the top. Worm bumps it in. Tree comes down. Worm leaving first by a lot. Pedals it. Oh, and he coasts and does not win it. Wow. Derek Cooper spun the tires, pedaled it. Anthony Smith, that thing shut off. He was twice as good on the tree with a 073 to Derek Cooper's 175. It went 115 to 60, 317 to the 330. shut off, going 522, gets beat by a 503 at just 129. Worm just out there as a duck, coasting along. Man, they're going to be disappointed in that, but they got some data. Again, brand new combination. You saw that thing shut off and the puff of smoke come out of it. Man, I'm disappointed. I love Big Worm, but still. First weekend out in that brand new car, that's cool. In the right lane, Artis Houston out of Compton, California, and Jeff Young out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, in the left lane. Young in that 05 Corvette. Artis in that beautiful 71 Nova. Part of the Kenny Hubbard crew. Artis has had trouble, but now he's doing it, going A to B, but nope, not going to beat Young. Young goes 424.5, 178 to get the win in XDR. Worm is double entered. So he's still got one more class that he's in. Now we got a couple of bye runs. Justin Gallant, your number 5 qualifier with a 429 with a 1 at 170 here in XDR. And Craig Sparks, who did not make the call. Gallant in that 82 Mustang leaves good, driving it over to the center and gets a cone. Just made sure we got clarification. Justin Gallant going everywhere except down the middle of the lane, drives it right over to hit the cone, probably staring at it. He is still in. Since he was on a bye run, he's okay. So give us a second while we glue this thing back down and we'll be ready to rock and roll. Want to take this opportunity to thank our bangshift.com live broadcast sponsors, including Molly Motorsport. If you're looking for a great set of forged pistons for your LS, big block Chevrolet, big block Ford, small block, whatever you got, Molly Motorsport can help you out with off-the-shelf or custom pistons. And as the world's largest piston ring manufacturer, and it ain't even close, like nobody else even makes anywhere near the number of piston rings as Molly does. They have got you covered with any ring pack you can imagine. Also want to thank Artex Racing and Holly Performance Parts, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, and Redline Synthetic Oil. RPM Roll Bars, D. Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, and Hayward Homes. We appreciate all your support, and for all of you guys that are watching at home, if you could go to their social media channels and thank them on their social media, that would make a huge, huge, huge impression for us, and we really appreciate it as we try and take care of those sponsors each and every time they help us out with an event. Tractor's going to do a quick sweep as there will be some cone crumbs out on the racetrack. And then we'll get right back into racing action. Pro Street. Pro Street. If you are not at the back of the lanes, you are late. I mean late. And racingjunk.com box, you should also be in the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, come on down. Triple index, come on down to the lanes, please. Triple index, come on down to the lanes, please. Again, triple index, come on down to the lanes, please. RacingJunk.com box, you should also be in the lanes. And Pro Street, you should be in the lanes, please. All right, Mike Orban out of Grass Valley in the 68 Camaro. And Ron Odo out of Lancaster, supposed to be next to him in a 64 Nova and is not here. In Extreme Drag Radial. One of only 2 time radial classes we're running here. Orban runs out to about 250 feet, maybe 275, and lifts off the throttle. Not going to win an award for the reaction time, but goes 113 to 60. time in the 65 Mustang. Wiltz in the 65 Mustang over there in the right lane. Sherry Castano out of Ethel Washington in the 68 Camaro in the left lane. So we get into Outlaw 8-5. Outlaw 8-5 running on the smallest tire on the property. 26 inches tall, 8.5 inches wide. Tiny. Sherry, right down Broadway, 495 at 143. Bryant, way off the pace, 672 at 110. Darce Laws. Darce was looking for a turbo earlier. Out of Casper, Wyoming in the 2000 Chevy S10. Darce normally drives a really cool Oldsmobile. Meanwhile, Timmy Breeden out of Enumclaw, Washington, that 89 Mustang. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. And they leave together. Darce trying to hold on. Is he going to be able to do it? No. 530 gets beat by a 527. Darce a little tardy on the tree. That truck running good, but just not enough to drive around that Mustang. Nick Zink out of Stanton in the 80 Malibu. Todd Brenton out of Prineville, Oregon in the 64 Malibu. We were talking earlier about how much more aerodynamic a Camaro got every 10 years. Compare a 57 Chevy versus a 67 Camaro versus a 77 Camaro versus an 87 Camaro. Meanwhile, Malibu's got no more aerodynamic. 20 years later, they're still a little box, but they're cool. G-body special in the left lane, A-body in the right. They're both in. Tree comes down. They leave together. Todd Brenton with a much better reaction time, and he takes advantage. On a hole shot, 5:07.7 beats a 5:06.5. 30 on the tree to 138. Attention in the pits. Triple index to the back of the lanes. Box to the back of the lanes. Pro Street, if you ain't there, you're way late. Mike Aldrich and Tim Arello. Arello having trouble at the hit, but Aldrich goes right down the middle of the lane. Goes 5:07 at 142 after qualifying number 4 with a 499. Arello goes 697 off the throttle after qualifying 571. Mark Smith is supposed to be in the right lane in the 66 Nova, but he is not there. But KJ Glennon out of Salem, Oregon is here in his 05 Mustang. KJ bumping her in. Oh, pulls it back. Nice little run right there. Goes 465, 160, having to pull it back to the middle. Your number one qualifier moving on. Dan Herman out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. Over there in that Duster. 518 on the tree, dead late. Goes 121 to 60, 332 to the 330. Goes 515 at 133. All right, everybody. So we are going to transfer over to lanes 1 and 2 for Pro Street. Looks like our first pair is only going to be a single. David Clark in the 01 Mustang out of Idaho Falls. Another one of our no time categories. David Clark leaving the starting line. And that thing goes straight. Little soft early, but right down Broadway to move into round number 2. Jackie Sloan was supposed to be up against Clark. Did not make the call. Now we've got the opposite scenario. Chris Gregory was supposed to be in the left lane in a Falcon. And John Garofalo out of Fernley, Nevada. He's supposed to be going up against him, but John gets the bye run in that cool, evil blown 68 Camaro. Wheels up, launch. He has to pull it back toward the middle down there right at the finish line, but pretty nice run for the evil Camaro. Frankie coming up in his 03 Mustang. Was supposed to be running John Kay in the Dodge, and the Dodge truck not showing up.
Well, Chad, I appreciate you giving me a moment to step out of the tower and take my son out for a little bit of a walk. It's getting really breezy out there.
It is breezy.
It is.
I told everybody to put their canopies up. I didn't tell everybody what the wind gust speed was that we saw. But yeah, it's breezy. It was a lot, but it's breezy. It's fine. The breeze is supposed to be gone at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, according to our weatherman friends over at Gateway Classic Cars. Bet you didn't know they could give you the weather too, did you?
Dude, I appreciate the amazing amount of value that they bring to this. They are showing a lot of people. There you go. That's better.
Oh, Frank goes out there and pedals. Bunch of smoke out of the turbo, it looks like, on the right side.
So they are going to go down and take, or at least they'll keep an eye on Frank as he gets by him up there at the top end. So far, word is good. So we are going to get out of our Pro Street category. We are getting into 8th Mile, RacingJunk.com box category. So again, back into the handicap style racing, except this time the cars can utilize the assistance of electronics. They can use the delay box to assist them on the starting line. The dial-ins that are up there are the times that they predict their cars are going to take to run the 8th mile. As we've got Jerry Cooksey and John DeYoung. DeYoung on the right side dialed 552. Cooksey dialed it at 623, and the win light's going to belong to John. DeYoung was 14 thousandths of a second behind the green light, as we say 14 green. Then runs 553 on a 552 to get the win light by 6 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. Jerry Cooksey was 004 on the tree. So he was just 4 thousandths of a second behind the green light as his car left the starting line. And then ends up running a 625 on a 623. Again, margin of victory. And win light goes to John DeYoung by 6 thousandths of a second.
I need triple index to the lanes, please. Triple index. You guys, I have called you multiple times. Triple index to the lanes, please. triple index to the lanes, please.
John Tabak and Mitchell Lippin in the dragster. Tabak in the truck. Win light goes to John. With 61 green to Mitchell's 048 light. Mitchell gets to the stripe first by 43 thousandths of a second and needed to get there by 35 thousandths of a second or less as he breaks out by 8 thousandths down at the finish line. John Tabak, 693 on a 691, gets the win light and will advance into round number 2 of our RacingJunk.com. Box categories will bring up another pickup truck, the 99 bodied Dakota of Al Aguirre. Aguirre from right here in Las Vegas. 5.35 seconds is the time that he thinks it's going to take for that pickup truck to get from the start line to the finish line. And Jerry Fisher out of Chubbuck, Idaho in the dragster. Fisher is going to turn on Al Aguirre's win light. Fisher jumps the gun at this end of the racetrack by 8 thousandths of a second, and Al Aguirre going to run 5:34.4 on a 5:35 with a win light already on his side of the racetrack. So Jerry Fisher hands a win light over to Al Aguirre as Anthony Katnick and Terry Davies. Terry over, or excuse me, Terry on the left side, the 41 Willys Coupe. Again, talking about just how cool these race cars are. A 69 Dart going up against a 41 Willys Coupe under the lights here in Las Vegas on a Saturday night where the city itself is hosting several motorsports events. Red light start for Terry. The 41 Willys leaves 700ths of a second too soon and then goes 5:38 on a 5:28. Anthony Katnick, 008, and runs 5:86 on a 5:55 dial. So win light to the Dart as Anne-Marie Glembaki. That's quite the name. Anne-Marie Glembaki and Skylar Cerny. I'm good right now. I just went over to the concession stand, found myself a Blizzard. It was tasty. Tasty enough that, you know, the amount of time it took me to get back from the concession stand to here, it was pretty much gone.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I'm eating a giant cinnamon roll.
Well, I mean, it is
Real Donuts.
giant cinnamon roll from Real Donuts.
My favorite donut shop in Las Vegas.
Nice.
On the east side of the 15 at Cheyenne, next to 7.
Nice. I can't say that I've ever had a Real Donut. At least not from that shop.
They're awesome.
So a 495 to a 541. Head start goes to the dragster on the right side. That's Skylar coming into Cave Creek, Arizona. Right behind it, Anne-Marie is going to be doing the chasing. Win light belongs to Skylar. 547 on a 541. 009 the reaction time for Skylar. And a 29 thousandths of a second margin victory down at the big end of the racetrack as Anne-Marie was 35 thousandths of a second behind the green light and then runs 501 on a 495.
Now, I don't know this for sure, but I am wondering if Anne-Marie Glembaki is either the daughter of Margaret Glembaki or the daughter-in-law. The Glembaki family ran in Northern California out of Fremont, stock and super stock, if I remember right, back in the 80s.
There we go. So with Sasha Cerny and Daryl Wirtz, Daryl DeGroup A whole bunch of them came down out of Idaho to play along. Oh, Daryl, red by 0.003 of a second. That's not what we want to see. Sasha Cerny, 66 thousandths of a second behind the green light, and 5:25 on a 4:94, and I guarantee you, Daryl was looking at that one like, ooh, I let that one slip through my fingers. Bring on our next two. Scott Taylor, Eric Reisner. Reisner and the Mustang coming in out of Longmont, Colorado, and they are going to hold him up here. Looks like they've seen potentially they are signaling over to Scott Taylor that he is going to get a solo shot here. I think they ended up seeing something underneath of Eric's car right about the time he was staging up. So Taylor 10 green and goes 668 on a 665. Yeah, you can see him getting out there with the mops, and unfortunately for Eric, we did have a little bit of some leakage on the starting line. They put a little yeah. It's one of those disappointing things for Eric. That thing is a very nice looking race car. But we're going to have to do a quick little drag and touch up on the starting line, and as soon as we get done with that, we'll be able to get right back after it. Again, with it being a little chillier out there, the sun has started to go down, the lights are on. So we are racing under the lights at this strip. They are racing under the lights at the other strip, which is a, now one time a year type deal. But if you are feeling, say, I don't know, chilly, cool, you feel like, say, a nice little hoodie might help warm you up, or a beanie, or both, you can swing down by the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. They've got all that stuff. All that stuff to help you stay warm, cozy, and comfy in the grandstands tonight. Here, what do they got? You can go see Heather. They've got the event. I'm not talking to you, Siri. Why are you speaking up? Event hoodies are just $45. We've got a full line of aftermarket company apparel such as Holley, MSD, Hurst, Hooker Headers, Fuel Tech, Precision Turbo, Nitrous Outlet, and more. We've got Scott Palmer Racing Gear, Stevie Fast Jackson, Shadow tees and hoodies. Pretty much you can go down there and just peruse. Browse and then purchase whatever you think is great. They've got two unique event t-shirts for the 20th anniversary. Streetcar Super Nationals, as Mel was saying earlier, one of them featuring the 1955 Chevrolet Amani Verney, and then another one, the 1946 Dodge truck of Doug Driggers. So you can get all that stuff. But there are plenty of vendors down on the Midway that you'd get an opportunity to see if you're taking a walk down there. Of course, the folks at Gateway Classic Cars are down there. Mickey Thompson Tires, Sin City Apparel, Fig Speed, Calvert Racing, Vintage 1320, Jim Dunn Racing Apparel, BigBullyTurf.com. We got Shriners down there, Roadrunner Grill, all of this stuff. So I even saw like Papa John's pizzas out there. You can get a slice. I mean, it's what, 5 o'clock? It's dinner time. Ring the dinner bell, go grab a slice. Go grab a slice. Markel Jackson now and Candy Larson. Candy, 694 dial in the Acadian. Markel with a 7.18 second dial. In and over in the left lane. Red light start for Markel. It didn't want to sit still on the starting line. Oh, man. Oh, man. Markel's going to come to a stop as he rolled through before the tree activated. Win light will belong to Candy. She goes 696 on a 694. And Markel's going to need a little assistance. Getting pushed back off the starting line in that Nova. So now I got a sneaky, well, more like of a question. Ian Crabtree in this stealthy style dragster, right? Essentially, we've got kind of the, what's that?
Good descriptor.
Yeah. Got kind of like that triangular shape to the body, where essentially you've got the 3 rails instead of the 4 that give it more of the boxy look. This kind of has that triangle shape to it. If this is, and I'm pretty sure it is because it's really, really unique, right? Really, really unique. I think that's the car that the Webbers used to own. I think Bill Weber used to drive that. His son Cody just crowned top dragster world champ in the NHRA ranks. And what's really kind of fun about it is I actually have a picture handing Cody his very first trophy ever as a junior.
That is pretty cool.
So, anyway,
love
if
it.
that's that dragster, I actually got an opportunity to drive that car once before.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, it was back to the pits, but...
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
You know, after
That's
they'd
not
won,
where
they
I
said,
thought you
hey,
were
do you want
going.
to try that back? No, I did. Drove that car one time. There's actually a shock on the top rail of that car.
Yep.
So.
Swing arm car then. Yep.
It's a pretty cool little thing. Win light's going to go to Aiden Katnick. Aiden 590 on a 584 dial after an 046 reaction time. Ian 65 green and then goes 680 on a 612 is Scott Robinson and Steve Valdez. Steve the Piston guy out of Arizona in the 71 Vega. I think Steve's still with the Icon Pistons team, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Red light start for Steve by 7 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Robinson.
Man.
From the whacked out chilly British Columbia City.
Right.
Can't believe you can't find Chili Mac and Chili Whack.
I'm with you.
That's a shame.
I think you could make a killing if you just opened up a little place and that's all you sold was chili, Frito pies, and Chili Mac. I mean, dude, you would need very little ingredients and you would make a fortune, I think.
Oh. You said Frito.
Frito pie is awesome.
You know, it's almost like you've lived in Texas for too long.
They were Daphne's favorite. Frito pies were her favorite thing. Every year for her birthday, we still eat them. Frito pies are awesome.
Red light start, Mike Bolton. The Mustang goes red by 2 lousy thousandths of a second. Terry Souza gets the win light. 554 on a 545. After he was 32 green. So a green light start and a 554 and a 545 for Terry Souza. Will light up that left lane scoreboard. Mike Bolton goes 657 on a 653, and that's going to bring out the 67 Camaro out of Sacramento. Excuse me, out of Modesto, California for John Carvalho Jr. Going up against Darren Taylor. Darren was actually crowned the track champion in his end of the world. In his other car. Told me about all kinds of headaches, all kinds of hassles, all kinds of problems that they had. Finally, we were able to get the Firebird to cooperate and said, okay, it's now running what I want it to run. So he's entered in Super Pro, or essentially our box category, as well as I believe our triple index category. All right, Super Index, Super Index. Your attention, please. Super Index, Super Index. Let's get you to the back of the staging lanes. Super Index. No capes. Greg Sabatino and Steve Demon. Steve, $493 dial in the dragster. Still hasn't left, and I got to tell you this, Greg Sabatino cut it a whole lot closer than I ever would have, which is why I sit up here, because I don't trust him. Greg does. Greg knows what he's doing. Ain't no need to lift if you ain't going under. 665 on a 651. Sabatino gets the win light. Steve Demon sat at this end of the racetrack forever. Never moved until Sabatino had crossed the finish line. The win light turned on. Greg moves on as Mike Avatable and Jeremy Plyer. Plyer and the Nova.
So I was just getting ripped on by one of our bank shift viewers who said, I'm not watching / listening just to catch you pronouncing names incorrectly, but since you cited Molly, which he spelled wrong, by the way, as one of the feed's main sponsors, I think you owe it to them to say their name properly. And he writes, it's Mala.
Huh?
I only know this after years of sitting with their people at MPMC, at which point I informed him that he is incorrect. It's an easy mistake to make. However, I've been doing work with Molly and Mala for many years, and Molly Motorsports, their U.S. division, is pronounced Molly. Their home business, the international arm, aka Molly Aftermarket, that would be incorrect. It is Mala Aftermarket. It is the same spelling, but it is pronounced differently in America versus in Germany, which is their home. And I even did a video with the staff at Molly Motorsport to inform the world on how you pronounce their name. So I would say I am somewhat an expert on the subject. So now you guys have learned something about Mala Aftermarket and Molly Motorsport. There you go.
Wow, how about the junior comp car versus the former junior racer? Parker Aguirre gets the win light, 484 on a 484. Needed to be dead on and was dead on. Parker had a reaction time that started with a 1, meaning he was about a tenth of a second behind the green light, as Evie Myers was 063 green. Evie goes 693 on a 686. And listening to you give that entire explanation gave me a complete throwback to back in the late 70s days of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, it felt like a Saturday Night Live skit.
No.
Except not funny.
It was the skit with, was it Chevy Chase?
Probably. And like Martin Short or one of them back then?
No. I won't complete the sentence, but Chevy's response came back with, Jane, you ignorant.
I know where you're at. Yes. I know where you're at.
Yeah, those that know.
Yes.
Win light goes to Dean Bush against James Amarias. Amarias 635 on a 630 after 147 reaction time. Dean Bush 33 green and then goes 498 on a 491. The dragster lights up the scoreboard left lane. That's now Troy Hawker and Marvia Hawker. I would love to know if there is a relation between the Hawker family. I know Marvia coming down on a medicine hat. Gonna be like Murray and the crew. Troy coming in out of Wellsville, Utah. I mean, they could be like cousins.
True.
But I think the difference is, like, Hawker has his, like, it's all uppercase. No. .497 on a 498. Marvia gets the win light. with a 118 reaction time. 51 red was Troy Hawker, and then runs 5:55 on a 5:22, and oh my.
Hide the sharp objects.
Well, I'm just saying, later on tonight for round number 2, it's going to be a little bit later, and we may be into the, adults only format of the program. So our custom Ford racer within the chat bleachers says, I am from Chilliwack, and it's pronounced Chilliwack. Got it? So Chilliwack.
Yep. I actually...
And their motto is more chili, less whack.
No way.
Well,
I love it.
But if you talk to somebody who said there's no damn chili in Chilliwack.
Yeah, right.
What?
I did get told that it was Chilliwack. So, yeah, you're right.
All right.
All right. I mean, I'm not arguing with him. He obviously lives there, but...
So I'm good with it. I mean, if somebody's from there and tells me this is how you say the name of the place I'm from, I will believe them.
100%.
Right? Like Chad Axford just walked in here. I asked Chad where it's from. He said it's pronounced podunk. Oh, Rod Thomas getting right up along the center line against Harvey Ellison. Ellison 92 green and then goes 640 down the racetrack to get the win line. How about this pair? Cooper, is it Cooper Chun? It is. If you are familiar with bracket racing, Cooper Chun, who is rolling up here on the right side of the racetrack, is one of those guys that started off very, very young, graduated out of the junior program, jumped up into the big cars, as we call them, and immediately started turning on a whole bunch of scoreboards. Like, the kid's just really, really good. Then, unfortunately, I mean, in a very rare type thing, right? You don't expect young kids to deal with stuff. Had a, very serious medical issue. And I won't go into all of it.
Right.
But, he had to get out of the race. He had to focus on staying alive.
Right.
Right? Was able to fight through it, got back in the race car. It was probably a year and a half, 2 years he was out of the car?
Like he was never out of it.
Jumped back in like he was never out of the car.
You're kidding
Just
me.
immediately started turning on the
I
lights
knew
again.
you were going to say that.
I mean,
that's awesome.
Like it never, nothing ever happened.
That is great.
Derek Shirk? I really think it should be Shrek.
I do too.
That would be so much better.
It would be.
You get out of the car in a green ogre costume, that would just be better. Derek Shirk gets the win light as Cooper lights it red. Let go early, goes 5:09 on a 5:03. Derek Shirk out of Langley, British Columbia. Gets the win light. Roberts Lonely. What's the what was it thing from Team America? I'm so lonely. So lonely, so lonely, sadly alone. Anyway, that's, probably one of the most politically incorrect movies ever, so I won't mention it again. But my man at Extreme Photography is lonely. Talked about the fact that he has been taking pictures of everybody's car. He's got pictures of your car. And the only way that you can get a picture of your car with a Streetcar Supernationals 20 logo already on it, go see Robert. He'll get you hooked up. Gary White, 40 green, and then goes 804 on the 797. Rob Strong was 27 green and runs 703 on a 689. And that was pretty much kind of the, how do you not win a race? They both tried it. Gary White was just a little bit better at the not winning part. Neil Presciamone and Keshin Fry are going to be up next. Separated by 0.07 of a second as far as the dial is concerned. Keshin. You remember that little junior comp car we saw up here a moment ago? It basically looked like the, teeny dragster. That is what Keshin used to drive a lot. As a matter of fact, Keshin was a multiple time division champ. Went down and ran and won the junior shootout in Pomona. Win light this time is going to go to Neil Presciamone. Neil at 5:04 and a 5:03. 32 green and 1 above the dial.
All right, some housekeeping announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro 275. Your chip draw is happening in 1 minute at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. All chip draws are at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. Pro 270, excuse me. Pro 275, yours is at 5:15. Limited small tire at 5:25. Real steel at 5:30. Outlaw small tire at 5:45. And Pro Street at 5:50 p.m. Again, Pro 275, your chip draw is right now at the Streetcar Super Nationals trailer. LST, you're at 5:25. Real Steel at 5:30. Outlaw Small Tire at 5:45. And Pro Street at 5:50.
Man, that just felt like I was listening to the NHL radio station when no games were on. It's like later tonight. Vancouver faces Montreal at 4:41. XM 539, and it's just that over and over and over. Mike Lucas, Casely Price. Casely 008 dead on 2. How about a 10-pack for Casely Price? 0.08 of a second away on the green light, 0.02 of a second away from being dead on the dial. Add that all up, it's 0.10 of a second total. That is a dang good run. Mike Lucas was 10 on the tree. Lucas would have had to go down there and go 4.800, or excuse me, 4.790 on a 4.79, but that was a fantastic side-by-side drag race. Casely Price comes out on top of that as your winner. Steve LaBarber. What are you doing, man? Dude. He's just hanging out being good dad. Good dad. And Steve knew exactly the reference to the I'm so Ronry. He's like, oh, know that. Tristan Craig, Nicole Dixon, win light goes to Tristan. Nicole is 0.02 of a second on the wrong side of the starting line. 002 red for Nicole. Ends up running 5:06 on a 5:08. Tristan Craig 007 and then goes 5:11 on a 5:15. We'll bring up Mitch Marcy and Bryce Saunders. Marcy in the dragster does the burnout across the starting line, and we'll roll back this direction. Bryce Saunders out of Billings, Montana, in the 83 GMC, the pickup truck. Going up against the dragster. Saunders is in big time trouble. Win light belongs to Mitch Marcy. Marcy, 30 green, and goes 568 on a 485 to get the win light. Bryce, let's just say, didn't quite let go at the right time down at this end of the racetrack. Ended up with a 5:21 reaction time. And then goes 7:20 on a 6:40. Win light to Marcy as Mike Kenworthy and Daryl Hurst. Is that Issaquah, Washington?
I think so. That's how I've been saying it.
Okay. We'll
But
go with Issaquah.
We have never had more assistance on names than we have, like, in the last 3 days.
It's beautiful.
It's
Keep
wonderful.
it coming.
Yeah.
Keep it
So,
coming. Maybe
if
it's just we've never had it as much assistance, or we just haven't been as wrong with how we're pronouncing things. I don't know. I don't think it's the second part. We're always wrong.
Potato.
Right?
You don't have to get so picky there. Either way, it's fine.
Yeah.
But we really do appreciate it. Like, absolutely, because, I mean, we would love to say things right. Just,
No?
and you also have to remember, folks, that it's not like we're reading them off of somebody's driver's license. These also have been written on a tech card,
Handwritten.
and handed to somebody else
To interpret.
who then puts them into a computer that goes into another one and then ends up on our screen. So it's like a game of telephone a little bit.
Kind of is.
Yeah.
Kind of is. Win light goes to Michael Porter in the right lane. Porter out of Queen Creek. 1063 on a 1060 dial with 7/1000ths of a second ahead of Brenda Biscay. Brenda runs 1054 on a 1060. I mean, as soon as I saw the, Issaquah, the first thing that popped into my head, and you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I know we did this before. We'll do it again. There's Joe Vlacity and Jeff Dye. Now again, race fans that are under 10 years old, this one's going to take a little bit of research. And it's only for the first two that are up here. I've got these really cool hoodie sweatshirts that were given to us by CF Racing. I got a lot more that have come up that we're going to be giving away.
And there's more on the way.
There
I
is.
just was answering other text messages.
Yeah, there's more stuff coming up, but I got
Yeah.
these really cool CF Racing hoodie sweatshirts that would be perfect for wearing right now.
They are really nice. Really,
Again,
really
we're
nice.
continuing through round number 1 of our box category. But the first two race fans, Streetcar Super Nationals race fans under 10 years old, come up here with your parents. If you can, again, it's kind of a Disney trivia question. What movie takes place in Passamaquoddy?
What'd you call me?
Uh-huh. What Disney movie takes place in Passamaquoddy?
Again, you're insulting me, I think.
And if you've got that answer, the first two race fans that come up here under 10 years old, you're going to get a really cool CF Racing sweatshirt.
Oh my God, we're getting more.
Brian
and more.
Peterson, small tire. Brian Peterson, small tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Small tire to the lanes, please. Dude, these people are giving away, like, they want us to give away stuff that I'm actually going to have to think of, like good trivia questions.
We literally just got told that we're getting several other pieces of apparel. And then we also got told that the VP Racing Fuels crew is donating 3 $100 gift certificates to us for trivia. That's awesome.
It puts so much pressure.
It literally, when Mel came up here and told us, Nate looked at him and goes, I'm going to have to think of really good questions.
Yeah.
You're overthinking it, dude.
Like, we're gonna have
all
to
we're
come up
doing
with
is
some-
making people happy. That's all I care about.
That's
That is
awesome.
awesome. Big thanks to VP Race Fuel for that. That's great.
That is. We're in our triple index category. Round number 1 of triple index.
Wow.
And it is our Red Tide Canopies triple index. Clint Clausen, Karen Mohoff. Win light goes to Karen. 1064 beats a 1067. Again, all 3 indexes here. 1060, 1160, or 1260. So we have had some folks that knew the answer in the chat bleachers. They knew what the answer was to what Disney movie takes place in the town of Passamaquoddy.
Let me look at something here.
Just saying. Dave McGuide in the shop car from Rim High School down there in Lake Arrowhead, California, gets the win light. 1086 beats a 979. Madison Boardman gets down to the finish line first by a bunch. And ends up running a little bit too quick is James Taggart and Shane Rickmeyer. Rickmeyer, working with a 1260 index, gets a 2-second head start over James Taggart. Taggart gets the win light, 1170 on the 1160, ends up 1/10 of a second above the index. Shane goes 1238 on a 1260 to be too quick down to the finish line. And again, so if you've got a race fan under 10 years old that is here with you, and you know which Disney movie took place in the town of Passamaquoddy, come up here and find us in the announcer booth. The first 2 to do so will get one of these really cool CF Racing sweatshirts.
And the right answer is Crunchy, by the way, to the chat bleachers. I'm actually gonna do something we've never done before.
Crunchy?
Crunchy, 100%.
Smooth.
Crunchy.
Smooth.
What are you doing to me, dude?
Tastes great.
No, crunchy.
Less filling.
I know, crunchy is the way to go. Anyway,
Really?
yes,
No.
and it's Skippy, you animals. All right, or wait, or it's Kraft Canadian peanut butter, and then I'm good with either one. All right, we're gonna do a deal for the chat bleachers. If we can get to 700 likes on the video.
Where are we at now?
366.
Okay, so mine's accurate.
So if we can get to 700 likes tonight, we will do a giveaway to the chat bleachers. Okay? So if we can do 700 likes on today's live stream, then once we hit that number, I am going to put a time limit, and any of those folks that are in the chat bleachers or watching online, once it hits 700, I am going to announce a time and a cutoff, and you will message me on the Bang Shift Facebook page, which means you also must be a follower. And the people that respond and message during that time will be in a drawing for a handful of t-shirts that I will ship to you for free. Tomorrow we will do the same thing, but it's going to be 1,000 because we're going to announce it first thing in the morning.
There you go.
All right? So there you go. Trying to give you guys something too as a thank you.
I see it jumping.
It'll be clunky. It's going to be a giant pain in my butt.
It's
I
going to
know
work,
it, but
though.
it'll be fine.
It's going to work, though.
It's going to be awesome.
fun. Triple index. Greg Dreer getting the win light over Phil Trujillo. We'll get back to Marcus Steed and David Welker. No. RTC,
RTC.
listen. What Chad said is that the chat bleachers will get a cool prize.
Right. That is not a
does
prize.
That is
No.
a punishment.
No. How about this? I'm going to streak to 60 foot if we don't get 700.
Dude, is there any way for me to hit this button 3 times?
No. Oh, all right. So do it.
Wait a second. I don't think I'm logged in on my phone. I'm going to like it from there, too. I'm going to bump the numbers.
Let's make no mistake. Nobody here or me wants to streak the racetrack to 60 feet.
Not at this temperature.
No, I don't care how warm it is.
That'd be a George Costanza. It
Hold
was
on.
cold.
It was cold. It doesn't even matter. I don't want to run 60 feet, period.
Oh, my goodness. David Welker.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Sergio
MGB Chuck, you could email me during the time as well. I'll put your
Crespo.
name in the hat.
Sergio Crespo. Going to get the solo shot as unfortunately Paul Wolf is a no-show. Not present when attendance was taken back in the staging lane. So Sergio goes 10.66 on a 10.60. And let's see here.
It's already gone up 50.
Yeah.
See? You slackers. Man, we tell you to like it all the time, and you guys never push the button.
Do we have our first answer for our trivia question? All right. So, what's your name? Lexi? And we're not going to share it because we're getting 2 of these away. So
Oh, yes.
we're not going to give somebody else the answer. But Lexi, do you think you know who this is?
Lexi did have the right answer. True Racer's daughter right there. Good job. Absolutely. All right, we gave away our first hoodie. Anybody else? We need one more.
We do. We've got one more to give away.
That's awesome.
Lexi had the right answer. She knew which movie took place in Passamaquoddy.
Yep. Oh, also, folks, $20.
Just $20? It's only $20?
Yes, $20 to
What
make
can I
you
get for
holler,
$10?
Nate. Nothing. Not a damn. No.
Nothing.
Just Calvert Racing, no box, and RacingJunk.com box. We are going to run a re-entry round for you guys, aka buybacks. When we get to that point and we call you to the lanes for buybacks, it is $20 for the buyback, and you will pay that in the staging lanes. So $20 buyback, you will pay that in the lanes. We are not calling you to the lanes yet. But if you are out and you want in, it'll be $20 in the lanes. We will call you. It'll be
When it's time.
Yeah, not too long, but it'll be a little bit.
So still making our way through. Do we have another? Oh, I thought maybe we had another one that knew the answer. X equals 7. Close.
Foster just keeps adding numbers to his answer. He has no idea what the question was. That was great.
All right, once again, small tire, small tire. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, small tire, small tire. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. Once again, Brian Peterson, small tire, needs you to the staging lanes, please.
Oh my God, I'm laughing too hard. X equals 7. Oh, is that not the answer? I know. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Big tire to the lanes, please. Big tire to the lanes, please. Big tire to the lanes, please. as we're playing charades in the tower. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need big tire to the lanes, please. Big tire to the lanes, please. Big tire, I need you to the lanes, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you're on standby. West Coast Bikes, you are also on standby. Big tire, if you're not here, you're late. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to the lanes, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to the lanes. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to the lanes, please.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is John Tabak. Once again, going to spend a little bit of time up here in the tower with Chad Reynolds. How we doing, Chad?
Awesome, John. Not as awesome as you are, though. You're just printing tickets today, baby. Printing tickets.
It's all going according to plan so far.
That's good. You know, there are a lot of guys here who don't have a trunk big enough to haul the big check, but you have a pickup truck bed, so you're totally good. Totally good to go.
I got tie straps. I'm equipped.
All right, good. So you're ready. I mean, if you got to, you'll get it home.
I'll figure out a way.
Appreciate you coming back up here. We've been having fun, that's for sure. We are in our Brian Peterson small tire, no time. We got Eric Outland in the 2014 Camaro in the left lane and Chris Benton in the 63 Nova in the right lane. Benton did not show up for XDR as he's focusing on this class, I guess. There were several cars that are entered in both that did not go for first round to XDR. So we're going to have to see how that pans out, but this should be a fun one to watch. The temperature is good. The DA is low. They're both in. Oh, they leave together. Is the Chevy 2 going to be able to hang on? No. Red light start. Chris Benton is not gonna win it. Wow. Those guys were really planning on dominating out here tonight, and like I said, missed out on their other class. That may prove to be a poor strategic decision here.
So tough break for Chris. I don't know if you're aware, maybe you are, maybe you already talked about it, but they had a very challenging week rolling into this race. Discovered they had some pretty serious engine issues, and they did manage to get it all back together in time for Q1, but they 8 new pistons, 8 new rods, had to redo the deck, liners, set of cylinder heads.
No.
And yes, they accomplished this over a couple of days at somebody's shop. I can't remember who there was, but
wow.
Huge team effort to get him going down the track.
Wow, that's awesome. Now we have Eric Aldrich. Aldrich out of Oceanside, California in the 72 Maverick, bumping it in against Mark. Wow, the Maverick wheels up. Looks like the Mustang's out front, and he turns on the wind light. Mark Bearing out of 330 cubic inches of Ford under the hood, and he goes wire to wire.
Nicely done.
I have a racer in need. Patrick and Crystal Lynch need a power glide. And I love them for being these people right here. The number of people that come up and say they need a part, and let's say a transmission, they're like, I need a power glide with a 182 ratio and a this and a that and the other thing. And no, you don't. You need a glide. You need a glide. A glide will bolt into it. A glide will get you down the racetrack. You need a glide. Everything else is optional. Patrick Lynch and Crystal Lynch said, we need a glide. They are smart. Anybody that has a power glide transmission that they would be willing to lend, rent, or sell, Patrick and Crystal Lynch need it. You can get their number by coming up here and hitting me up, and I will give you a way to contact them. They are racers in need.
So Mark Meyering and Eric Aldrich. Pre-stage bulbs lit.
Johnny Coleman and Luigi Calantoni. Coleman hauling the mail down there. Coleman, your number one qualifier in XDR. We know what that thing is capable of. And he absolutely flies down the racetrack, beating that beautiful 77 Corvette of Luigi's over there in the left lane.
Okay, I'm up to speed now with the whole CompuLink button thing again. Alessandro Maloney and Nick Johnson now. Johnson in the right lane. The Firebird. Alessandro behind the wheel of Mustang.
Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. I need you to the back of the lanes, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness to the back of the lanes. West Coast Bikes. I need you to the back of the lanes as well. West Coast Bikes. Come on down to the back of the lanes, please. So we got a Firehawk and a Mustang. Who are you choosing?
Right lane.
Oh! Look at that wheel stand. That thing stood up nearly vertical. If you could stop, that would be awesome. Hopefully Nick ain't knocked out. There you go, dude. I'll bet it rung his bell in that thing. Wow.
That thing did stand straight up. I think he was absolutely no wheels on the ground. There's probably some great shots of that coming up.
Oh, God, you ain't kidding. Wow. That had to be...
So again, if you're not aware, Nick Johnson took his Firehawk, and put it straight up in the air. Came down pretty hard, as Chad said, hard enough to ring his bell, that's for sure, get his attention. We have not heard any official word, actually, if he's okay. So as soon as we hear anything official, we will pass that on. But if you're tuned in on the live feed, if you haven't already, you want to back it up a little bit and check this out.
All right. All right, all right, all right. No box, buybacks, come on down to 5 and 6. No box, buyback, come down to 5 and 6, $20. No box, buyback, 5 and 6, $20. All right, folks. So, of course, when that thing hit the ground, the oil pan decided to be a sieve. So we got a little cleanup to do, folks. Hang tight. I'm just going to chill, let you relax. I know that's not what you want to be doing, but when you take a Firebird and you stand it on its bumper and then bring it back down to the ground at the most rapid rate possible, physics. Ouch. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Final call for Mustang Madness and West Coast Bikes. Mustang Madness and West Coast Bikes, this is your final call to the lanes. No box, buyback, $20. Come on down to 5 and 6.
So, folks, we certainly appreciate your patience while we take care of this little incident. Obviously, there is a little cleanup taking place. Crew working very hard out there right now to get this taken care of just as quickly as they can, but we are going to be down for just a little while.
Crystal Lynch, Patrick Lynch, I'm trying to call you. If you don't answer the phone, I can't give you a power glide. Horsley's got one. He's down by the fuel truck. Horsley has a power glide. If you want to go talk to him, Patrick and Crystal Lynch, go talk to Horsley. He's got one. All right, also, there's a giant sign like the size of a Honda Civic that's on this fence here, like directly behind the arch. It says no parking, but one of you guys keeps parking your golf cart there, and then on the other side of it is a car, and as soon as the tow truck is done hauling the Firehawk away, we're towing the golf cart and the car. And then since there's no title on a golf cart, I'm auctioning that junk off for charity, and I'm gonna be the top bidder. And I'll drive that son of a bitch all the way back to Texas if I have to. Don't park.
So once again, we certainly appreciate your patience while we get this little issue taken care of. Crew working very hard out there. Looks like things are coming along quite nicely. A lot less equipment out there. That's always a good sign. So seeing it as it is nice and quiet, let's pay a few bills here. So we are live on bangshift.com this weekend. How cool is that? And we want to thank those who made that possible. Molly Motorsports, Artex Racing, bangshift.com, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, Redline Racing Oils, RPM Roll Bars, Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, and Hayward Homes. So again, big shout out to all those companies. Little team effort there to make the live stream possible. So one of the great things about racing at a facility such as this one is they've got all the equipment necessary to take care of this kind of stuff in a timely fashion. Again, less and less equipment out there every time I look. Good news. So currently in Brian Peterson small tire, we've got Hughes Performance big tire right behind him. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness also in the lanes, along with West Coast Bikes, and we have made the call for Calvert Racing no box re-entry round. So for those that did not achieve a success in round number one, they all had the option of buying themselves back. It was just $20, so why wouldn't you? They get to come back, face each other, and the winners will advance to round two, which will take place tomorrow morning. So the 20th anniversary of this race, the Streetcar Super Nationals. Streetcar Super Nationals 20 presented by Fuel Tech USA. Fuel Tech is an international company specialized in developing and manufacturing state-of-the-art performance engine management systems. The company's entire staff always keeping a grip on the forefront of technology available, guarantees top-notch quality and constant innovation. The product line's greatest advantage is its overall simplicity, from its painless installation to real-time running in just hours, depending on the application. Our FT series of ECU's built-in interface is a complete set that allows the user to have full control of the engine without need of a PC, emphasizing on-the-spot, do-it-yourself concept. Fuel Tech's craftsmanship and technology is built on extreme performance, and proof comes from where it matters, the racetrack. Excellent record-breaking track results on a wide variety of racing classes such as sportsman, pro drag, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike, and marine applications testify to our commitment to attain the best results everywhere we compete. Developing and designing high-performance products since 2003, Fuel Tech will surely have a product to fulfill your needs. Check them out at fueltech.net. So while we are getting closer, we're not quite there yet. So a little earlier, I was speaking of the advantages of racing as at a great facility such as this one, because they have all the equipment to get this job done. But it's important that it's done completely and done well. Of course, the goal is to get the track surface right back to what it was prior to the incident taking place. Gateway Classic Cars, the premier streetcar association, the sanctioning body for the legendary Streetcar Supernationals, announced a partnership with Gateway Classic Cars headquartered in O'Fallon, Illinois, a union making Gateway the official classic car dealer of the PSCA and the SCSN. Gateway is the world's largest classic exotic car dealership since 1999. Is there a car that you've had your eye on for a while? Maybe the car you had maybe the car you had a poster of in your room since you were a child. With their collection of over 3,000 classic and exotic cars, chances are they have your dream classic in one of our 18 locations around the U.S., including St. Louis, Dallas, Denver, and Las Vegas, the locations of PSCA's major events. Come chat with our reps in the Vendors Midway. Well, folks, I have some good news for you. Just overhearing a little bit of the chat on the radio. They're telling the drivers to get back in their cars and get suited up. Once again, we very much appreciate you waiting this out with us. Next pair coming up. It's going to be a couple of Novas. George Rigoza will be in the left lane. Artis Houston will be in the right lane. Both guys from California. Artis in the right lane out of Compton. George in the left lane out of Orland. So the right lane fully repaired. Just a little maintenance drag, so to speak, in the left lane. I do believe we're going to see the tractors come off the racing surface once they get back here to the starting line. So great job by the crew out there, all the hard work. Certainly appreciated. Well, I hear race cars. What a beautiful sound once again. Great work out there by the safety crew, all the folks from Total Concept Venues. Total Venue Concepts. Third time lucky, I guess. Again,
Ladies
dueling Novas.
Oh, and not just any two Novas, John. This is awesome. This is so OG PSCA. Like, these guys are like the most iconic California shootout competitors. George Ragosa and Artis Houston. These guys have raced each other so many times in a variety of cars. I mean, these guys are legends. And for them to be coming up against each other right here is absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. I mean, like, it's hilarious. Mel's up here going, oh my God, this is so OG awesome right here. And it is. This is great. Artis out of Compton, Ragosa out of Orland. These guys have absolutely battled it out. I don't even know. I couldn't even guess how many times they've lined up against each other. Really. Like, this is cool. This is cool.
Absolutely. I mean, I have nowhere near the knowledge level on these guys that you do, but good looking pair and great history.
Yeah, you know, one of the coolest things about this weekend is when you've got the 20th running of the Streetcar Super Nationals, and then you get these iconic pairs and guys that have just been running all the time with it. It's, man, it is cool, dude. This is what drag racing's all about. Ragosa goes right down Broadway A to B as Artis Houston was having trouble on the starting line. Not sure what happened, but man, I would have loved to seen them battle it out all the way down the racetrack, but still just cool as hell to see them lined up against each other. That's rad. Artis with a new combo in that car. Kenny Hubbard helped put that car together a few years ago now, and man, Artis just, I mean, what a beautiful machine. That thing is so sexy, cool, and they've been making some changes. They've been out doing some testing, and they've struggled a little bit here this weekend, but what a great group of guys. And just, man, Artis Houston is one of the nicest guys you're ever going to meet at a drag strip, and we hope they get that thing sorted out. It's great. All right, Sean Letson out of Spokane, Washington in the right lane, and Mike Silva in that 70 Nova out of Madera in the left lane. This is Brian Peterson Small Tire, aka Holders AC Small Tire. Silva's all the way in. Letson's in. Oh, Silva. That thing pops, bangs, spins the tires. Letson goes A to B. Yes.
So Sean Letson will be coming back for round number 3 tomorrow. Because that's just kind of how this works. You send 2 cars down, only one of them is going to come back.
Absolutely, Big Worm. Anthony Smith coming up next. Getting a bye run over there in the right lane. Went out in XDR. Got out to about 500 feet, and that thing had a pop and quit running. And his competitor had spun the tires, but was able to drive around him. So brand new car, brand new combo. And they have been struggling. Had to put a transmission in that car today. Have not made a run since Wednesday during test and tune. And are trying to go some rounds here, and they are getting lucky right here in Brian Peterson Small Tire. All right, Big Worm, bumping it in. Oh, yeah. Nice run. Right down Broadway. First time pulling the chutes on that car. Right down the middle. Nice run. Those guys are going to be really stoked. Get some good data right there. Everybody here knows Big Worm knows how to win. Normally an Outlaw 8.5 competitor. Worm, gonna be one to watch.
So that's going to do it for Brian Peterson Small Tire. We will be rolling into Hughes Performance Big Tire. Switch back over. Oh, well, excuse me, I got a little ahead of myself. We've got a few more cars in this class. Mike Orban. Should be.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro 275 to lanes 1 and 2. Pro 275 to lanes 1 and 2. Pro 275 to lanes 1 and 2, please.
So I was saying Mike Orban in the right lane out of Grass Valley, California, should have a competitor in the left, but Jamie Voorhees not able to make the call in the 65 Nova. So it's going to be a single for Mike.
Orban in that beautiful Camaro, running multiple cars here this weekend. Oh, nice run. Oh. Gets out of it as it starts to go left a little bit. That thing was carrying the front end about 3 inches off the ground. They're happy to get the buy run there. Derek Cooper out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 94 Cobra in the left lane. Eric Altenberg out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in that bright yellow machine, the 98 Mustang in the right lane. You know, you go to a lot of races, John, and there's like 15 million black cars, 14 million silver cars, 13 million red cars. You don't see the bright yellow cars nearly as much. So, you know, wise choice. People go, which one are you in? The bright yellow Mustang. Cool. Got it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that one. I'm in the black Mustang. Oh, yeah? What is it? Is it a Fox body, SN97? What? SN95, S197? Oh, God. Mustangs all the same unless you paint one a different color.
There's a guy that races a CUDA at Mission on a fairly regular basis, well, towards the end of the season anyway. And when I talk about his cars, is there's the color orange, then there's like extremely bright orange, and then there's this CUDA down there at the starting line.
Ladies and gentlemen, clear the way. Clear the way for our safety crew. Get out of the way. Jesus. Seriously, like you literally stepped in front of the four-wheeler with the flashing lights. Left the starting line. Flew it on the racetrack. Hard left-hander. You saw that thing bounce around several times. Driver is out of the car. The driver is out of the car, ladies and gentlemen. Watching on the Bang Shift live feed right now, which, you know, because of the delay of the internet, etc., is just a skosh behind. Les Mayhew was right there on that wall shooting video. We'll see what camera angles Neil chose. All that matters, he is okay. Again, the driver is out of the car. Looked like that thing lifted ahead, maybe on the left-hand side. Spun over against the wall, back around, up against the wall a couple of times. Looked like the throttle may have hung open. Got it shut off. And up against the wall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be down for a little bit here. Again, the important thing, Derek Cooper out of the car. And okay. Same cannot be said for the Mustang. Want to take this opportunity to thank Hayward Homes and Raz Construction, S&T Truck Repair, and D. Jansen Racing, along with RPM Roll Bars, and Titanium Auto Group, Artex Racing, Molly Motorsports, Redline Oil, and Holly Performance Parts for being our live broadcast sponsors. Appreciate everybody on the cleanup crew. Now's the time to go over to the Streetcar Super Nationals merchandise trailer. Get a hoodie and a t-shirt and a beanie. Unless you're cool like me and you have an Artex Racing beanie. Because John DeYoung is up here giving away goodies.
So, folks, I will state the obvious. We're going to be down for a little bit. But once again, big thanks to the hardworking crew. They're going to get this taken care of just as soon as they possibly can. Tough break for Derek Cooper. Never want to see that kind of stuff happen. So just for clarification, that absolutely was the final pair of Brian Peterson small tire. Absolutely sure this time. So obviously we're going to have to get this situation rectified. Once we do, see a pretty cool first pairing of Hughes, big tire coming up, Ryan Hayward and Rod LeClaire. A couple of guys from the Northwest, one Canadian, one American. So the crew's still out there working very hard. We'd like to get back to the action just as badly as you all do. But while we have a moment, we'd like to thank Summit Racing. Always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment, proud sponsor of the Streetcar Super Nationals. At SummitRacing.com, you'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-road racing, tools, and more. Get the Summit advantage with fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Well, as I look out beside the tower, I see drivers getting back into their cars, so that's good news. So I believe they still have some work to do over in the right-hand lanes.
Hey, I just have a quick little public service announcement.
Certainly.
Things that from here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are hanging out in the grandstands, just a couple of reminders. First of all, there is no smoking allowed in the grandstands. I know this is Vegas, and you think, well, you could probably do that anywhere. However, in the grandstands in this area, that is one of those areas that is not. So if you have an urge to set something on fire and put it in your mouth, and I'm not judging anybody because, you know, we all have we've all got our thing, but there's just no smoking allowed in the grandstands. And secondly, please remember that there are no wheeled vehicles allowed in the grandstands, with the exception of things, you know, like wheelchairs and strollers and stuff. So we do need to keep the scooters, the bicycles, those types of things out of the grandstand. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So as I was saying, they've still got a little bit of work to do in the right lane, or right lanes rather. But we are going to move over to the left two lanes for Hughes Performance, big tire. The first pair, as I already mentioned, will be made up of Ryan Hayward, his Pro Mod Challenger, taking on Rod Leclerc in his Top Sportsman Camaro. So I'm going to say Rod's the underdog. So if you have not yet made your way over to the merch trailer, you got to get that done. Now, I realize this is a 5-day event, if you include the test day. But we're down to just one day. That'll be tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure if they're still open over there or not. I can't see from here. But they will be tomorrow. If you haven't been over there yet, you got to get over there, check it out. So 2 unique event T-shirts for the 20th running of the Streetcar Super Nationals. One of them features the blue and white 1955 Chevy of Monty Burney. And the other one features the very cool 1946 Dodge pickup driven by Doug Driggers. T-shirts, hats, hoodies, kids, ladies, Magna Fuel pumps and accessories. They've also got a very healthy number of selections for the kids. So again, if you have not yet made your way over to the merch trailer, you got to get that done. T-shirts are just $25. They'll give you a deal, 3 for $70. And event hoodies are $45. Red Tide Canopies, the official canopy supplier of the PSCA and the SCSN. Red Tide Canopies is the premier custom canopy, trade show, and outdoor event printing provider. Red Tide Canopies offers everything from custom canopies, banners, flags, table covers, trade show displays, crew shirts, as well as many other products to help you promote your business, organization, or team. You can check them out at the website, redtidemarketing.com. Also want to thank SMC Race Cars. SMC Race Cars is a full-service race shop located in Spokane, Washington. We do chassis fabrication, turbo kits, pro wiring, suspension setup, and tune Holly and fuel tech. Check out many of our customers' cars racing here at the Streetcar Super Nationals 20 that are proudly displaying our decal. SMC Race Cars can be found on Instagram at SMC Race Cars or SMC Race Cars. Well, look at that. The scrubber leaving the track surface. That is fantastic news. So I just had a little chat with Chad Reynolds up here in the tower, and between the two of us, we determined that we are closer. We are officially closer, but that's all I can tell you. However, I can tell you a little bit more than that based on the talk I'm hearing on the radio. They're making great progress out there. I'm thinking we're not too far away at this point. So one of the issues you can potentially have to deal with when it comes to the cleanup of this magnitude is that it's not just one fluid or another that you're dealing with. It can be multiple fluids. You got to identify them. Each one may require a different game plan or approach to get it taken care of. So we certainly appreciate you hanging in there with us, folks. And we will get back to the action very shortly. We got to be close at this point. So for all of you on the live feed, in case you're wondering who you're listening to, my name's John Tabac. I do a little announcing at Mission Raceway Park in Mission, British Columbia, way up north in Canada. Well, there's a very large handful of us Canadians down here for this race. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we're having a blast. Very happy to be here. Obviously, we'd rather there were less delays, but it's just kind of part of the territory. It's what happens sometimes. So a little while ago, I was talking about drivers getting into their cars. Well, I don't know, I witnessed Rod Leclerc zip up his jacket and get in his car. I assumed he'd been told to do so. I don't know, maybe he was jumping the gun, but it is official now. The drivers have been told to get back in their cars and get belted up. So that's good news. So as I said, folks, we are so close to getting back to the action. Pro 275, just want to make sure that you are in the lanes. Pro 275, you guys should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there already, one more time. Pro 275, you guys should be in the staging lanes. So FYR Solutions Limited Small Tire, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to FYR Solutions Limited Small Tire. Once again, Pro 275, you guys should be in the lanes. Guess what, folks? Do you hear that? That is the sound of race cars, and that is good news. So did you know that Robert Grace is on the property with us this weekend? Stream photography. Robert Grace does great work. He's got a whole crew of people down here. Now, if you're wondering where you could buy an awesome photograph of your car, there are all kinds of options to do so, but first thing you need to do is go find Mr. Grice in his motorhome, and he is located right beside the timing tower. You can't miss it, really. So Ryan Hayward and Rod Leclerc. Rod Leclerc, the underdog. His top sportsman Camaro, we'll call it. Car has been running extremely well here this weekend. He's made lots of great looking passes, but he's got a tough customer in the left lane. Ryan Hayward in his Pro Mod Challenger. Pretty used to associating the name Ryan Hayward with a Camaro, but
attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro 275 to the lanes, please. Pro 275, we need you to the lanes, please. Pro 275, we need you to the lanes, please. Yeah. Ryan Hayward also running in the Pro Mod category. Went out there and made a way better run on the first round to move on. Now he's out here in big tire no time. Shooting out. Oh, Canada getting the win. Rod Leclerc out of Victoria getting the win. You saw Hayward go down there. A lot of sparks as that thing was probably tearing up the bell housing down there. We shall see. Sparks don't scare me. Smoke does. That was a spark show. Like somebody mounted a plasma cutter in the bottom of that thing.
a little bit of fireworks. So I'm going to call that a big win for Rod Leclerc.
Yeah.
Tough break for Ryan Hayward. They'll have some thrashing to do because he's got a round to come back for, if I recall.
Yeah, and it was interesting because Rod Leclerc looked like to me that he left first. And, man, that thing, header flames were just shooting out of it, looking good. And I think Hayward probably thought, okay, I got him covered. But, man, Leclerc was out. And then when Hayward had problems, he never had a chance of catching him. That was a really good run for Rod Leclerc.
No, absolutely. You know, and if I think back to round one of Pro Mod, Tom Kadnick, I'm not sure who he had, but he was kind of outgunned there too. And man, did he get the whole shot.
Oh,
and
yeah.
His 620 was almost good enough to get around the 604.
There have been some upsets today, let me tell you, and some real squeakers down there. So we're getting through the first 2 rounds of eliminations here on Saturday. Tomorrow, folks, man, we're going to be whittling them down until we end up over there in the winner's circle, giving away big trophies and big checks here at the 20th Streetcar Super Nationals.
Well, here we go, folks. Fortunately, we had another little delay, but it wasn't a long one. It was a dry cleanup. Those go much quicker, to say the very least. Another pair of cars. We got the burnouts done. Steve Nicholson and Chad Grimm. So the second pairing in a row includes a Canadian. Steve Nicholson, a multi-time winner of this event in Outlaw 10-5. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Limited small tire. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need limited small tire to the staging lanes, please. Once again, limited small tire. This is your call to the staging lanes.
Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. RacingJunk.com box re-entry, you guys are also on deck. Again, box buyback, you guys are on deck. We will be calling you shortly.
So here we go. Chad Grimm lights the pre-stage bulb. Now pre-stage are lit both sides of the racetrack.
I really dig both of these cars, John. I'm not going to lie.
How can you not like something that has 950 million cubic inches between the frame rails?
Right? Oh, look at that. Nicholson goes all the way down. Grimm looked like, to me, he left first. But Nicholson drove around him. That thing was sashaying around out there. But wow. Good pair. Let's go. Let's do that again.
So I don't want to jinx this, but the Canadians are 2-0 right now in this class.
Yeah, I don't know what the Canadian win record is so far in every class, but it's got to be pretty high. Because, yeah, you guys are, you're definitely holding your own.
So Pete Harder and Harry Anian.
So if the Canadian record stands, Pete Harder in that 68 Camaro in the left lane is going to take Harry and Ian out of Chatsworth in the other 68 Camaro to town. But I don't know if I'm in for that bet. These are two completely different 68 Camaros. But I dig them. Looks like he's on the smallest of the big tires out there. It may, in fact, be a big radial. I'm not sure. Oh. Pete Harder, A to B. Harry and Ian smoking the tires at the hit. those are some boots. And I mean, they're made for walking. I can tell because she's walking. And sparkly, I guarantee you her feet and her calves are not cold. Those things are furry. Look at them. They're awesome. I would totally rock a pair of those. I'm not going to lie. Foster couldn't yell at me about being on the starting line because they're closed-toed and furry.
So Art Raz, part of the group that got together to bring us this live feed. So Art Raz out of Ridgefield, Washington. Left-hand side of the racetrack, 68 Camaro. Going to take on Tim McCoy here in round number 2.
Wow. Both of these guys have struggled to get down the racetrack consistently so far this week. And man, if Tim had waited for the tree to come down, that would have been his.
He definitely made the quicker pass.
Yeah, that man, he's going to be kicking himself for that one. There's no doubt.
So that's going to do it for Hughes Performance Pro or Pro Street Big Tire. And take us into Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness coming at you.
Tana Taylor, our national anthem singer, was mad because in her second class, she broke out by a mile and just totally knocked herself out of competition. She was not happy about it, but here she is in Mustang Madness, getting a bye run. I love it.
So Tana Taylor moving around a little bit out there. That didn't look good.
No,
But,
1025 her dial, she runs 1110. That thing did not look happy.
so she'll be coming back. Tomorrow morning for round number 3. Now we have a pair. A pair of what you say? Well, a pair of Mustangs, obviously.
Cal Gordon and the 80 model out of Hesperia. Dennis Hilliard out of Durango, Colorado, and the 2010 Cobra Jet.
So Dennis Hilliard dialed in at 911. Going to give away the starting line handicap. Over the left lane, Cal Gordon dials 999. Well, somebody's packing 62,000s off the starting line.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh. Well, the math says that would have had to have been really tight for Hilliard to get the win on that one, but he was trying down there and broke out. Oh, no, he didn't. Sorry. Went 18 on the 11. Oh.
I kind of
Yeah,
think
he gave it back.
Yes, based on his brake lights, he was going to get there, but he handed it back by 12 thou.
Oh.
So Gordon did have the starting line advantage, 027 to 089. And gets away with the win. Now Jeff Rates dialed in at 11:08, leading the way. Steve Erickson doing the chasing, dialed at 8:37, and Erickson is going on to the next round. 8:59 on the 8:57 dial. Again, big starting line advantage. Erickson will be a player tomorrow morning. So now a competition single. Justin Keller in the right lane gets another time trial.
Yeah, Jimmy Thompson not making the call. Our next pair is interesting. Because we have Paul Calvert over in the left lane in a Mustang 2. And at first I thought it was his Mustang 2, but then I forgot. His is blue with white stripes. This is actually his sister-in-law's car, John Calvert's wife. And Paul went out in this thing and actually won Stock Eliminator, the national event in it. And this is only the second time he's been out in it. He goes, it feels like home. I like it. It's a cool little car. Good on the tree, and a double breakout. Paul Calvert not going to be happy about that one as Sergio Felipe Crespo takes the win. Ooh. Brent Calvert in the right lane, carrying the wheels in the Cobra Jet. Oh, getting down there. Huge breakout for Madison Boardman. I mean, goes 971 on a 1066 dial.
So not sure if the car was misdialed at the finish line. Took over a 1 second stripe.
Ouch.
Rarely will that work.
John Calvert, thank you so much for everything you guys do for the sport. We love you guys. Calvert Racing, been around for a long time. Does a great job out here. This is one of their favorite events of the year. Red light start for Robert Nasrallah and Michael Hadrith getting the win.